He reincarnated as a prince of a kingdom. But the queen poisoned his mother, and his brother nearly killed him, leaving him in a coma for 5 years. But those 5 years were actually 1,000 years in the land of heroes, where he learned magic, fencing, and even how to make weapons. And now that he is back, he has the power and knowledge to shake the entire world. But first, like, subscribe, and hype the video. It helps me a lot. And that is about it. Now let us get to work. A legendary hero. In other words, an absolute ruler. It is common knowledge that he ruled during a certain time. A time when only his name could instill fear. And there was a king who established the empire, and a leader of a large organization. And since ancient times, there have been those whose stories were told for centuries. Those who defeated the demon king. Those who healed ailments and saved countless lives. But there were also those who did not fit in, and sought only absolute power. And that kid says they are definitely pathetic. And he wants nothing more than for them to get what is coming to them. Since they made a 10-year-old train like that, where a guy in a lion mask beat him up all the time, just in case things did not go his way, and if he somehow survived his trials, a cute girl would throw him into a pit of lava later. And they still said that these things were for his own good, amidst all those beings. The kid says that those scars accumulated in his soul with this place, the Hall of Heroes. He will say goodbye to them soon. And that someone calls his name, Davy, and a girl says that he is still very weak. How could he leave like that? And that girl from before, she should have kept him in a hole longer with lava. While he just talks about how they are old grannies who lived for thousands of years, which makes them feel good, and starts throwing rocks at him, asking what he said and if he wants to die. And one of those girls calls him a brat and says she is going to hit him. But while they argue, that girl realizes this is his last moment. And when he looks at her, she looks really sad and does not say anything more. And then they say they wish him good luck, Dave, and he should not forget them until his death. He was quite surprised by those words. But he just turned halfway and left, while everyone said goodbye to him, and he did not even look back, just with a dissatisfied smile, and said he was sorry. But they would never see each other again. And after he leaves, he finally wakes up in a completely sick room, moving his hand. He realizes that this body is totally useless and immobile, and it really sucks. He can't even open his own eyes peacefully. And after he gives up, he thinks he has returned as a despised and weak prince, Dave to Ron. Ron's kingdom is located on the eastern side of the continent of China, and the first son of a worthless king from an insignificant country. This is him, David Aron, and he felt happy when he was reborn in this body, because he was a prince, and even though he might be bedridden, compared to his previous life, it is much better. After all, he is in luxury. The only problem is that he thinks he is not. In fact, he is not in luxury at all. And he realizes how foolish he was back then, thinking that the happiness he had would last forever. But living in such a peaceful world, he did not notice the situation that found him as a prince and a poison chalice, and he was the target of various enemies all the time. And because he was weak, he ended up being practically exiled from his own family, and at some point, he was left to die. And he thinks that he definitely needs to put an end to this, because now he will recover his body, and the rest can be dealt with later. And with a little smile, he just says that everyone should wait, because he will take care of all of them with this body. Especially that kid who left him half dead. He is definitely going to crush him with this body that has been trained by heroes for 1,000 years. And that is how Dave remembers his past, when he was crying and someone approached him asking if this was where the newbie was, and asked why he was so serious. And he learned about his situation. And it seems they got him this time. And it was truly a beautiful show. It is just that David said, I just went there to mess with him. And when he did that at once and got out of there, because he did not say anything wrong, and they forgot all the times they laughed together, and they changed to find out he was just a useless little brat. They started looking at him like he was a dumb insect, and he felt uncomfortable with that. But he was too scared to say anything. However, he has no idea how fed up he is with this crap. He did not see there because he wanted to, and what the heck do they expect him to do? It is just that the lion main guy says they were probably surprised to know the truth, since they live only to inflate their egos. But of course, deep down he already knew that, and the kid just asks who is a hero after all. And then that guy asks if that is not what they have been thinking about for days and nights. He just takes the kid and gets him excited, and the kid asks what he means. And he said he decided to lend him a hand, and to start with, he has no reason to laugh at him since it is not his fault, and he will help him, since now they are a family. And Dev asks, what do you mean a family? And he does not even know who he is, but that guy says his name is Hercules. In other words, he is a survival expert. And David was asking what he meant by survival and what he was talking about, but the guy from Judy Liao said that starting today he would train his body, which left him feeling lost once again. While he says that since that is the case, They should get along, and once again he wakes up after that dream and thinks it is true. He really came back, and now in the castle someone is approaching him, while he thinks that it has been a while since he woke up, and the only person who has been taking care of him all this time. The only person who entered that room was his maid, and of course things would be this way. Since he has been like this for so long, he wonders if she is really just a maid, but thinks that she really is. He should be grateful that he has at least one person to take care of him, and he opens his eyes to see if she has left, and when he is sure that she has left, he stands up and thinks that he does not have the strength to move freely. But at least he can get up by himself and thinks that is good for now. And besides that, another thing he needs to check, thinking that he will finally discover the truth because he has always wondered what the date is today. And when he realizes, it is the year 278 of buckets, and since he was hit by an arrow, 6 years have passed since that day he was stabbed in the back by that bastard. And then he thinks he can't go back to being pathetic, and to prevent that, he needs to recover quickly, so he wants to start now and he uses the restore ability. But to his surprise, nothing happens. They ask how this is possible and if it really won't work. And in this way, once again, he remembers the past with someone saying that, as he can see, his divine power is mediocre, and she is not saying it is bad or anything like that. But he can still become better in terms of his power, while Davis just asks her not to lie to him, just to let him clean this temple. But she says no, and it is none of that, while he thinks that divine power is the power of the god that governs purity and health, and it is a sacred power given only to those loved by the gods, and the one who taught him about the sacred power was Daphne, who was known as a person accepted by God. But the way she would use those powers was her responsibility. And in the end, after training hard for hundreds of years, she was able to acquire the sacred power. While he really thinks it will be very annoying, and the problem is that this body became stiff after 6 years. And he is worried about losing all the experience he gained returning to this body. But almost everything came along with his soul. And anyway, only when he tried to get up from this body. It will probably take some time for him to be able to use his true strength, and he is once again trying to use the restore, while he thinks he can't believe that this most basic healing spell does not even work on him. He keeps trying 1, 3 times, thinking that normally he would just give up, but he does not want to anymore. This is him commanding this body to get up before it kills him, and in this way, Azaz appears right in front of him. He is quite surprised thinking it worked. He can miss this opportunity and uses his restore. And after using that ability, he is able to get up and thinks he did it, finally did it, and with that, he will be able to use the sacred power. And about the rest of your skills, he can recover them after resting a bit. And now he walks toward the window and just looks at the city, thinking that it has really been a while, and he stretches his arms, starts shouting that with all his power they must praise the sun. But to his shock, that maid from before right behind him drops a plate, and our boy stares at her and realizes it went badly, and the maid starts crying, asking how the prince is still standing. He thinks that yes, he is really dying of embarrassment now, and she runs to help him. And now back in bed, a doctor comes in and says it is really strange, and this is the royal doctor, Ramses, and he says that his condition is surprisingly good. And he asks if there are any injuries he has not noticed. But our boy says that besides being a little tired, he has nothing else, and the guy says he understands. While our boy thinks that if it were in the past, he would not even imagine being rude to this old man. And even if he does not like it, he understands his position because of David Iran, the most insignificant royal name of all the kingdoms. Just like the son of Leni Alishad and the first prince of the nation. It is just that on your side, a woman says. He is really persistent while our girl glares at her thinking that this beauty there is the person who poisoned her mother and took her place as the current queen, Elens Boriat. And even her children are there. The second Prince Carlos and the third Prince Benitez. And they just stare at our boy while her son says he really did not expect him to be so persistent. But she asks if he saw who shot that arrow, and David says he is not sure because the arrow came from nowhere. Then he asks if they were captured, and if there was an attempt to assassinate the prince. He wonders what kind of punishment they would receive, which really makes that boy tremble in fear. But your queen says no. Unfortunately, the case was closed and they ended up there. And then the doctor says the initial treatment is over. So he just needs to call the priest for medical treatment from time to time, and it won't take long. Just a few days, and Dave thanks him. And then the doctor says that anyway, Mom will leave it with him while he asks the maid to bring him easy to digest food, and she says yes. But the queen back there says it would be better if she had died in her sleep. And our boy asks if she is disappointed because something unpleasant is back in life. And that little prince says that the so-called first prince was attacked, fell into a coma, and it is really shameful, and the queen just tells them to leave now, saying he is the shame of the kingdom, and he is just a joke, while our girl thinks he used sacred magic in front of them. But no one seems to have noticed. Probably because their power levels are so different. And he lays down again and thinks about Lines Barrett, the daughter of the fallen family from the kingdom of Run. When he saw their faces along with Carlos, he wanted to kill them. But that was nothing, and maybe it is because he stayed in the temple for too long. But it seems pretty pointless. But he says that still, he will get his revenge. While he thinks that now he can fall calmly and rest for a while, while imagining what his first meal will be. And now, after a few days, he cut his hair and is training his body with what he sees ahead. While you think it has been 15 days since he regained his sacred powers, but still, time passed very slowly. And thanks to his training, his mana control improved, and his recovery process is going well. And although he is able to recover quickly with continuous use of healing magic, with the knowledge of a necromancer who studied the human body and the medical knowledge taught by the Ryman, recovering is a difficult task. And he snaps his fingers and activates a cleaning magic while taking a quick and easy shower, thinking that magic is convenient, only to his surprise, someone knocks on the door saying that she loves him while he lounges, and this maid is bothering him. And then she says that the food is ready with baby food for him, while he thinks that yes, the food he was expecting was just that baby food, just because he is a patient. They treat him like an elderly person, and then he says that today's food is full of sadness, while she says she is very sorry. But he tells her that there is nothing to be done, and he says that this won't be enough and asks her to prepare 5 more dishes. She asks, "What do you mean 5 plates?" But he apologizes, saying no, he wants 10 plates. And he just says he is fine and everything will fit, when he simply puts everything in his stomach, while he thinks that even though it seems like his stomach might burst due to the restoration magic, the amount he can digest has tripled. He thinks that now his soul is returning to his body. But of course, like everyone else, he needs to go to the bathroom, and that is the problem with his digestion being too fast. And after he comes back, he puts on his glasses and says he really did not expect this, as he just discovered an unexpected truth. The maid says she is very sorry, while he says it is okay. She did not do anything wrong, and she does not have to worry about how much food he would consume. This is quite obvious where the problem came from. He asks her, "Are there any maids and butlers in the castle right now?" And she gets embarrassed to tell him. And he asks if she is the only one working there, and she gets very nervous, saying she is very sorry, while he thinks this can't be the king's castle. But it has been used by many kings in the past. However, there is only one employee being kept in this castle, and there is a lot of work just for her, and back then, he would never have worried about not being able to eat. And then he asks what the estimated amount of goods in the castle is, and she says that only 6,000 euro, and he asks how much they earn in a month. Because if they can work around this budget, it should not be a problem. Only she says that officially they should receive 500 a month. But the gold they actually get is less than 100 euro. Meanwhile, he realizes that yes, they are being cheated, and he asks her what her salary is. She asks, "What do you mean?" He just asks her to say it all at once, and if she is getting paid correctly. Only she says that the amount she receives is about 1 per 3, which leaves the guy pretty shocked, thinking she might be nice. But she is a complete idiot, and domestic workers are property of the nobility, and Amy is the daughter of an artist, and due to her bad conditions, she became a maid, but taking care of him in the castle without running away for the last 6 years alone. Even if it meant spending her own salary on it, and she must give a little smile, and you tell her to take what she has not received from her income. But she says she can't do that. Only he tells her that he does not want to repeat it twice, and just tells her to take it, and she says she is very sorry. But she does not want to. Then he asks if she means they have nothing to eat tomorrow, and she says yes. And when he thinks he feels a little better, only he tells her to stop calling him that because it is too formal. It is just that she says she can't do anything. It is just that he says if she keeps calling him Prince, it is going to make him feel pretty distant from her. What surprises the girl a lot is that he thinks knowing there is at least one person by his side is important to him. And our boy is heading to the office with this guy saying that he feels really sorry, but using the already accounted funds is impossible, while David thinks that Mustache is really annoying him. And then it seems this is the finance department, and he had his suspicions, but they are really looking at him with disdain. Even that mustache guy makes that face. But to his surprise, our boy sits on the couch and just tells him not to mess with his face, which really surprises that little guy. And David says that the amount of gold they are supposed to receive is 500, but they are only receiving 100 gold. But Philot says it is the amount of gold left after deducting the necessary costs to maintain the castle. And even the nobles from other castles are following his economy. But Devo says that he is really annoying him, And that is why the castle he is maintaining has a cracked floor and weeds growing. And the garden is full of weeds, and the hills are about to collapse. And no matter how he looks at it, this house is haunted. He asks how he can explain this. And that old man starts shaking at the base while this old guy stares at our boy and thinks if this makes sense, and what kind of prince manages his own finances. He was anxious to know what kind of excuses he was going to come up with, and Daly says that the use of the maintenance fund is not supervised by the finance department. And even if he keeps acting like this is the place where they manage the budget and not a place where he can request money. And then the prince says he understands and he did not know that, and whether here or on Earth, they all simply refuse to take the blame. He ended up here. So now he wants to go with Amy, but V asks if he is going to the maintenance department. And David asks why he would go there, since he is sure it will be the same there too, and he bets that he will blame someone else to buy time. And he just tells him to buy something with the money he has in his pocket. And he is walking through the castle, and thinks it is clear that his servants have fled, since the nobles are acting this way. And despite that, they ensure that they will be paid in full, and all the burden is carried solely by Amy. And Amy asks if he is okay. But to her surprise, David asks her to bring a sword. And she asks what he means, while he just asks her not to worry, as he does not intend to cut anyone, and asks if he scared her. But she keeps going, saying she is going to look for one. While he thinks he is right, he has no plans to cut a person. What he is thinking about is cutting those things that can't be called humans. And this way, now that he is in an unstable position, what will happen if he starts killing the servants and nobles for no reason? And the answer is simple. They will call him crazy. He will be exiled immediately. And they won't accept something like that. And he has absolutely no intention of becoming prey for those rotten nobles. And he used that sword to kill an animal, while she asks when he got something like that. But David says he is not sure. He just found it in front of the castle. He asks if she would not mind getting a plate and a hypermobilizing agent for him now. While he thinks they have that for now. That is a lie. He fell himself. But that would not make sense. So he is just omitting the facts. But she asks him to just kill her, and he asks what she is doing. And she, crying, says she can't let the blood of an animal touch the hands of a prince, and say that he himself hunted it. If he is not careful, he is going to end up hurting himself. But David just says it is fine since no one is watching, thinking that even if he wanted to see the king, it would be denied for political reasons. And as for the other departments, there is nothing he can do about them, and it seems the queen is doing everything to stop him. But as a student of Hercules, the master of survival skills, he became an expert and tells her that. And now it is dinner time, thinking that this level of danger is nothing for him. And so, that night at the queen's castle, they ask what he could be thinking, and the maid asks what she means. But the queen says that she is right. The more she thinks about it, the stranger it seems, and he is not how she remembered. But the maid says he is just a patient, and according to the doctors, the first prince can barely walk now. At this rate, it will take at least a year for him to fully recover. And Ran asks if there is any way what she said could be wrong, calling her Cheryl, and even if she might be a Class A informant for the Black Moon, she is nothing but a Class C employee in her presence. While she thinks that the assassin guild residing in the capital of Ron is the Black Moon, it is not that she does not trust her, but she just can't shake the feeling of the first prince, whom even the king abandoned. Just like she told Sheely, it won't change anything even if he wakes up after years, because she will still have her life in her hands, and it should be that way. But she feels a certain discomfort. Just like that Charlie says that her comrades act independently of class, and if she keeps insulting them, she might end up in trouble. But the queen says that she was just expressing her concerns, and that is all. And it was not meant to be bad, and she can interrupt Dave's plans at any moment. But if not, she will end up paying the price, and she should keep that in mind. And she just tells her to leave now, while saying that no matter how she looks at it, it is better to get rid of the dogs that do not obey. While our boy is eating the wild boar he caught for dinner. And this one, Dave thinks it is like pulling a thread through hundreds of needles. The girl crosses the tunnel and creates a stream, slowly and carefully, and a boy asked if he understood. And the hardest parts to reach are the veins and the brain. And if he does not want to go blind, he must never forget the path she taught. But the other girl started laughing, saying it is really fun and he should have just died. While our girl thinks of a drunken priestess who could split the ocean with just a stern word. And the necromancer who acts more like a priestess than the priestess herself. A great sorceress whose staff is all you can see, and also the hypocritical sister goddess, also known as Sister Rhea, told him that when he participates in this experiment, she will do her best to complete the task assigned, and it is not like they are gathered there just to watch. So he can help too. And she just asked him to trust them while he remembers this is the temple flashback. And he was slowly reaching the point where he starts to do this. The experiment he never wants to go through again. And now the next morning, that maid asks the prince if he is exploring gardens today. And our boy says she is welcome. And even the forest garden looks elegant now. He just tells her that he is fine and she can go. This is looking for him. She should let him know. She only asks that he does not overexert himself, while David thinks that, although she usually forgets seeing him do anything, she has started to get used to it. And his efforts to get closer to her as a friend are finally paying off. She refuses to eat with him. But at least it is better than before, and to spend his days in peace. He needs to go deeper into the forest, and sitting there, he will now begin the operation field that appeared before him, and he keeps thinking that as the air enters his lungs and nourishes him, he draws in the mana of nature and exhales the dry air. This is mana breathing, a breathing technique from the god of mages, the little brat Odin. And since there is a limit to the amount of mana your body can store, you need to train and manage this daily. However, through this method, mana that would normally take a month to gather can be collected in just a few days, and it is truly a miraculous breathing technique. And if the country found out about this, there would be a huge revolution. However, he has no intention of revealing this to the world, and it is not like it is something that can be easily achieved anyway. But to his surprise, there was someone watching. While he wonders who that person was, thinking that it has been a while since anyone has been watching. This is definitely the queen's work, and if he were to investigate this, it would only bring problems, so he will leave him alone. On the contrary, it would be useful if they thought the prince was weak and fragile. And thanks to him spreading his mana distortion field, he can train in peace. Besides, the amount of mana being stored has accumulated a bit. However, he thinks it is time to do that. That damn mana circle, remembering that priests can't use magic and mages can't use sacred powers. And necromancy is a power that neither can use. However, he can wield all three powers, all thanks to the crazy girls from the temple and the two eccentric researchers. And just thinking about it makes him feel bad, because it was really terrible, and normal mages draw a heart circle to use mana. But unfortunately, this method can't handle the clash between necromancy and sacred power, and if he did that, his heart would probably be destroyed, and a circle made just for him is called an arterial circle. By combining the arteries around his body, he creates an impenetrable circle and releases the mana within it, and using his whole body, including his heart, as a circle, in addition to stopping the shock between necromancy and sacred power, also yields impressive results. However, since this is the closest he can get to a body modification, even the slightest mistake can lead to death, and he did not want to have to do that, because the last time he did, he only succeeded thanks to the other 4 girls, and it is really a drag, and he wonders if he will succeed this time. But he feels something strange remembering all of them, thinking that failing can't be as bad as spending 1,000 years in that temple. With a confident smile, he says he will start with the blood and is going to begin now. And so it is the end of the afternoon. The maid says it is already past dinner time and the young master is late. He usually runs late, but never asks for the meal and tells her not to bother him unless something big happens. But if something happened to him, she would not be able to help. Just to her surprise, our boy appears behind her saying he thought he told her not to call him prince. And when she looks, she is quite surprised to see Dave. And he asks if she was waiting for him, and she says yes. While he mentions that she is quite resilient, and it seems he has more work to do, and just as he hugs her, he only apologizes to Amy, saying he is at his limit and simply passed out here. And after that, he opens his eyes in his room and thinks that he worried for no reason, since in the end, she took care of him all night, and he remembers the thing he was hesitant to do. The artery circle was perfectly completed, and the 3 powers flow in his veins. At the top of this strange circle, there is another special effect, and the maid is waking up and she sees our boy awake and wonders what that is. While he thinks that it is unlimited, just moving a finger, he can use any simple spell, including restoration. He says good morning to her, and after that, 5 months passed and she happily says that there are herbs here. He says he understands and he is fine with what they eat now, while she says she is really grateful. And David thinks that it was exactly 3 months ago, since when his artery circle was completed. Their lives stabilized and someone left meat and vegetables in his castle, and he started to think it was the queen's plan. But there is no way she could come out perfectly fine at every time for no reason, and he feels that someone is definitely helping him. But he can't tell who it is, and he thought about this all night. But he could not figure it out, and he remembers that he felt a presence, and spreading Rasamana around the castle to find out who it is an easy task. Although he kept his distance from Amy so as not to disrupt her daily life, but this way he feels someone approaching. And this guy says they won't have problems with food this time, and he just asks her to go now while she asks where he is going. And David says they will have guests soon and she wonders who it could be. And our boy knows it is a messenger from the queen. And now in his room that guy is examining him and our boy asks, "So what? Does he think he will get better soon?" And that guy says that since the prince has been bedridden for so long, it is very dangerous to use his sacred powers on him, so he has to be grateful for what he has now. And Dave asks if it is about himself, while thinking it is nonsense for a guy who has not even used a healing spell as a worshipper of God. And the priest representing this nation, throwing away his responsibilities and just following orders is truly a disappointment. He should stop suffocating him with his words, and it is not like he could not heal him. But he does not want to do that, and Dave says he thought a silver weapon given to you would be able to heal. Trials are trivial immediately. While he thinks that, contrary to what he believes, he is completely healed, but the priest says he says that because he does not understand, and he asks what he does not understand, and that guy says that the use and knowledge of sacred power are given only to the priests. And even for a prince, he should not be so selfish. And so it is true that he looks so much like Prince Charles, which makes the maid say that he is in front of a prince, and can't talk like that. While that priest asks how this maid dares to speak to him like that and slaps her. "It is just that I should call him you." And that priest says that if he let a maid say whatever she wanted, it would also be a problem for him. Although she does not seem like much. He lifts her chin and says that this girl has a beautiful smile, which really angers David. And that guy says that since he came to her, she should at least be able to walk her to the door. And he says the exam is over and he will be back in 15 days. And he asks the maid to please accompany the priest. And she says yes, quite embarrassed, while the priest just gives a cheeky smile. And after they leave, that priest approaches Amy and asks her to remember this. She has to come alone at night, and remember that the prince's life is in the palm of your hand. And he asks if she is a royal maid and why she would care about that. Because he is just a sick prince, and still in his room. Our boy thinks he has a strange feeling that his body is getting cold. And how should he explain? It must be anger. And he has built a lot of dignity in the temple to be so simple like this, and the law of Dafin says he would be less than an animal if he could not control his anger. But his thoughts are different, and if he grabs his sword and heads towards them, those swords ask who he is. But when they come, they ask what the prince is doing there, while David thinks that proper anger is the source of life, and can also be the guide of his purpose. And with a little smile, he thinks if laziness is the key to progress, anger would be a fundamental force. And after taking down the two, that priest keeps saying that the prince's life is in his hands, and she asks if he is saying that this is a murder of royalty. But he asks what that has to do with him, since he is just a mixed blood, and the queen would say that he did the right thing and asks her if she thinks anyone from this kingdom is on Prince Dave's side. He says that besides that, who would dare to punish him? The queen's hands and feet. The sheep of the good shepherd. Only to his surprise, our boy right behind him starts laughing, saying that this is good, and the priest, quite scared, looks back, and our boy says he needed an apology too. Already cutting that guy's face. And the priest asks how, but David asks Amy what the penalty is for blasphemy against the royalty, while the priest says it can't be and how he can move. But David says that is why he was never promoted from his lower class position, and he never needed sacred magic from the start. And he asks Amy if he did not say he does not want to say the same thing twice. And she remembers his question and says that the immediate execution involves David cutting off that priest's head. But he did not cut it completely. That left a mark on her, and Daly says that Ren won't just watch this, and besides, the Holy Land, that David gives a little smile and thanks for the warning. But he assures that he and those on his side will also die, tearing their heads off. And now back at the office, Ren slaps Dave in the face, saying that to kill someone like the priest, a disciple of the Holy Land, he could do something like that as if it were nothing. But our boy said that priest threatened his life, and he just punished him according to the law, and asks if there is something wrong with that. But she goes to hit him again, but he asks if it is not funny. Before the coma, the laws of the kingdom were not so brutal, and all of this happened, and His Majesty the King is still silent. But to him, the one who punished someone for blasphemy, royalty would be penalized, saying that it simply does not make sense. And he asks, when did the status of members of royalty become something inferior that even a low-class priest could intimidate him? But R asks how he belittles His Majesty and the authority of royalty, and she says that there is no proof, and it does not matter the reason to kill him. There is nothing he can judge with that empty brain, and a complaint turned to the Holy Land immediately, and he knew he inherited his mother's stupidity. But David said it is clear he must follow his mother. And he just says he is the expendable one, and he and his mother are a pair of expendables. But our boy exudes his strength and tells Your Majesty, the Queen, that it is not good to approach someone's parents right in front of them, which left her trembling in fear. But at that moment, her maids step in front and protect the queen. And well, behind Dave, he smirks at that maid, saying it is nice to see her loyalty, and while it would be more interesting if he did a little more, he is going to leave it be, and talking too much is just putting another nail in the coffin, or having anyone else try to kill someone of royalty. It is no different than that. What shocks that woman again is her saying that there is no way he knew Carlos was guilty. And David gives her a smirk while thinking, of course he did. He is not stupid enough to keep a card up his sleeve for too long, and it does not suit his tastes. And he says he is tired and wants to get back to the topic, and he knew as soon as she slapped his cheek that she was not very attentive. And he asks her, please, as a lady, to be more elegant in his palace. And as she can see, the state of this castle is not very good, and she took the people who worked there. And he wants her, as the rude cleaning lady, to make sure that is fixed as soon as possible. And if it continues like this, a rather grotesque rumor could circulate. While he thinks that although it is not a bad idea, he should tell her it would be better for her to make a decision carefully, because he won't just stand by and watch her act like this. And after that, Rand starts breaking everything in her room, thinking that the kid is a bastard and how dare he disdain her, and she starts yelling at everyone around. But she says he should keep acting this way, and if his desire dies, there is nothing stopping her from helping, and the way he acts, not being able to tell heaven from earth, will be the reason for his death. And I gave him a tour around the castle, only hearing others say that it seems the rumor about the first prince is true, and there is no other explanation for his actions. Other than that, something is wrong with his head after he woke up from the coma, and Day realizes that after dealing with the priest, and the queen was notified, the situation inside the palace was as expected, and rumors began to circulate that the first prince Dave went crazy. And since half of the people in the palace were on Queen Line's side, his reputation plummeted. Only Day goes to the prince and is very happy. She says they arrived more today, and our boy asks if again, and she says yes. And he says he does not need medicinal herbs. Only she said there must be someone who knows about his good nature. And he asks her if his personality seems that good to her. Only she, very happy, says yes, while he thinks that she had an immediate response, and seems to be this way, even though he killed someone in front of her eyes. And she really is an amazing person. Only D, the old man, approaches and asks for permission, and he gives his greetings to the hope of the kingdom, and this is the great steward of the R family's affiliates, the Burschos. And the old man says they brought the sinners to him, just as Her Majesty the Queen ordered. And these people stole money from the expenses of his palace and fled. And our boy says he understands and recognizes all of them. He asks Bepos how this is usually punished, and the old man says it depends on his orders. But normally the punishment is for their capture and their close relatives. They start shouting for mercy. And Dev asks if that is right, and now that he thinks about it, there is an interesting rumor going around, and he thinks it says he is thirsty for blood. And yes, something like that must be circulating, so he asks if he should not act accordingly. But they plead with him for mercy and to spare their lives. And Dev tells Bepos to act now, and they start screaming. And Bepos says to put them in the cells, and not even give them a drop of water, and let them die for stealing the kingdom's precious money. While David thinks he will cooperate since this situation has become a bit interesting, and Bepos says they will be decapitated in 5 days. And the old man tells him that the positions that were vacant will be filled and allocated by noon, and David says that is fine. And he will keep Ami as his personal maid, and he should raise her salary to that of a high-class maid. And the old man says yes. But David says there is one more thing, and he asks if the audience with his father has not been allowed yet. And the old man says he is very sorry, while David asks if this is an order from his father or the queen. But the old man says he is just a messenger. And David says he understands, while the old man says that his majesty must be patient. And David says he knows what he is trying to say, and he is going to think about it, and should say that he is leaving. But before he leaves, our boy says he ate the food that was sent, which surprises the old man greatly, and he says the food is enough. But he does not have to keep sending medicinal herbs, and now that things have changed, maybe he should send some to other people too. And V gives a little smile, saying he fears he does not know what he is talking about, and it seems his gentle nature has been blessed. And anyway, a special guest is there to visit him. He will be taking his leave, and after he leaves, David thinks he is an old fool and is playing dumb, even though he has clear evidence. And the great Kimuraho Bispos, the head of all the people who work for the king, and he saw him quite a bit when he was younger, and he did not know there was anyone else by his side besides Anne in that palace. And he thinks that is right. Bepos had not said that there was someone waiting for him. And then she knocks on my door, and when she walks in, She tells your majesty that the fourth prince and the fourth princess have arrived, and to our boy's surprise, they both break the door and jump on him, calling him brother, and the girl named Inli is the second princess of the kingdom, and she says she is right on top of him, while she, very worried, asks if he is okay, and our boy thinks he can't say he was using mana control since he was with her. But then a guy holds his sister and tells her she should be more careful, and this guy is Barisi, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Ron, Inli's twin brother, and then he says he wanted to see him, brother David, and so it is said that the current king of the kingdom of Ron is Cryonesar Ron. He has 3 wives, including the current queen, Alina's Barrett, along with 2 other lovers, the first lover, Anisha, and the second lover, Alice, and when the second lover, Alice, is the perfect support for the queen, the first lover, Anisha, chose no side and decided to remain neutral, becoming a strange wife, and Barris and Inli are her children. So they are siblings from different mothers, and Burr apologizes for causing this mess, while she just stares at the two, and she breaks free from him and tries to kick him. But he manages to dodge, and he asks what she is doing. But she says that he is acting very decently and asks if he forgot that he was the one who started asking to see his brother first. And the two start fighting to see who loves their brother David more, while the friend asks if he is okay, and he thinks that they are the same. He heard that he was taking care of a group of thieves, and it seems to be true, and they really do not seem royal, unlike the line's children. However, they are still the siblings who are close to him, and who listen to everything he has to say. And so Barris says that it has been years since they were sent to a remote area after he fell into a coma. And our boy says that he briefly heard about their situations. And Barris and Inli were only 8 years old when he fell into a coma. And what could those helpless children do at that time? And when he thinks that besides that, the mistress Anisha sent her first daughter Dana to the foreign kingdom because of Queen Linus's plans, and she must have at least protected the children she left behind. And he says that he understands. And it is okay thinking that even though people are on their own, I do not seem to be able to accept that, and he asks them if they met their father, and the two say yes. They met before coming here. And our boy asks how he is, and Barris says he looks a bit tired. But my worried self tells him to wait and asks if he has not seen his dad yet. But our boy says he has not. But he will be able to see him someday. Which really surprises his sister, and Debur says they saw that on the way there. But the conditions of the palace are horrendous, and our boy says those bastard wolves that stole his money will go back to normal as soon as they are captured. But their brother says it can't be like that. They did all this while knowing he was in his room in a coma. And his sister says she is going to talk to their dad right now, but David just asks them not to waste their energy on that. But Barris insists, and he stops to look at our boy, telling him it is okay, and that he will take care of his own work, while he himself wonders if the reason it seems like there are so many people by his side is just his imagination. And then he says that putting that aside, he did not know Lin had so much talent for magic, and he saw they were in an artistic group, and he was quite impressed. But Bar says that idiot would get hurt if it were not for him. But Ilan says he is always running to her in fear. He asks what he means. And the kid says that to qualify for participating in the Continental Fencing Cooperation with that personality, he is incredible in some way. But our boy, quite surprised, asks what he means by a fencing competition, which stuns both of them. And they start saying that their plan was ruined and it is his fault. But the other one says it is her fault. And they keep arguing, but B says that he wants to give this to him. And it is a fencing competition that happens every 5 years. And this year's competition will take place in the Kingdom of Ballist. And it is a competition that encourages harmony among the continents. And our boy wonders if this is some kind of Olympics, while thinking there will be mercenaries and nobles. And there are a lot of different classes participating, and the kid tells his brother he should take this opportunity while he still can. Because basically, he has never been outside the kingdom. And so he made the request to his father. But Ilan says it was not him. It was, and they say that the Pillist Kingdom is a city of water. So it must be really beautiful. What our boy just stares at that letter. He starts laughing at the two who are really pissed off. And when they look at him, he says it is okay and there is nothing he can do about it. He can't reject the offer from the two siblings. And they are very happy throwing the chips up in the air. And for a moment, he thinks they are actually happier than he thought they would be. And as Baris said, he has practically never been outside the palace. And it would not be so bad to enjoy an event in this world at least once. He can also have a little fun. He is really anxious about it. And now in another palace, someone drinking says that the competition is messed up and the barista is turning 14 this year, so he is practically an adult too. And they must be talking among themselves now, and Mano asks him not to worry, because the young master has become more mature, and his calmness and splendid perception surprised him, seeing how much he has grown. And that guy drinking asks if it is enough. Even he is saying that, and it is quite sad. And now the next day, our boy is looking at a photo. The photo of his mother, and he says it is perfect, and who would have thought he prevented this place from becoming like a haunted house? And when he thinks it is all thanks to the quick, amazing work of the chambermaid Beppos, and now his palace looks more like a real palace. And even Emmy gets very emotional seeing all that newness, and she says that this day has really come while he looks at her, and wonders, maybe it was too much to push her this far. But she, crying, says she is very happy, and is great that things are finally going well. And his brother asks if he is ready. And our boy says yes, but asks if it is time, and tells Emmy to pack everything and take care of it for him. And now they are heading to the kingdom of Pilist. And so we are told that the Continental Fencing Tournament some time ago was an event that attracted everyone's attention, and besides that, it had a huge influence, and besides Barris's participation, he was allowed to go under the excuse of being sick. And even if he can't, if Barris manages to achieve anything like that, the stupid second position of Prince Carlos will definitely be shaken. And for some reason, Rana easily agreed to Barris's participation in the competition, and it is as if she was sure he would not achieve anything. Or maybe she is planning something. Just then, someone approaches, and they start greeting the king of the kingdom, the kid, and Ron, the current king of the kingdom of Ron. While our girl just stares at that old man thinking that this person supposedly wants her father. And it is the first time seeing him since he woke up from his coma. And he avoided her quite a bit over the last 6 months, and gave the king permission to lift his head. And he asks Barris if he is confident. And the boy says yes, as he will make sure to represent the kingdom well through his achievements. And the king just asks him to come back safely, while he just stares at our boy from afar. And David just looks at him very seriously, but the king just turns around and says it is good to see he is healthy, while our boy shows no reaction and thinks he won't waste his emotions on him now. But he wonders if this is really the current king. And this is a guy up ahead saying that the 4th Prince Barris's participation in the Continental Fencing Tournament is of great importance. And for this reason, they will lift the curfew and start the festival. And our guy thinks he has no trace of his old heroic and trustworthy personality. And he has changed a lot. It is as if he were the old lion, completely exhausted. And now in the carriage, Barris asks if it is not boring. And even if it seems that way, they hired elite guards, so not even wild animals could approach them. And his sister asks if there is something uncomfortable with him. But David just says he is fine and tells them not to worry. And his sister says that since they prepared this wine for them, they do not have time to worry. Even though her brother tells her that she should be responsible while drinking. But she tells him that it is the first time she has tasted such a fragrant wine. And she asks where he got such a rare wine. And our boy wonders if there is any reason his mother left him this wine that he does not know. And the siblings ask if they can drink something so valuable. And Divs asks why he would leave something there that was meant to be consumed, and what if it was not meant to be drunk? And on a day like this, where else would he drink? And his brother says he has changed a lot, and he used to not give up anything that their mother left behind. While our boy thinks that these little jerks have a good memory, and they start drinking more wine. And now, at dusk, the guy says they will leave tomorrow morning, and it seems like it will take another day to reach the police kingdom. And this will be his first time camping outside. He asks if something is bothering him, but our boy says he is fine and the carriage is quite big too. He asks how Helen is doing, and his sister just says that he managed to get her to go somewhere else because she must have drunk too much. And he asks if he remembers, since he used to say he wanted to camp outside one day. They are doing the same thing now. And even though they tried to keep the parade as short as possible, since they thought it would be hard for him, our boy knows this trip could be quick if they were on horseback. And he is reading this way because they want to see how far his patience goes and if there are things that have changed. Maybe others won't change either. And then he thanks his brother, says goodnight to him, and goes over to ask if he is going to rest a bit. But our boy says the moon is prettier than usual, and he picks up a stick and says it would be perfect to go back. And some guy is saying that red is Cyrus and blue is Cryas. And they also call Cyrus the one who makes the beginning shine, and Cryas the one that lights up the end. Someone next to you says he knows a lot, while Karen says that just a common 9-year-old would be smarter than him, while another guy says he should have conversations like that with a woman. But someone approaches and asks what he is mumbling about alone, while that guy gets startled thinking it was a ghost. Our boy staring at both thinks it was him using some medium ghost magic, while he thinks there were 5 guards that the twins hired and 4 of them are elite, expert swordsmen. So it is enough while nothing big happens. But he thinks it is obvious that something would happen. Things like being attacked by assassins. And then he realizes there are about 20 of them. And they probably plan to attack them while they are sleeping, and even hid their bloodlust with assassins. They really are great. This is obviously that woman's contract, and the opportunity given to her to kill him. The bar. And Winley. And there is no way she would let something like this slip by, and he is not exactly happy about revealing his strength and getting suspicious looks. But when he thinks about it, it really does not matter with his stick. He just thinks that people who live like this won't live for long. He jokes about the body of 3 of those guys, and thinks that if they do not have teeth, they must use their gums. And Pegasus Dokujan taught him fencing and told him that, and anything he holds in his hands can become a weapon. And he should not forget that. There are no rules for fighting, and weapons are an extension of your body, and depending on how he thinks, a piece of cloth can be a great and unique sword. And he wonders if they are only capable of enduring this. They have not even come close to Hermes, who taught him the hand of death. And then he says they are ignorant bastards. And he is just asking to confirm. And then he asks if Queen Line sent them there. He just tells them to leave if they do not want to answer. But quickly advancing behind one of them, he says nothing will change anyway. This is the question that woman tried to get through this. And 3 royals. The whole kingdom would tremble. And even Reliance would have trouble because of this. He wonders if there is a reason for her to be so confident. But elsewhere, the servant sees several red candles. And our boy continues killing those assassins. And I ask the others why they have not run yet. Or if maybe they still do not understand what is happening there. And he tells them to leave and tell her that he will destroy everything she has, even if she does not care about him anymore. And the 3 start to run, while our boy, smiling, just asks them if they are really running. Because he said that just to lie to all of them, and he cuts off one head and the bodies of the other 2, and with one still alive. Our kid says how can he believe this idiot? And the main principle of a killer is patience. Just like a murder. And if no one is watching, it is a murder, and that is a famous saying, so they should remember that with 2 more coming at him. While he says it is useless to attack him from behind. But he realizes there is someone running while the others are fighting. He quickly takes out the 2, saying they are not worth it, and he thinks that the egg is marked, and he already prepared for it as soon as he saw them all. And when they do not make it to the other side, they won't be able to escape this, and he freezes with his fingers. Freezing that guy's body, he just falls dead on the ground. While he thinks it is a bit brutal to do this. But everyone who taught him said to put an end to things properly. And do not be merciful to those who want to kill you. And that is what they said. And that was a proper end. And whatever happens, as long as no one finds out, it is a perfect murder. And now back to the queen's palace. She asks how it went, and the maid says that all the candles are connected to the lives of her students, and all of them have gone out. And the queen asks if they were killed, and she says yes. And she asks about the bastards, and the maid says they just arrived in the kingdom of Pelist. And the queen slaps her face, saying that this is how she has been taking care of things, and it was just 3 children and 5 knights. And if she is really telling her that 20 people were killed by them, and that the black one is only capable of that. But the maid says that they are still investigating what happened. But it seems the prince is ahead. And she asks, what do you mean? And who would help those damned mixed breeds? And she wants her to find out who is helping. Because she will teach them what happens when they get in her way. And the maid says yes. And she asks her not to forget the reason why she works with them, and there should be no mistakes. And if she does not succeed this time, her contract will end, and she will read the power of the Barrett family until the power of this country to destroy the Black Moon Guild. The maid says she will keep that in mind. And now the next day arriving in the Pest Kingdom. Wei says they have arrived, and our boy thinks they are finally there. The Water Kingdom, Pest, is a small city-state the size of Singapore on Earth, but it is built on top of a historical ruin, and is one of the most beautiful places on the continent. And Beerus says that judging by his demeanor, he seems quite happy, and our boy does talk here, thinking about what it is like, where the Continental Sword Fighters competition takes place, and they keep saying that this stadium is usually used as a fighting arena. And they are known for having fighters, and even monsters fighting for their lives, and it is completely barbaric, and our boy wonders anyway what the competition is like, and if he saw how many people are participating. And Beers says it seems like 8 countries are participating this time, and starting with the host country. They mention the Kingdom of Jordan and so on, and the competition is centered around the representatives of each kingdom as the main focus. And David thinks that in the end it is just a battle of pride between countries. And he says it is a bit boring, since only those under 20 can participate. But his brother says it is, because it is a competition for the younger generation. And our boy says that from what it looks like, it is not a competition to find talented people. And Willen says, for your information, The representative of his kingdom is that idiot over there, while he asks if she is there to cheer him on or to annoy him. He just stares at the two, thinking that Barace's skills are of a mid-level expert, and his rank is below a master swordsman. Which is impressive considering his age, and something to look forward to, but William said now that she thinks about it. The representative of the Kingdom of Fallen is the famous Sword Princess. And our boy asks who she is, and Will asks how he does not know her, and there is no one in the Ron Kingdom who does not know this name, while David thinks that usually she is quite confident in her memory. But she can't remember him, because obviously he was in a coma, and he remembers this from when he was the only princess in the kingdom speaking among 9 princes. She is the favorite to be the heir to the throne. And Beerus says it is clear that her fame comes from being the only princess of a large kingdom, like the Speaking Kingdom. But it is not just that. The reason she is famous is because she is the owner of the Sword of God, and our boy asks, "What Sword of God?" And Willen replies, "She is known as God's favorite sword, the Sword of Calderas, and it is a work of art made over 100 days and nights." And David thinks it has been a while since he heard that name. And it is because his first teacher back at the temple had the Sword of God, Ars, and even though he was lazy, he was really skilled, and he heard that sword's name so much that his ears bled. And they say that this sword was the one that killed Lord Demon, and in contrast with Pegasus, Gojam at the Demonic Academy. As he thinks about it, it is normal for him to leave a mark somewhere. But it still feels a bit strange. It is just that a girl walks by him and stops to stare at our boy, while someone next to her asks the lady what happened. And she says it is nothing, and Sobi says it was said that the Sword of God has never been damaged in any way. And he heard that whoever has their ego absorbed by it then manifests magic by themselves. And Will says that the owner of this sword is chosen after hundreds of years. And the chosen one was Princess Helena. But Beer says there is one more reason why Princess Helena is so famous, and Dev asks if there is more. And Beer says yes. And it is the fact that she is one of the 5 blossoming beauties of the continent. And that is the other reason our boy starts clapping, while thinking about the fact that she owns the sword. That is the most attractive thing about her, and after that day, our well-dressed boy asks if there is something simpler. But the blushing girl says that this is already very simple. And her dignity represents the kingdom of Ron, and even if he does not like it, he has to dress this way, while our boy thinks he is just a spectator. And now at the Eve festival, Willen and her brother go up to our boy. And David says she looks beautiful, and she is very happy saying that he looks nice too. But her brother just tells him not to compliment her so much, only for her to step on his foot and grab our boy, saying that he will have the honor of being her partner. While her brother thinks it is a little silly, and down below someone is getting out of their carriage. And that helper asks Your Majesty what happened, and she just says it is a bit noisy. But someone tells her that they should please be gracious, as this is an opportunity for the younger generation to build new relationships. And someone tells her that they heard she visited the village during the day and asks how it was. And she picks a flower and says it is not so bad for such a barbaric place. And now at the pre-event banquet of the Continental Tournament, several nobles won't talk to each other. And our boy wonders if they are the participants of the Continental Fencing Tournament, and it is as expected for a tournament with an age limit. Everyone there is very young, and of course, those like him and Inley, where the participant's companion is much older. But still, there are a considerable number of young people there. Among these people, the most popular participant is there. And everyone starts greeting Prince Barris, and there are many girls around saying it is a pleasure to meet him while he is very nervous. And our boy in the back thinks that considering his skills, it is pretty obvious it would be him. And anyway, this tournament is a good chance for him to make friends and gauge his opponents. And Henry is getting little attention and has become quite outgoing. But then Bades looks at our boy and starts asking for help, while he just says he is going to dance with Rai, and he mentally apologizes to him while thinking that youth should be cherished. And while they dance, his sister says that despite how she dresses, it has been a while since she entered the high social circles that our boy talks about. Of course. And she asks him if he is not feeling a bit frustrated, and if that incident had not occurred, he could also participate in that tournament, since he had the talent for that grima. But Dev asks if she is not giving him too much credit because even so, reaching an advanced level at 14 would have been impossible, and if she thinks about it, talent is just a delusion. Since if you do not back it up with hard work, then you won't be able to achieve anything. While he thinks that in his case, he had thousands of years to perfect himself, and he says that now that kind of thing does not matter anymore, and he says that his dream is to enjoy a peaceful life. And she starts laughing, saying he looks like an old man. But she smiles at him beautifully, but to her surprise, someone comes up behind her saying it is a surprise to find her in a place like this, and what comes closer to her is saying that he has been waiting for their meeting, and our boy asks who that creep is and if he is close to Henry. But he stares at her and realizes she is fine. And that guy takes her hands and asks if he would honor him by taking a little of his time to talk, but she politely interrupts, calling him Prince, and is already talking to her brother because it makes him really mad and says that he was truly rude. Yeah. And he is the 7th prince of the kingdom of Voltus, Barton of Volts, and our boy says his name is Dave Ron. And that guy asks if that is all, while our boy thinks, what does he want me to do? And that little prince asks what brings him here, and our protagonist says he is here to watch his brother's match. And that kid says he understands and tells him to just remember to perform his best. And then he kneels before Princess Henry and says he will dedicate his victory in this continental fencing tournament to her, and she should look forward to it. But the princess asks if he realizes what he just said. It was rude to everyone in this hall. But he says if that is true, then it is not rudeness. But she says that, by the way, Barris is participating in this tournament too, and what he said is nothing but an act of belittling him. He just tells Dave to leave, while our boy thinks it looks like that little one has matured. But it does not seem like he is going to leave her alone. But that guy goes up to her and asks if she is taking his case a bit seriously. And David thinks that is the most he will allow, and so he makes that guy trip and says his hand slipped. And he starts twisting his hand and tells him he should not lean his little hands on his dear little sister carelessly, and he must consider himself lucky, because he saved his bones, and he can't compromise Barry's match because of people like him. And it seems like his personality led him to be this way, which really pisses that guy off, throwing his glove at our boy, and he says he challenges him to a duel, which surprises everyone, and Henry tells him he can stop right there. But he tells her to stay out of it, because this matter is about Sonra as a knight. But to everyone's surprise, someone approaches, saying that if someone was looking for honor, then he would know that he just did something extremely rude. And when they come, it is that girl from before, and she says she has been watching all this time. He will personally ask the prince if he thinks he has the right to speak about honor, which really surprises our boy as he looks at her saying the name Harris. And thus it is said that the god of the sword, Harris, an ancient hero who ruled the Empire of Fallen, which became one of the 3 great powers of the continent, is said to have been the true owner of the holy sword of Calderas, and the founder of the now forgotten fencing of Clymer. And those who perfected their fencing could supposedly marry in Toonami, with just the swing of their blade. And that kind of feat for that old arrogant man is something grand. And after he says the name Harris, she stares at him, quite surprised. But people are saying that this is Princess Helena of the Empire of Fallen, and our boy thinks he messed up. But Helena was talking, the bearer of the sacred sword. How can she look so much like Harris? And Harris was handsome, but he was definitely a man. And for Harris to now be a woman in such a high position, it must be a misunderstanding on his part. Just then she approaches him and asks what he said a little while ago. And our guy says it was nothing and just asks for forgiveness. But he looks at him with doubt and just tells him to forget it. He just gives a little smile, wondering what just happened, and if his brother comes up and asks what happened. But like that girl goes up to that prince. You rude with the lady and your partner. He disrespected everyone there. And our boy looks at her and thinks that the identity of the forbidden treasure is really unbelievable. And she keeps looking at him, asking if he really is worthy of his honor. And she says that if you really consider yourself a knight with a code of honor, then you should apologize to those 2 guests. Which makes him really mad, while Davis thinks that regardless of his intentions, someone as proud as him won't apologize easily. And he gives a little smile and says he wants to see what will happen. And he says he will accept the duel, which surprises that guy a lot. And then he asks what he is doing while our boy confidently stares and thinks he won run away from him. And so Helena says that this fight is pointless, and there is no reason to do this. But our boy says that the one who decides this is him. And then he asks the kid what he said he wanted with a duel. And he takes his glove and says he is definitely going to accept. And in the middle of the duel, that kid is thinking what a drag. His posture is terrible. He does not even know how to control his power properly. And there is no way he can lose this battle. But he does not understand why this is happening with the sword coming at him. And everyone is just watching that fight, while David says he got hit again. And that guy calls him cursed and glares at him really pissed off. But he hears the nobles asking how many times he has been hit. And even if he had his guard down, is he going to get hit 3 times? That is already a lot. He wonders if he really is Van and thought he was almost an expert. And maybe he is not all that. That guy just needs to shut up and stop chattering about things they do not know. And Davis thinks that is what he knows. And he has reached his peak of anger, exactly for this reason. He learned this fencing technique, and its official name is drunken fencing, the intoxicated blade, and as the name suggests, it is a style that makes it seem like the user is drunk, and the invention of the biggest drunk in the hero's hall, the Dokjon, and also De, which he found interesting because it is the most wicked scoundrel style of fencing. And going back to the past, that Doc Jun says he created the most wicked style of fencing, and he is really excited about it. And A said it is serious. If he is not going to use it against someone despicable, then he should not use it, or he would be inhumane and without any conscience. And our boy thinks it was a style that even the two creators treated as a taboo. And he asks themselves why. Because he wanted such a strong and cutting blow, and because it is so powerful. But it is not for any of that, and if he blocks the boy's strike one more time, and hits him with the sword again, while thinking that the problem is because this fighting style is like he is manipulating and deceiving the opponent. And it is a style that does not aim to protect someone or even to kill, but its goal is to completely embarrass the opponent in front of everyone. And this style fits perfectly with its title, aiming to open up the opponent to avoid an attack and execute a final blow. And this fencing style really irritates the other person, and once again he throws him to the ground thinking that the more people watch, the greater its effect, just like now. And he says he can't say his consultation is or his opponent is incapable. He asks if he is okay while thinking that this is funny. No matter how he thinks about it, he is more suited for this style of fencing than the usual one. And in terms of worrying about more fun, that is what he is trying to say, while that Princess Alina just stares at our boy. But the kid, really angry, says he is going to kill him now, drawing his sword, while two twin brothers say this is a spiritual sword. And if that prince went crazy, with a wicked smile, he says this is a training session with no intent to kill, and it is too late to regret now. As he lunges at our boy, and Davis thinks that if more coincidences happen, this will become suspicious. And besides that, he feels a cold gaze on him since the beginning and takes a step forward. That guy says he caught him with the sword coming really close to his eyes. But to that boy's shock, they ask where he is, and Davis gives a little smile and thinks he is a damn idiot and knocks him to the ground. And right on top of him, that kid says he is despicable, but our boy drives his sword right next to his ear and says it was unintentional. They really fell down, and he starts laughing while the people around wonder why the prince is on the ground, and our boy says it looks like he won. And people are saying that Prince Valen put on a disastrous fight, and it was really disappointing. And Prince Dave did really well. He was wondering if he was not like this a few months ago, and that is why he could not hold a sword properly. But things went in his favor, and maybe somehow he is lucky in this second life. And that prince just listens to everyone talking about him, and gets really pissed and sad, while the other princess just thinks it was a great show. But he is really a fool, and he is coming back now, and her company tells her to wait, while our boy just sees her leaving, and thinks she is really cold. And now in the carriage, his sister is saying that he was reckless, and he should not have caused that ruckus. But Dee asks why he is so tense. It is already over. They handled the situation well. But his brother says he was lucky and his attitude is crap, but his skills are not. And David asks how he knows that. And Beerus says they saw his performances in the previous matches. He keeps going after William every time, and he says he is really a terrible guy. And our boy says that just as he imagined, his plan was well executed. They ask, what do you mean? But Biz says that anyway, he got lucky and should not try anything like that next time, and he preferred that he did not do anything else. But our boy grabs his hand and starts squeezing. And he asks how he can have such insane strength. And David just says that he should not treat him like he is a patient, and he will take his advice, since it came from his dear little brother, while he thinks it was inevitable that sooner or later they would find out. But his happy sister says she is relieved that her brother is really amazing and catching someone off guard when they could not overcome the weight of a sword strike. And our boy says that he really did not expect to be defeated in such an exceptional way. But it still worked. And now back in his room, that kid starts breaking everything around him, asking how he dares to humiliate him, the one who will be the next Prince of Buckets. He thinks he has a radiant appearance and unmatched talent, and there are few things in this world that he can't have. And the Princess of Ron, his feelings for her are somewhat indifferent, but he chose her as his future bride, knowing that he would also have Beerus, an experienced mid-level sword subordinate. And thanks to Ron, the conversations about marriage with them were going well. But now they ask why he has to go through all this. This made everyone leave immediately and keeps breaking things, saying he will definitely kill him. But next surprise, someone appears in his room asking if he wants to kill. He asks who it is, and the person asks if he wants to kill him, and that prince asks, who the hell are you? And then the maid appears saying she can help him kill that boy. And the kid asks if he can really kill him, and she says yes, and she will help him cut his flesh and dislocate his bones. And he asks what her name is, and she says it is Sereo and tells him he will remember this, and he becomes completely hypnotized, and she just says to leave it to her. He can just do whatever he wants. And now on the day of the tournament, Someone told our boy that the elimination round against Barris is about to start, and David says yes. As he continues, he circles in his magic and thinks he is still very far away, and me asking how come. But he says it is nothing and he is just talking to himself. And Baresi is ready for his fight, and his sister is watching in the stands. And on the other side, his opponent is that prince from before. Smirking. Thinking today is the day, and now the tournament is about to start, and our boy goes to the stands thinking the audience is fired up, and he realizes Baresi's match will start in the afternoon. And he can't believe he wasted his time watching an amateur match. Dinta jumped over everything with excuses that he was sick. And his sister reaches out and says she is there. She asks if he is okay. And our buddy says yes. When he finds her, he says he was sick because he overdid it yesterday. While he thinks he can say he was just lying, he really did have a stomachache yesterday. And he was able to won a mana circle when he was younger. This led to gaining power to destroy random assassins from the royalty. But he can't get sick like this because he can't achieve complete domination. And he used to normally go to the bathroom at the temple. And if it continues like this, he will have to apply his sacred power to the stomachache too. And he tells himself to look because that is Barris. And Platty starts shouting his name and says she loves him. And our boy says the match is about to start, and he wants to see who his opponent will be. And with a little smile he says this matchup is very cruel. And they put these two together too early, and if the two face each other, and if the judge says the blades are blunt. But any attack that puts life at risk will be prohibited, and they can also be penalized for imbuing the sword with human during the attack, so they must be cautious. And our boy thinks public opinion is no joke. But the sister worries that Barez will get hurt from getting too excited like a raging calf. But he tells her that Barez is experienced. He will be fine. And he is also protected, and she asks, what do you mean? And now the judge tells them to take a step forward and activate a barrier. And the two stare at each other. And that little guy tells them to start, and they hit each other. While our boy thinks that because of Clive in yesterday's match, that Valencian makes unexpected moves with his sword, and in contrast, Baresi uses his strength to deal massive damage to an opponent. And just comparing their styles, Barez is at an advantage, and on top of that, Valen can withstand Barez's heavy attacks, and he will try to avoid direct combat. But to everyone's shock, even Barez, that kid has gotten much stronger with an arrogant smile while he wonders how he blocked that attack, and that guy keeps laughing like a psychopath and attacking Barez. The audience says it is amazing and they are fighting very fiercely, and they say he is incredible. They did not know this Valencian was so strong and he has potential. So maybe he has improved since yesterday. But David thinks that is impossible. Even a genius needs to dedicate time and a lot of effort to reach a certain level of skill. And just like Barez has to work hard to use a long sword, even though Valencian is holding up well, soon he will reach his limits, but he wonders what that is next to his sword, and he has a strange feeling. And his mom keeps saying she has never seen Beryl move that fast. That means he improved during the match. He should train more, and our boy gets happy thinking he is right. He is really dedicated, with him remembering the past. With his mom telling him he would become a knight when he grew up, and he thinks he must have invited him to show how much he has improved. And it has been years. And he can see how much effort he put into this, but as for him, this sword technique can't be mastered in a short amount of time. And it is like he is a completely different person from yesterday, and also that strange feeling. A very dangerous feeling, and he wonders what that is, and now Baresi is confident he can win the fight. But he thinks he did not expect Valencian to wield his long sword. And he is persistent and not bad as an opponent. And his movements are strange. So he should stay alert. And he wants to end this now. And he wants to see if he can resist using his decisive point. And right above him, ready to attack, that brave one gives a psychopathic smile. And Bar wonders if he is trying to die. He already stopped his attack in time and starts to set up his next combo. But to his shock, that kid starts to exude a flow of mana and his sword touches right on his chest, while Barres thinks he is going to die. And this scene flashes back to the previous night with Dave's hand training his sword, while David approaches him asking if everything is okay, and tells him he could not sleep because of him. While he apologizes, he says that Inley has already gone to sleep, and the main attraction of tomorrow's matches is still awake late at night, while he told him that he could not sleep. And Prince Valencian managed to win against him once. But he is not satisfied with that, because he wants to destroy him with his own strength, and David just says that he has no doubts about it, and asks him not to worry, because he will do well tomorrow. He just keeps reading his book, and thinks that he has good flow and good posture. He has a smooth and honest mana flow. They ask if maybe he should help him a little. And it is a method that would bring the cause to the people if it went public. But he is his brother and does not have to excite him, and from the world. He notices David looking in his direction and wonders what it was. But our protagonist puts a hand on his shoulder and says he will give him a massage and tells him to close his eyes and relax his muscles. And he starts to do some kind of mana transfer and modify a bit of his body, thinking that it will be a bit painful now. And at that moment, he feels his body hurting a lot and he just asks him to please stop. Meanwhile, David just says it must be because he spends the whole night practicing instead of sleeping and resting, but he thinks that actually the mana of the one applying activates the mana of the other party using friction between the two to activate the flow of strength. And it seems easy. But this method is from another world, breaking the rules of this world and stopping to think. He realized that it is a place that gives great messages on the mainland, and if he says Yola Pong and gives a good slap on your back, while his brother asks what kind of language that is, D slaps him on the back again. And after he is quite tired, Dai thinks it was excellent. It is working really fast, and it won't help him right away. But it will make him a little better. But at that moment he had another idea and tells him to get up now, because he will catch a cold if he sleeps there, thinking it will protect him. While his mom says that he is really bad, and if there is no better way to help him get up, but Dav only sends him to his room now if he does not want a full ultra massage. And his brother starts running while Deviva puts a protection on his body because he was excited for tomorrow. And at that moment that sword touches his chest, and he managed to protect himself. And even Valishan's sword is thrown far away, while Mid does not stay quiet and wonders what just happened. And the prince's sword seems to be red. And everyone wonders if that fallen person, right, is Prince Barris, and they ask themselves what the hell happened there, and why Demana's shield is cracked. And at that moment everyone starts celebrating while Willan says that his brother Bob made it. But when he looks at Dave has already disappeared from there. While Burry starts to spit blood, those referees call for a pause, saying that Prince Valencia has gone too far and has broken the rules by trying to kill his opponent. And this is an act that could lead to a declaration of war. And not only will he be penalized, but also the hosts of this duel. And this summoner asks for calm from the prince. But quickly, the prince grabs his neck, lifts him up, and simply explodes his head, shocking everyone at that moment. And everyone wonders why the prince just killed him. And this prince, who is no longer a prince, starts to give a sadistic smile, and a demonic shadow appears behind him. And after the shocking scene, everyone starts to run in fear. While still in the arena, that prince laughing begins to shout, emanating his evil aura. Meanwhile down below, our boy Smythe, looking at his brother on the ground, and David asks if he is okay, and Perez asks about the competition while David says he did well and can calm down now. And the bar, smiling, asks if he saw him create a mana barrier, which really surprises our boy, thinking that this mana barrier is a specialist level barrier created by its own mana to protect its owner from danger, and he had ensured to arm it if necessary. But it was thanks to Barris's own strength that he is 100% fine, and he is only 14 years old. And anyone would be very proud after demonstrating that, and for him to say that after almost dying, he is very polite. And David says it would be cuter to see him cry while saying that it hurts. And Dave tells him to stop talking like an old man and go to sleep now. And after he puts him to sleep, and he is being carried out on a stretcher, our boy watches the arena calling for Valishan. And now above the arena, those wizards from before try to inflict damage on the prince. But nothing happens. They ask what that is and how the prince is still alive while his flesh is being torn little by little. And in that way, the wizards say he is stronger than they are. And now the priority is to help the audience evacuate, as the barrier won't hold much longer. But in that way, to everyone's surprise, David climbs into the arena, and they ask who he is and scream for him not to go there, as it is very dangerous and he can't get any closer. But David does not care about anything, and Ramander up there is very worried, screaming for him, and if our boy is okay next to that prince who looks more like a demonic beast. And our hero says that he looks a bit different from the night before, and now he wonders how he should proceed with him, with Valian once again exuding his demonic power and frightening everyone as he charges at Dave. And in that way, right in front of our boy, his sister appears telling him to get out of there. What shocks Dave is that in a moment of distraction, he gets caught by the valet, and so someone grabs his clothes and pushes him back, telling him to step aside. And our surprised boy asks what she is doing there. Princess Helena, and after she saves him, the valet glares at her with great anger, while she activates her sacred sword skill. Heavy sword, the mountain splitter, trying to cleave him in half. And with the clash of the sword, part of the arena breaks, and our boy, far away, is very surprised by her power, wondering if she is really stealing from her opponent. And after the attack, that princess keeps punching that monster who used to be the old one, it seems, and she is very shocked by that sight, realizing that he suffered no damage. He is just even more irritated, and he starts exuding monstrous power. But in the middle of his scream, The princess runs at him and starts kicking his face and punching his stomach, and then she strikes for another fierce attack on him, throwing him far away, causing an explosion, while the wizards back there are saying that he has no chance. He is too strong and there is no way he survived. Looking at him fallen on the ground, thrown against the wall, and in this way, everyone celebrates that your majesty has won. They should hurry and capture him now. And in this way, Winley says she will take care of it now and look for shelter, but our boy, looking at her, thinks she is really energetic. And he realizes she is better than most of the clumsy ones there. And with a lot of anger, he raises his sword to the sky and gritting his teeth, calls him a vampire. What surprises our boy is just staring at her, wondering what this is, and this way, with the wizards capturing the old prince, she charges at him with her sword. Meanwhile, he must be wondering if this is really what he thinks it is, with that chain prince, aiming her nails at his chest. Our boy is shocked watching that scene as he basically sticks his hand into his body, giving a little smile to the princess. And from there he manages to break free, and Dev realizes that this is the blood of Paulus. And suddenly the whole arena is surrounded by red snow, and all the wizards are lying on the ground while Winnie is hugging our boy, struggling for breath. And he tells her that it is okay and she will be fine. But she says it is nothing and just asks him to stay safe. But he tells her to rest a bit, and as soon as she wakes up from this dream, everything will go back to normal. And after she sleeps, our boy is happy that she seems more at peace. But after that, he gets even happier, thinking that now it is time to act. And if he does not act soon, the necromantic mana will mix with the air. This is going to be very bad, and he thinks that his mind is screaming, saying that he is tired of this. And if he reaches a point where he can connect with his mana, this power starts to become a being of its own. And as he knows, he has 3 different powers, and they still have some pretty annoying personalities. And the necromantic mana is basically a psychopath, so it is more effective to use. On the other hand, the little sister is at tsundere, usually hard to deal with. But when you start relying on her, she acts normal, as if nothing is wrong. And lastly, there is the sacred power, which is the most stubborn of them all. And the sacred power has no intention of listening to you, and is definitely the laziest personality of all. And they ask when this damn sacred power will be activated, thinking that if it does not create a fuss like this, it won't even show up. And with that, a glow appears in front of him, and he thinks the sacred little sister has finally shown up with several angels surrounding him and his sister. And in this way, a bright light appears in the sky, and he says that with this, there should not be any problems for him for a while. And now that he can see it again, it is pretty scary. And the blood of Paulus, the city of blood, as the name suggests, is a power that steals the vital essence of living beings, increasing its own strength and the area around them. And the current limit of his holy magic is up to the 4th layer, and it is not enough power to save everyone in the stadium. But he thinks he can come up with a good reason to save everyone, except for his sister and brother. Of course, he at least feels happy that Perez is no longer there. This rises from the stands and stares at that monster, saying that now that there are no people watching, he will start to fight. But to his surprise, that princess stands up again, still very affable, staring at Dave B in front of her without understanding anything. And this way Dave faces that girl, thinking this is the worst feeling. To think that Via is someone who could keep her consciousness within the blood of Paulus, and this Alina from Fallen. They do not call her the bearer of the divine sword for nothing, and in any case, she remains as beautiful as ever, even on the brink of death. And if she faces Dave, Dave goes up to her and touches her shoulder, and to his surprise, he injects the holy power into her, and he asks if she has finally managed to regain her consciousness. And she is very surprised by that, and he says that even so, the level of danger has not changed, and if she is okay, he tells her not to get in his way. And she is very nervous, telling him to wait. It is the trick he just pulled. And he grabs her arm and asks how he does not have a single scratch. And he thinks that is it. He thought she would understand the situation. But he thinks for a poor prince who knows how just a few months ago being external is scared of his state. He gives her a little smile and says who knows, thinking that he does not care and won't tell her anything, which makes her quite nervous while he thinks he is her savior and that she should not hate him so much. And then she tells him to go back anyway. And that is not something he can fix. And he asks, what do you mean you can't fix it? While thinking that she is very small. And she says that is right. It is not something he can fix just by luck, like he did yesterday at the banquet. And the nobles of the night say they are the descendants of the blood of demons, which is mentioned in ancient books. And she is sure that he has at least heard about vampires. And she says that a little luck won't help him with that, and a person like him who can't feel any mana being torn apart. So she tells him to run away immediately while he says he thinks he would not let him go so easily. But she says she will do her best to stop him while he escapes. And while she gets really nervous, our boy thinks she is very dependent. However, Unlike yesterday, she seems more sincere, as if she had found an enemy bow from another life, and with that, the scene shifts to a flashback in a mansion, with the girl watching the woman twisting her mother's neck with a dark look at her, which made the girl tremble with fear and become traumatized by it, and she thinks she has not forgotten for even a moment since that day. What are these vampires? She thinks she will finish them all and cut the evil at its roots until her last breath. And this one demon begins to exude its power, while she really wants to charge at him. But this way she receives a blow to the back of her neck and falls to the ground in defense. Asking what that was, and David says he does not know why she is obsessed with vampires. But she should not interfere with his work, and she asks what he means by that while he tells her to sit down and watch. And that way the vampire rushes at him, while our boy says it has been a while. Thinking that the number of times he fought there at the temple, since he got out, there was hundreds of times. Or actually it was thousands of times, and with a giant vampire right in front of him. Our Lady thinks that if it is a vampire, then there is no one in this world who knows them better than he does. At least of those who are alive, and the infected strengthened by the blood of Paulus, should not be too much trouble, and he says he is going to send him to the next life as many times as he wants, and he simply holds his blow with his fingers, and then strikes him with a slap, saying it seems like he has not learned his lesson, even after losing to him yesterday. And then Dev says it is his turn, with his necromantic power in hand being launched against the monster's heart, commanding it to die by his power using skill. Piercing the combustion of the blood vessel. And if his strike goes through the monster breaking part of the stadium, it surprises a lot of girls back there, saying that is impossible. And then after throwing the monster out of the stadium, breaking part of it, the girl is very shocked, wondering what the hell that is, with that broken statue in the middle. And our boy turns to her and says that he finally feels relieved, while she does not understand what power it is that he just unleashed, and wonders if this is really possible for the infected, that even the knights, the wizards, or his sword can't stop, separated by a simple human that she can't feel a drop of mana from, and above all, an unfortunate prince who was in a coma a few months ago. And he extends his hand and tells her to get up, and he starts coming toward her face, very scared. And she does not know what to do but accepts the reality and reaches out her hand to him, only to her surprise, our boy asks to borrow her sword, which leaves her very lost and very embarrassed by what she just did. She says that, as he can see, the blade broke due to the last battle, but David says it is not that one, but the one right below her eyes, and she asks how he knows that, and our boy says that he is supposed to receive an item after defeating the boss. And so he says he wants to take the power of the divine sword, remembering that the hero is the blacksmith who dedicated his life to forging the sword that can save the world and many other weapons. The blacksmith of my days. Suda in his hand. Common ores were transformed into precious swords, and trash would become priceless treasures, like the one that received the blessing of the spirits and was able to forge swords wielded by humans. He became famous enough to be known throughout the entire continent for many generations, especially the 12 famous swords that were spread across the continent and are referred to as national treasures. And of all the masterpieces he created throughout his life, Sud renamed one of them the Caldera's sword, in the ancient language of the spirits. Calder means the white guardian, and the swords of Sudir are all magnificent magical swords. But Caldera stands out among the rest. That is because he fused his life force while forging it and gifted it to his friend Harris, the deity of the sword, and an ego was acquired by the sword that developed its own consciousness, and it thinks that it is a sword that can use its power on its own. And it sounds incredible when he hears about it. But for someone who truly knows it, he already has an idea of the kind of personality it will have, and after he says that, the sword starts cursing at him, asking how he dares to hold it like that, and our boy thinks that yes, that shitty personality of his really makes his head spin. And while the sword is shouting, David says he is not deaf, and he can hear her just fine. This guy asks, "What do you mean?" And our boy says that a sword with the ability to vibrate is really a twisted pastime, and the sword gets really upset. And David just tells her to cooperate with him, but that way, the princess runs to David, demanding that he return it, while he says that if she keeps this up, her owner will die, while thinking that she is able to move, even when the force keeping her conscious is fading, and he has to compliment her on her tenacity. And this princess may even have exceptional talent, but her performance was not the best, and knowing your limits is also important. And the sword tells him not to even think about doing anything with her, and David says he won't, and that way, his hand starts to shine and the sword emanates its power, and our hero grabs that power, and this tremendous light covers our boy, and the sword Calderas finally appears, and our boy is raising it and says he understands now. He is really a good sword, and the sword says that even its wielder could not awaken it. And he asks how he is using his strength, and our guy was going to tell her that she is making too much noise. He just needs her to lend him a little of her strength, as he will take care of the rest. But the curious sword asks who he is. And this way Dave activates the resonance of the divine sword, cutting part of the arena, using Clar's great lightning attack, and being him. He asks how much longer he will stay hidden, as it is time to show up, and a rift appears in the sky, and our boy says he was expecting a vampire. But he did not expect it to be a higher class servant, and a girl starts to appear. And when she fully forms, she is the same one who tried that prince, and our boy asks if they know each other. The maid, and if this girl says that when her servants were eliminated, she expected someone to be hiding helping the humans. But to think that someone would be you, and D says it seems like he is important. And anyway, he orders her to come down here now. And looking down at her makes his neck hurt. While she says he is really insolent, but D says that with that outfit she is wearing, he can see her panties. And from what he can see, they are black just like her personality, which makes her even more upset, calling him a bastard. And David says that she should come down at once when he commands, throwing the power of the sword at her, while he says that if she really creates such a big tragedy, even if she defeats them, there will be no consequences for Queen Aline to bear, and her relationship with the nation of Bolts will turn bad. But since Bolta's situation is not so good, it is out of the question for them to start a war against the kingdom of Ron. And since she had the courage to show up in front of him, it seems she is confident she can kill him, and that is quite smart. But he is going to say something to her, because it is time for his dear one to leave, while she is making very little of the situation without even knowing her circumstances. And if with her power, she launches at him causing a big explosion in the arena. He says her power is good, but she is quite irritated while several blood crystals appear following our boy. But he manages to dodge all of them, except there were some hidden below, ready to attack him, but he also dodges them and keeps dodging each of the crystals without being hit by any. And with his sword, he breaks the others while she says this might be different from what she expected. But in the end, he is just a human, and D asks if she is not also the servant of a human. But she says he still prefers. Things are wicked with that tongue of yours, and throws her blood whip at him once again. While he remembers the past when he was still in a coma, asking how come Lord Vampire, and someone saying he was strong. Absurdly strong, and first of all, one of his servants is already powerful, and among their abilities, the most unique ability is that they can inherit the legacy and become lords. They can't be killed easily, unless they are facing their mortal enemy, the High Elves. And so the question is, how does he manage to defeat them? And the Nosoto says he can make them insanely angry, and then just go down. But Riz said it does not matter what creature it is. As soon as he loses his cool, his movements will become obvious. This is extremely effective against vampires, since they have a strong sense of pride. The higher his ranking, the easier it is to make them even more irritated. And David said that this is pretty silly, while Harris said that all that matters is that he can win, and David thinks that those words were what the sword god told him before he disappeared into the ground. He also seems to think that the fallen kingdom believed quite a bit in Harris, and they ask what would happen if they really got to know him. And so, once again, he dodges her attacks and then tries to strike her with his sword. But she manages to block his blows, and he is surprised by that, saying that then this is the blood barrier, and the sword tells him that she is a vampire countess and she is quite young. But considering her lineage, she might even be capable of becoming a lord, and David says that they should take care of her now, and the sword asks if it is really possible. While he grabs the sword, he thinks it is impossible and once again dodges her attack, while the vampire says that even if he stays calm, there is only one ending waiting, and even the girl who received the sword from the god of swords was defeated by her, with her techniques, and if he wants to have a peaceful death, he should stand still and accept his punishment. Prince Dave, but David does not care about her and keeps dodging. And behind her he tries to attack, but she turns and says he is really a fool. To his surprise, he jumped onto her whip and way above where he is. He asks if she really defeated the techniques of the god of swords, saying that he thinks she misunderstood just by paying attention to that girl. Because the true technique of the god of swords is not what you think it is just swinging the sword thousands of times. It was the kind of routine that should not be called training. And it was really very boring, and our boy tells her that this technique is not that impressive, throwing it at the vampire, the Grand Claimer, the great mountain-splitting skill, leaving her shocked by that power, asking what that is, and in this way, her barrier is broken and he is thrown against the ground, destroying part of the arena once again, and he sees in his technique. He says it is fantastic. Now he understands why those guys go straight for the most expensive items, and the sword starts laughing, saying that she has no idea what he is talking about, while she begins to remember her old times, and he tells her that she seems to like to talk, and he knows that materializing her powers after a few thousand years is very exciting. But she should calm down a little, and the very curious sword asks who exactly he is and how he can use his powers so easily. And also, how he seems to know her from before. And Davis Amanda is following her contract. Is it really necessary to keep digging into her past? And she asks what he means by that. While our boy is wondering if she would really believe him if he said he is the disciple of her original master, and he would be lucky if she did not try to kill him for insulting her master. And the sword says that the vampire disappeared. And David tells her to let it go, as they have no means to go after her right now, while he stares at that other crystal. And the sword says that this is a blood powder, and it has been a long time since he last saw it. And it still feels the same, and she has not grown at all since she destroyed the core in that explosion a little while ago. But the rest of the bloodstone won't stop until it has killed all the humans inside. And since it has been weakened, they could clean this up in a few months with large-scale purification, which is a level 6 spell or higher. And our guy is thinking that the worst part of this is that those who were exposed for longer will become infected. And the sword says that the humans outside are obviously getting excited, and she is not sure. But she bets that this whole place is already in chaos. And thinking about that, he was quite lucky. And since he is still young, his power is at a master level, and it seems that his level is self-sufficient enough not to be influenced by blood powder. And Dev asks, "What do you mean?" "A master." But she is not entirely wrong, and he says he needs a little more time to draw out the sword's aura. Thinking he has not become that powerful using the common means that people usually use. And what do you mean? A master. The training is learning to reach that higher level. All thanks to the abnormal doping he subjected himself to. And this sword, very shocked, really asks who he actually is, as he is definitely a monster. And how can he have such incredible mana and also possesses sacred powers and mana from the dead souls? And Our Lady says that, well, he is someone who breaks the mold. And the shocked sword asks if that is really possible. He must be crazy. But she asks, "What do you mean? Crazy? He is just a normal person." And she should not easily undermine the years of research he did. And if he drives the sword into the ground and says enough with the small talk. Now he wants her cooperation since he can't control her in her current state. And the sword asks what she means by that. And David just says that what he is saying is that they are going to put an end to this now. Thinking that he does not intend to sacrifice himself to save a few strangers, but if it is going to be beneficial for his recovery, maybe he can take this chance and is like putting lubricant on a rusty machine to get his powers back. And so he says that this is definitely not his style. And so he calls upon the god Lord Priya, who watches over all creatures. Your little lamb is wandering in the darkness, unable to see an inch ahead. He would appreciate it if he could lend him a small flashlight. Or if that is not possible, he would love it if he took care of this personally. But he knows he would never do something like that. And the nervous sword wonders what he is doing and what kind of crazy prayer is this. And our hero thinks that actually his sacred powers are a little different because of the sacred influence of the maiden Daphne. That they are not based on religion or faith, but rather on understanding the truth. And if he were to classify it, he would say that he receives the interest of the gods instead of their love, and he keeps praying and asks what the hell he is doing, and if he is just going to sit back and watch all this, and he just wants to use it once. So why does not he just give his permission already? And the sword asks if he really thinks God would hear such a ridiculous prayer. But David looks at her and says she really knows nothing about the gods, thinking maybe the clergy knew. The faith that he is a devotee in his speech and prayers is not what is loved by the gods, and those who carry the desires of the gods are the only ones they really care about. And he can do anything about the life force that has already been trained, and so he just needs a higher power that will fill what is missing. And the sacred maiden Daphne, who had the strongest sacred powers in history, created this high-level sacred spell that she used with the permission of the gods. And then he tells the gods that they prefer the crazy ones. And the crazier they are, the better. And the sword is shocked by that relationship and a light emanating over them, and the supreme sacred spell of level 9 being activated, where it is called the most holy sanctuary. And the sword, shocked, asks what level 9 means and if he is really trying to kill her. But Dev only asks her not to worry, because she is not going to die. She will just feel a slight pain, and that power will fall onto the sword. A huge power with several wings surrounding both of them, and healing the princess, her sister Inli, and breaking that blood crystal. And after the prayer, our boy opens his eyes and only sees that beautiful scene of this sacred rank 9's spell being cast all over the stadium, and the people around can only see that bright light, not understanding what it is, but certain it is divine. And so, 2 wings emerge from Dave's back, and opening his eyes again, he sees that crystal disintegrating, and As says that the aftermath of battle hurts a lot too, and he feels as if his back is marked with hot iron. and he will have the sword and asks if it is okay. But the sword does not respond at all, and our boy says that it has now been completely wasted and laughing. He says he thinks he is ready for his afterlife. Falling to the ground dead tired, and he notices on his status window that he has earned the title of Disciple of the Insane Heroes of the Hall of Heroes, and in his special note, it says that being completely crazy, without any common sense, and overcoming everything completely is impossible up to a certain point, and he has his possession and a stigma, and he tells the girl if she is not going a bit too far with this. With her being right above him, a woman staring at him and asking what he means by that, and that is what our boy is thinking about, how long it has been since he could rest without worries. It has been at least 6 months since he had that luxury, and it seems like his memory is fading, and after a while, he opens his eyes and sees his sister right above him, and she says they are at the Paris Duchy's lodging, and he asks her how long he has been sleeping, and she, very nervous, says that he has not woken up for 2 days, and he has no idea how worried she was that he would not wake up again, and seeing her cry, he realizes that he really left her worried for no reason, and since this happened before, there is not much he can do, and she tells him that on that day she had a dream. And he asks what it was, and she says yes. A dream about him saving her when the red snow covered him. He gently touches her and gives a little smile while she asks him to tell the truth, and if it was him who got rid of the red snow, but before he can speak, she says she found something while he was being examined. A symbol carved on his back, and it is a stigma, and he asks, "What do you mean?" And he says that its size is 3p wide, and our boy thinks that this feeling on his back, with torn seeds, was the creation of a stigma, and that never happened when he was at the temple. And as expected, they are ruthless with living beings. However, they ask if the size of the stigma is too much. And she says that the person who found him was a high-ranking priest who treated him. And because of that, the duchy is in disarray, and since the red snow was purified, and the place where he was found was surrounded by sacred energy, hitting him with stigma, everything is in chaos, and our boy thinks he is not surprised that everyone is in a panic. And unlike the faithful priests, the stigma basically shows that he was chosen by the gods, and D. William says that then she is asking him if he had any clues about the truth. While he thinks that even though this has brought relief from the disaster, it seems that not much is known beyond the stigma, and they ask what he should do, as he still has not decided whether to act or hide his powers. And he does not know what would happen if they revealed him. This could unintentionally worsen the situation and cause problems for others. Especially given what happened now, he can only imagine it would cause a lot more problems. And he apologizes, as he was unconscious. So he does not know what happened. And she says she understands. However, this seems like an unbelievable fact, and he asks him how his body is and if he got hurt anywhere. But he says that, as she can see, he is totally fine, thinking that his body is so good that it is almost a problem, and it was 2 birds with 1 stone. But really he would say it was 3. Besides following a sacred 9th level magic, the divine sanctuary to rid himself of Paulus's blood, he managed to increase his sacred power through its use. And it was a simple experiment, but the results were incredible. And on top of that, his mana core grew a lot, and everything from normal mana, which was affected by sacred power, even necromantic mana saw its increase. And still not enough to completely change things, but now he can wield an aura blade that is uniquely his. And of course, the sacred power was so low. It was what increased the most among the 3, and then he thinks this is the power of the stigma. He needs an opportunity to increase it. That damn sacred power. And if Willen says he has no idea the mess he was in when he lost consciousness, especially for his personal maid, well, he keeps thinking he vaguely remembers this. And she says that besides that, Princess Alina suddenly came looking for him, and she was insisting, saying she would take him to the proper doctor. Well, our girl does not understand why she is so mad, and he said that she was doing very well, and he is sure that she is tired of taking care of him. He can rest now, as he has something he needs to reflect on. He talks about everything being fine and asks him not to worry about Barris, since he was discharged and the competition has been on pause since that day. It is going to be a bit noisy from now on, but he should get a good rest, and he says yes, waving goodbye to her, and he starts checking his sister's information, seeing that she has a special 3rd circle mage condition. And our boy thinks it looks totally like a game. But he does not understand why something like that appeared. This might be because he prayed to Dionysus, or because he used the magic that was meant to be used by an astral body. Whatever it is seems very complicated. But in this way, someone talks to him. And on the other hand, he seems to enjoy being able to see another person's psychological condition. What surprises our boy is looking around and wondering where that voice is coming from, and where this is coming from, and the question of who it is. Thinking about what this person dares to reveal and appear before him, he does not know what kind of fool or brave person he is. But he will catch him in an instant, and without a voice says that he is right below him, and when our boy looks, this woman says she is shocked that her bond has been broken. Not intentionally. But if this is God's will, then she will accept it. And now remembering the past, our boy sees his friends painting someone. He asked who it was, and the painter asked Dave what it looked like to him, and our boy said that they are ergonomic in his head, and their blood-red eyes like a demon. And despite her beauty, he would say she is high class, and the painter said that he is probably the only one who calls horns handles. But he is right. She is a demon, and Dee was asking why he decided to paint the portrait of a demon, and just seeing how detailed it is. It seems she put a lot of pressure on him, and that guy asks if she is not beautiful, and she is much more than those idiots having fun at the party, and it has been thousands of times that she painted her. So much that she is stuck in his memory, and her name is Berserk, and back then, when she still looked human, he adopted her and personally taught her the way of the sword, and just as it was said in the legends, he raised her to put an end to the Great War, and the one he personally struck down, and sealed within his sword. The proud demon of the abyss. Berserk will speak, and our boy asks if she is really the sovereign demoness Berserk. She says it seems he knows her, and as expected, those eyes do not deceive her, and she asks him why he is so thoughtful about it while our boy says she really is very small. And in this way, Dave tied her up, and she says he is really a spoiled young man, and she has no interest in those things unlike him. While he asks if she thinks they are joking, she asks if they have met before, but there should not be any reason for them to be on bad terms. And he tells her to explain the situation, and she says they are both linked to each other, and he would tell her whether he wants to or not, and he asks what she means by being connected to each other. And she says that she is exactly talking about the stigma on their backs. This has become a vessel where her soul is stored. And he says that this explains the size. It is normal, and it is hard to believe that a guy like this can seal a demon lord. And he says that honestly, this does not make sense. And if she says here, then how about he let her go, because she will say it again. She is not the type who likes to be trapped or in those vulgar positions, because it is a little embarrassing. And our guy says he definitely lost interest in her. And what is the point of a demon lord when she was supposed to be sealed in a sword? And he tells her to explain so he can understand. And she says that they are interconnected with each other. So she is going to introduce herself formally. Her name is Berserk Via Phelan, the one who lurks in the darkness, the demon lord of the abyss. And our boy thinks that if you gaze long enough into the abyss also gazes back into you. And he is the personification of that phrase. And in the past, she was the cause of the great war between her world and the demons, and the holy sword of Calderas, the sword that Harris used to end the great war when he managed to pierce the demon lord. Everyone knows this. And it is true that Lord Demoness soul was sealed in the sword. And the man who made it told him personally, and she asks him if he is satisfied now. And when he thinks that she definitely seems very different from what he thought she would be, she asks why he is so confused. And from what she can tell, it seems like he already knew about her seal, and our boy says he did not think she would keep her mind intact while she tells him that Calderas would not be so evil as to imprison his friend's soul. He asks, "What do you mean, friend?" And she says exactly that. If she had known this would happen, she would have said her goodbye, and it is not like they consider each other anything like that, and she is going to clearly say she was transferred from Calderas directly to him by the will of the gods. And our Grudo asks, "What do you mean, the will of the gods?" There is no more reasonable explanation for that, and she says that if there had been, she would not be this frustrated. And anyway, this happened because of his sacred powers, and she asks if he does not think he should take responsibility for her. And personally, she has an interest in him, and he is the second person to use the sacred sword completely, and she asks if he really knows Harris's techniques. And he speaks as if he knows them very well, and in the end, he says of course he knows. He talked about her whenever he had the chance. And she happily says she understands. Then he talked about her. And she, smiling, says she feels good that he has not hidden her away. And our boy tells her she needs to be careful when hiding something from someone, especially with the demon who can see through people. But she says she is going to correct one thing. She can see through people. She just has the ability to take and borrow at will from the higher beings. And she asks if he did not call it a window of states. The little details written there are not your thoughts. That is the will of the higher beings. And she asks if humans do not call them gods. And our boy thinks he does not believe that the will of the higher beings would use phrases like crazy bastard. And what he means is that he did not expect anything from the gods who gave divine powers to people like him. And she says it is good to have the place now. He should be able to show her the world compared to the last bearer of Calderas. He asks how he can show the world. And she says that when you live for so long, the only thing you are interested in is seeing the world. And he asks her what he gains from that. And she asks if he has not already gained his abilities. Obviously. And she says that just like the games he saw in his past life, Those mechanics are like abilities, and David thinks he can't let his guard down. As she even knows about his past life, she asks if that is not a good deal, because she really wants to do something like that, and the lady thinks these are the small hands of a demon lord. And honestly, Perk's skills are very strong, and it seems he really won't have a choice, and if he says it is fine, he will do it, which makes her very excited, while he thinks he has someone he can trust with his secrets at least. And a few days later, the Paris Duchy, which would normally be buzzing from the continental sword competition, was actually buzzing from the appearance of a stigma, and ended up turning into a celebration after the surprise attack, and obviously, he as the stigma bearer became the center of attention, and Perk says they are joining together again, and the fame seems exhausting. But he says he does not like any of this. And obviously most of the priests came there to see the stigma, while she says that no matter what kind of stigma it is, it will always be a proof of God's love, and she thinks their obsession is justified, while he just tells her not to say that, because those things give him chills, while he thinks that in the last 300 to 400 years, there have only been 3 candidates for sainthood, and a stigma is even rarer. If it continues like this, maybe he will be sold to the sacred realm, and he says that a final decision was made. And there is even Willen and Basiri telling them to pack things up immediately, and they ask what he means. And Nasgrodo says that explaining the details is annoying, and Simo asks if he is upset with the recent visits. And Will is irritated. But it is not like they were breaking anything or something like that, so he does not know why they keep coming there. And is not like this place is sacred. And David, smiling, says that regardless of being for a short time, this place is technically a sacred site, to be exact. It might be almost half the city, and outside, he is with the suitcase. Persik asks if it is really right for him to do that, and he is sure they will follow him to his realm, but he says he is fine with it, because he left something that will attract all the attention. And after the news of his departure from the realm, the princess was very shocked, asking if he really ran away. She orders her maid to answer the question, and she says yes. Meanwhile, she says a lot that besides him pushing all the responsibility onto her, he spread those rumors and then ran away with his brothers, while she says very angrily that during a dangerous situation, he somehow defeated the enemy with a sacred sword. Besides, the reason her stigma was discovered was because of the hidden power in the sacred sword, and she gets up and says it is a lie. It is all a lie. And he did all of this alone. There is a servant who thinks she sees herself as a princess for many years, and no one would believe that she is really the princess looking like this, and the true face of the princess is cold, indifferent to the fallen kingdom. She is actually aggressive and undisciplined, and if she orders all the soldiers to prepare immediately, as fast as possible, and now still at night in the carriage, her brothers are already sleeping, while Perk thinks that looking at them like this, he really seems like a good brother, and she asks if he regrets it, and he asks, "What do you mean?" And she says she is talking about calderas, and she thought he would be really interested in him. Besides his original owner, he is the only person who knows the true nature of that sword, and in reality, she thinks he is the only one who knows. And surely he is the most worthy of it, and David thinks that is true. Calderas is a marvelous sword that everyone would wish to obtain. He is sure he won't be able to wield that enormous sacred power until he gets his own strength back. And she tells him that she is sure he could take it anyway. But he says that it is still not his. And it is tempting. But he does not want to take something that does not belong to him, and moving on. Calderas and he do not get along very well, and the character asks if a sword really might not get along with him. And David thinks that, to be honest, he is not the type of person who would use a big sword, and he can't have it with him yet, since he already has a sword in mind. And then he says that he seems to have some plan, and our boy asks if she did not already know, and she says she really did not know, and even if she looks inside his mind, there are places that even she can't see, and in the grottos. She asks if there really are places that the demon queen of the abyss can't see, and his forgets the boring details. And anyway, she asks what his future plans are. Since he got the stigma, his enemies won't be able to act without thinking anymore, and in his opinion, it would be a lot of fun to get rid of them now. And David says there is nothing he does without thinking first, and the opinion of the nobles led by the Duke of Veretta has a lot of influence in the kingdom, unlike Queen Linus, and that is why the royal family punishing the nobles so recklessly and taking them down one by one would take a long time, and that is why the queen continues to be arrogant to this day. However, he tells her that he has already found a solution, and now in the castle, the Baron tells the king that he has brought him humiliation. But the king says no, he was not to blame. And it was the king's fault for going against the Union of Nations, and it is a relief that he returned unharmed. He also heard that he received a stigma, and David says it seems that someone worthy like him has caught the gods' curiosity. And the king says that it is wonderful news and asks his queen if she does not think so too, and the queen says yes, indeed. It was truly wonderful, and our boy asks her if she really thinks that. And he looks at him very angry and says of course she does, thinking he is a damn brat. And she says that a child's happiness is also a mother's. And the king tells Duke Beretta that these deeds must not be taken lightly. They need to file a petition against the kingdom of Voltus for the union of nations. And he says without a doubt, Your Majesty. And in this way, the king says they must be tired after the long journey and tells them to rest. But he tells Davy to stay a little longer and wait there. And with the two of them having tea, David says it took almost half a year for Your Majesty to call him after he woke up, and that was the first time he called him after waking up. Seems more accurate. The king asks if he holds a grudge against him, and our boy says he feels there is no need to lie. And they ask how long it has been since the last time they spoke. Meanwhile, it seems he has been taking care of him through the head steward, and the king says that then he knew. And our hero says he has good instincts, and this way the king says it seems he was right while thinking there is no peace in this world that has not seen changes in his children, and it was fair to assume that Dev had changed after waking from his coma. He cannot be worthy of being called father. And he speaks about how then he asks if he wanted to see him, and D says he has been thinking a lot about this, and it is something he would like to ask, and he remembers the moment he went to his father, begging him to save his mother. And if he has not heard about his condition, it is not an illness, but without symptoms of poisoning. Only the king simply pushed him away and sent him off without further ado. And with that, Dev thinks that 4 years later, when he was 9, he discovered he was behind his mother's murder, but the king simply avoided the subject, using his illness as an excuse. And if he asks the king how he felt after abandoning his mother, the person he once loved, and he continues saying that Your Majesty chose the kingdom over his mother, and to stabilize the kingdom, he chose to leave his mother and marry the enemy. But the king tells him not to blame that woman, because he is blinded. It is just that our boy says he does not want to know about teenage romance, and what he wants to ask is if he felt anything, while thinking that even if someone lives for thousands of years, memories fade in an instant. And he keeps talking about how his mother kept calling him even on her deathbed, and that is how she died, asking him to forgive her, even as she shed tears before dying. And our hero thinks that is why he wanted to know the truth about this man. And in that way, the king says, become king, while saying that he could not be a great king and a good father, and he was lacking in conviction and power. He does not have enough knowledge and was incapable. And in fact, a king needs to decide on things he does not even have knowledge of, so he asks him to live calmly and become strong. That way, no one will be able to interfere with him in the future. And our boy thinks that is exactly what he wants to say to him while he asks him this. And our boy thinks it is as he suspected. He has not completely forgotten his mother, but surely he is a damn irresponsible. And this way David says that the son takes after his parents. But he does not. If a king abandons his family for the kingdom, that is a father he does not want, so he must walk a completely different path. And he asks if he really told him to become a king, a radiant position that countless people envy. But he just turns away and tells him to take good care of the crown and pass it to someone else, because he would not accept it even if it were free. And after he leaves, Persek says that it seems like sometimes he is very hard on others, but David said there was a reason for today. And Parak said he should know that she could see everything. And our boy says that no matter what she saw, the outcome would still be the same, and besides, it is not like she could not already see everything. And this one goes to bed and says he is going to sleep now, and she should make sure no one comes in. And with that, he goes to his balcony saying that now it is time to go straight down the rabbit hole. And the thick girl moves to the kingdom of Rai on the property of K of the Black Moon, with someone shouting that it seems Shirley is missing. And the assistant says yes, she disappeared without a trace. And his boss asks if her assassins disappeared a few days ago too. And the assistant says that according to the report, they failed to assassinate Prince Dave, Prince Barris, and Princess Winley. And that guy with the mark on his eye is the boss of the Black Moon Guild from the Harney Kingdom division. And right next to him, there is someone laughing, saying it seems like there is nothing special about the best intelligence groups sent by the headquarters, but the boss better watch what he says if he does not want to die. But the long-haired guy asks what the identity of that missing woman is, and if he is really sure she was sent by HQ. And to think she would not be able to handle those little nobles. And maybe it is an excellent time to show them what a high-ranking member of the Black Moon is capable of. He says he will bring the heads of those kids and also Shirley, and he will show a worthy execution of the kingdom's best assassin. And they should be ready to see it. And this accident asks if it is okay to let him go like that. And the boss just says to let him go while thinking that she could be labeled as a high-ranking member. But Shirley's skills are beyond that. And most of the agents knew instinctively that this woman was extremely dangerous. And a person like her failed in her job and is currently missing. He worriedly says there must be something wrong. and he needs to reject things and get out of there as fast as possible. And with that, he presses the button under his desk. But he does not understand why no one is responding to his call, and he gets worried thinking that he is definitely in deep trouble. And in that way, he stands up hearing a noise. And someone behind him says he would feel calmer if it were him seeing his fallen assistant dead on the ground. And the voice says that if he gets up, it will only cause more problems and pushes him against the table, saying that he really is just a human. But he thought he was a vampire. And that boss asks what those idiots are doing outside, and starts yelling that he is the intruder there. But as soon as he looks outside, he sees all of them fallen on the ground. And the voice right behind him says that it does not matter how loud he screams, since no one will be able to help him. And the boss thinks that yes, he is definitely strong, and he quickly asks who sent him. Was it the Russian guild or the box? But he thinks not. They did not put in the effort to take down his guild completely in just one day. And if it was not them, only someone else comes to his mind. And he asks if it was the headquarters while harshly asking if he wants to live. And if that is the case, he needs some information from him. And then the boss asks if he was just a client, and if he wanted information. He could have done the basic procedures. But our boy says that this kind of information would not be available for sale. And that very angry boss starts yelling at him to just say what he really wants. And David says that if he insists, he is going to say it. And when he lets it go, he says he is not going to ask for much, and he wants the list of all the nobles that Duke Barita follows, the duchy that maintains great influence in the kingdom, and he wants all the information about the crimes they committed, which shocks the boss a lot. And our kid keeps saying that he is sure Duke Barita keeps the reports somewhere to keep them in line, and he is sure they are stored there. And the worried boss asks how he knows that. And who is he? You're casing. He turns around. Our kid tells him not to turn around. And with our hero pointing a finger at his head, that boss thinks he is in a guillotine, ready to lose his head, while he wonders if he really is a master assassin. And the DV behind him says he will ensure that one warning is enough, and he has a gift for knowing when people are lying, so it would be a good idea if he did not try to trick him. And the decision is his, and the boss is sweating cold. Think that this is impossible, and how a master assassin in this small kingdom. And David tells him to think fast, and what he has to say, and that way the boss gave him everything. And our kid, reading, says it looks like one of the problems has been solved. And Perek says he has never seen such a full list of filthy people, while David says there are probably false information as well, and he thinks the other information is hidden in other guilds. And she asks if that is why he called it the rabbit hole. And he says they managed to expose the nobles who joined all the lists. And she says it looks like there will be a bloodbath soon. And our happy boy says it is not a good idea to kill them all. He should act as honorably as possible. And she asks what that means. And he tells her that no matter how prestigious the noble is, he will always have political enemies, just like your mother's old knight, one of the 3 sword masters of the Hani kingdom. Mark was Patris, and in his office, he read that information and was very shocked, shouting for his butler and asking who entered his room just a moment ago. And without reason, he says night falls and the city lights spread, the vastness of untold lives. And our girl wonders where the hell she heard that phrase, while telling him she wants to ask something, and he tells her to go ahead. And she, smiling, asks what he wants, while our boy said what is the point of asking about this if she already knows. But she says it is deeper when the other person speaks. And he says it is pretty obvious to keep his family safe, not go hungry, have a roof over his head, not get into trouble, and live a long and healthy life. And she says it is just one thing you do not hear from someone of royalty, and asks if he is not already living that way. And he asks what it seems like. But after laughing a lot, she says not at all, and he is really funny. But he tells her he is going to leave the kingdom soon, and it may be small, but he has a little piece of land that was given to him for being a member of the royal family, and he is going to go there and have a quiet life and make a lot of money and have a hobby similars. He can create something special in there too. And he asks what she thinks of the most advanced city on the continent, while she says it really is quite a goal. He asks while the vengeance, and he says that is something he will achieve along the way. But it is not his goal, and he can dedicate his life to just that. And he needs to move forward too. And she says it could be faster if he becomes a king and changes the kingdom. But he says a king would not be able to live a peaceful life, so she asks if managing a territory is different from that. And he says of course, since they can take shortcuts when managing a territory. Something a king can do, and what he is going to do is build a place to call his own there. And now the other day, someone tells His Majesty that Prince Dave is the pride of the kingdom for having a stigma, and she asks why he does not reward him for achieving such a great merit. And I ask how to be a prize. And she says that Prince Dave has already received a territory, and now he is healthy again. So why not send him to manage that territory? And the nobles wonder what the queen is saying. Then suddenly he thinks she is really going to praise the first prince. But inside she thinks she hates that. And the assassination attempt failed. And her best follower, Shirley, disappeared. And if she had returned in a normal state, she would have labeled him as crazy and locked him up. But things got complicated because of that stigma. But she thinks this is not the time to think about that. And last night the intelligence guide, where she kept her information, was attacked. And not just one place, but all 7 branches of this kingdom. And all were annihilated in a single night. And she remembers the chief saying that she can't do this. Her queen, that monster, is an unmatched killer. And it is useless to try to search for him. And there is not a single agent in this kingdom capable of defeating him. She thinks they really are all idiots, and he should know how valuable that information is. And if this falls into the hands of that person, then it can be used to accuse someone of rebelling against the crown, which in this case would be the Marquis Peretris, and he could be the same person. But she is not sure yet, as her sixth sense has never failed, and she feels that the one causing her confusion and who is supporting Prince S is the same person. And if that is the case, then the solution is simple. All she has to do is get rid of him now. And since the assassins have been wiped out, there is only one solution left: to make him leave legally. But he looks to the side and thinks that is exactly it. She is sure this is the only way. And she did not mention this, thinking the king would easily agree. To her surprise, the king says it is true, which shocks the queen a lot, and he says it is not right for an adult prince to continue living in the palace. And it is decided they must make preparations right now, which leaves her very scared. And so he calls the head of the chamberlains and orders him to call the prince. While R asks what the king is thinking, our boy walks in, thinking he expected this, since the king did not recognize his existence as a ticking time bomb. They would soon decide that his stay in the palace would not be ideal, and if the king tells him to go and develop the territory that was given to him and prove his worth to him, and our Grotto says he will do as they command, and Per says the king seems to be afraid that his son will act rebelliously. But he thinks about how he would behave with that, while he thinks that even if he had not done this, he would leave on his own. And now that he has completed what he needed to do, he has no reason to stay there anymore, and it seems that they both have their own plans, since they sent him far away. But he already has them in the palm of his hand, and she says it is good. So when does he think would be the best time to leave? And he says as soon as the preparations are complete. And she says that everything has turned into a big mess, and many lives could be lost because of what he did. While David thinks that if this is how the kingdom is going to go, then it is better to let it fall into ruins soon. And what he needs is to make a complete reform before the next king ascends to the throne. And there is no way he can hand Beers this filthy reality, and it would be a bonus if in the meantime he got a chance to bury his enemy. And as he leaves the palace, his 2 brothers come up to him asking why he has to go and what is happening. And on top of that, to the Hin's territory, he met Boy, who says it seems the rumors have already spread. But Beers says he will go right now to ask His Majesty to put an end to this. But David says leaving the palace was his wish, and he asks them not to worry, because he may seem weak, but he is someone who has a stigma, and he just wants them to trust him, while he, very sad, says he needs to promise that he will come ask for their help, even if the problem is very small, because they will do everything possible to help him. While David says that even though his territory is not the best place in the world, many people still live there, he is going to invite them for a visit as soon as he turns it into a great place to live. And if he goes back home and tells them that she should go to the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Land Management and bring him any documents she can find about the Rian's territory, and she asks what kind of documents she should look for, while she should bring everything, and if she tells them who asked, they will surely give her everything without thinking twice. While he thinks that yes, if he knows himself and his enemies, and this phrase completes the thought, then he can win 100% of the battles. And she says that this phrase is very interesting, and was something said by someone in her past life. But she laughs and says that it is quite interesting, and he asks what it is. And she says that her mother loved eccentric things, and she asks if he is not the one with great powers and abilities, but still has not become arrogant. And that is quite interesting, and he asks her if she feels empathy for others' qualities. And she says he is quite passive compared to her mother. So it might be true, and after a few hours, Em arrives at the office with all the documents. And he says that was pretty fast and asks if that is everything. And he says yes. They said these are the remaining documents about the Rian's territory. And he thinks that, as expected from a remote village, but it might be better this way, as it means it will be a good territory to develop. He is really anxious about it. But while he reads, Persig takes a look and gets very curious, thinking that it is a cursed land, and wondering how he would have something like that. And now the other day he is there taking care of several things. And the person asks if everyone is going while our boy says that is right and it can be avoided since he is giving loyalty to a knight or noble. Just then someone calls for his highness from behind him, saying that he is Patris and came from the young son of the kingdom. And our boy asks him to stand up, calling him Marquis, and Patris said he heard he was leaving. And our boy says it is right for a prince not to leave the palace. But Patris said he could become the heir prince in the future if he wanted to. And David just asks if that could really happen while Patris just stares at him and says he has really grown a lot. And if the late queen could see him now, she would be very proud of him. And our boy says he is a disobedient child to his mother, while Patris says that if that were the case, then it is worth being buried for not having protected him, while David says of course not, thinking that Marquis Patris discovered he was gathering evidence against the person behind his mother's murder when he infiltrated his house. And unlike someone who gave up completely after his death, he is really a good man. And if Pedro leaves, he will make sure to reach out to him when he is in trouble because he should help him to the best of his ability. While David says that if the news that Marcus, who took a neutral stance, supported him, it will cause chaos. But Petra says that if he did not do this, then the return of that old man would just end up being a lie. While D says he will turn this territory into a habitable place, and it won't be difficult, so he hopes he fulfills his duty there, thinking that he leaves this to him. And he should make sure to shake those noble blood players of this kingdom, as he will be the only one to deal the final blow, and he tells him that he has occupied enough already, and he is moving on from now on towards his territory. He thinks it will take a day to reach his territory through the mana portal, and Heen's territory is quite close to the capital. But they will be able to arrive without getting too delayed. And if Perk is sleeping beautifully, while Dev thinks the term sleeping beauty fits her very well, and David thinks he has discovered something about Perk, which was her sleeping, and she is probably in a small form due to her magical power being very small. While he says that her legs are expensive, and she talks about how her thighs are firm and soft and perfect for sleeping, while he covers her with a small blanket, saying that she is really relaxed. And right next to him, a guard tells his highness that they will soon arrive at his territory, the territory of Rhines, the desolate land, located in the east of the kingdom. A barren territory that does not even have mines nearby and is inhabited by monsters, and the only advantage is that a large piece of land, where the road to the capital passes, could become an important transport point if the roads are improved. However, that is if it were a common territory. But there it is called a cursed land, a barren land with endless drought, a dying land, and so on. And just as this land is seen at this moment, a territory that has been managed for 10 years, died in 5 years due to drought, and the cause of that is still unknown until now. And if he starts to analyze the information about his territory, the current statistics are extremely bad, and it is said that due to long droughts and a strange power, the soil dried up and caused the death of the land, and the curse is not identified, and it can also be purified. He says he does not like that question mark, and Perseeker asks if it was then a curse, and this kind of curse can spread, and the cruel curse that began to diminish spread indefinitely. While David says that he never knew that residue of magic still existed in this world. While she says it seems that one of the citizens messed with a medium, and our Grotto thinks that it is obvious. The territory of Rhines should become prosperous, and if he reaches out activating the third order magic, the sacred purification magic. But nothing happens, and she says that it really does not seem like it will be easy, and the long-term curse is hard to break. And our boy says that then the territory is very much like that, while he thinks that currently the information about the species is as scarce as the amount of known information about black magic. And it has been a long time since the black wizards disappeared, and then nothing is known about a great curse like this. And he says that things change, whether in the past or in the present, and at that moment someone outside commands them to stop, saying that from now on it is the territory of Hain, and they must reveal their identities. And our Grotto observes that whole place completely in ruins, and some guards guarding the territory, and the chase says that they really have weak management. While our boy wonders if he should be grateful there are actually guards. And since it is the place where monsters frequently appear, if people did not remain vigilant, then it would be disastrous. And after a conversation, those guards up front tell them to wait, as they were going to talk to the captain, and the guard really wants to make the prince wait. But it must be from the carriage, and says that is enough, and he still has not officially received the orders to govern the territory. He says they do not need to make much noise because now they are a family. And this way the guards welcome his highness, apologizing for greeting him too late. And our boy sees his hands shaking and wonders what that is, and looking to the side, he asks when the message that he was coming arrived, and the shaking guy says it was 2 days ago and asks him to please kill him. But to his surprise, Dev asks, The monsters attack during that time, which surprises that guard, asking how that is possible. And our boy says it seems they would have to end the curse and deal with the goblins first. And if that guard says, this guy's name is Momar, and he has been the captain while Lord Steve knows this, and he asks for forgiveness. But he has been taking care of the territory too. And our boy observes his information. A 42-year-old man, and his title is Watch Captain of Rians, and his status is extremely exhausted, and the special notes say he is a master swordsman, and is trained in all as a knight. And our boy asks, seeing how he maintained the territory, if that means he can read. And the captain says he was able to learn a little while observing. And David thinks that yes, he is a talented man, and the captain says that now that she is here. Interrupting him, David says he is going to leave it to you in the future as well, which surprises everyone a lot. And David says he has worked hard until now, and starting today, Vig will be officially promoted to official guard. Enro, Berna, who used to be a lieutenant general, will help you with your work in the future. He must make sure to organize your team correctly. But that surprise guy says he was born here. Only to his surprise, our boy interrupts again, saying he will use anyone with skills, and he will improve them and give them a noble title. And he increases authority to do this, as that is his belief. And now in his office, David avoided evidence on his way there that goblins infiltrated inside the territory, and the captain says he noticed. And David says it might be old, but asks if this fort still has a defense prepared and what happened. And the captain says it is, because of the constant state of exhaustion of the watch members. And our boy asks what the losses were. And he says dozens of houses were burned and multiple citizens were kidnapped. And in the lordship, he says it seems like they are walking on thin ice. And from now on this land needs to be a priority. And he asks what the current problems are. And the captain says they have enough provisions to last until winter. The problem is that this year the crops have been scarcer. And our group is wondering how he can use the fortune he got from the palace. And Perk says that even if he does not use it to consult the castle walls, the walls of the castle will only last for 2 years. While she says she thinks he is going to have a crush on her, and maybe he wants her to be his secretary. But she says she will have to refuse because if she does, her sleep time will decrease. And our boy throws a sack on the table, and when the sack is opened there are platinum coins. And David keeps saying that he should go to the merchants and buy all the supplies and materials they need. And he should say it is for him. He wants Spales and Holt to go along with him. Muntits, that should be enough for them to hold on for now. And my question for your majesty is how he got so much money while Dev only asks them not to worry about when this money was obtained legally. Thinking he acted like a thief of justice and cleaned the intelligence guide. And Peg says that first of all, there is no justice in being a thief. This is the butler of the first prince of the palace. Barin says that then he should also go with them, and he should find the furniture for your majesty in at most 3 days. And our boy says he is counting on him, and from now on they will organize things. They should leave the minimum number of people there, protect the territory, while gathering the rest of the knights and watchers. The captain asks, what do you mean? And the former captain asks, what do you mean? Well, our boy asks if saving the people in the shortest time possible is not the best. And now on a podium, our boy thanks everyone for joining. His name is David. He has been named the lord of this territory. And as they already know, many citizens were attacked and kidnapped by goblins the night before. They are sure that some of them want to go right after their relatives. But there are also those who prefer to hide while thinking that it does not seem like there is anyone with the potential of the captain's level. And it is said that if they do not act, those worm dwarves will come back into their territory. He does not plan to let those who infiltrate his territory live. Just before he continues speaking, the residents say that it is suicide to go after them, given the number of people left, and our boy asks if he wants the invasions to continue. But the residents say they understand what he wants as their lord. However, he is just the last line of defense for the territory. And if they fail in their attack, those bastards will attack again. But the confident D says that all they have to do is not fail. He asks them not to worry, as he will participate in the battle with you all, which surprises everyone. While he thinks he can hear them, even if they do not speak, they believe that the young prince is just relying on his bloodline and won't achieve anything, and it is completely normal for them to think that way. But he tells everyone that, however, he is not a prince, but a lord of the territory of Reens, and it does not matter whether you were born in high society or low. All citizens from today on are his family, and he won't let his family die like this. And if they do not believe in him, then he must believe in the stigma that God has granted him, and it may be hard to do, but he wants them to follow him. Believing that they are being oppressed by those bastards, he will give his life to protect everyone. So they should not think that any of you can die without his permission, which surprises everyone around. And now in the demon forest, Parekirk says that was a good speech and asks what he plans to do with this bunch of incapable people, while the boy thinks that using these untrained and exhausted guards to subjugate the goblins is nothing more than suicide. And he says he has exactly 150 men. And they definitely do not have the strength to ensure success. And the Purse says that he really tries to live life in the most convenient way. But he tells her that the numbers can always change, and she says that he now sees it as 200 and not 150. But he says no, 150 is right, since he will take care of the rest. And she says she knew, he always makes things interesting. And that is why she likes him. And the chief of the guard says they arrived. And once they pass this path, they will see the place where the goblins are gathered, and we wonder if this is not an abandoned village. It is when you think that orcs and goblins should be in feudal times with each other. So how does this exist? But that guard in the back says it was a ghost village. And the watch guard saying that those bastards have been gathering there in recent days. And the archer beside him says it was those bastards who killed Lin. And our boy puts a hand on his shoulder and asks if he is angry and if he wants to kill them. And everyone says yes. And with Dev, he asks if they want to fight for those who died. And all the confident ones say yes. Let us take revenge. And he thinks he did not expect them to be so determined for those who are not even their family. And if he with a bow says it seems like he chose the right territory. And with his arrow launched, it goes toward a small goblin. And when the goblin looks, it gets hit right in the head and its body explodes in the flames. But the worried guards tell His Majesty that they can't make a frontal attack. While Dev asks about them, they should not forget that he won't let any of them die unless they walk over his dead body, which shocks everyone at the moment. And after he launched the attack, David says he hit the nail on the head and absorbed all of Apollo's abilities. That womanizing idiot with the bow. So he is very good with the bow, and it would normally be right to fight them as if it were a regular war. Which surprises everyone, while David thinks he is someone who does not think twice about cleaning the room when he sees a lot of dust. And to everyone's surprise, he starts glowing with an intensity that is abnormal. And everyone wonders what it is, while our guy says he will command them, and by his authority as their lord, he says that from this day on, they will all take revenge on the goblins. And with a wave of his hand, he improves various stats like agility, sturdiness, stone skin, energy boost, mana shield, divine blessing, everything you can imagine. And that little demon over there stops him from using all of them, while Dev says that he can interact like a genius general, since they are there. And after he gives them several blessings they have never seen before, they become very excited and confident in this fight, and he even gave them the amplification in the era of effect, the holy glory, while David thinks that it is not easy to receive upgrades like that anywhere in the world. And it would be hard even for the paladins of the sacred realm of Vultures to do something like that, and he tells everyone that he will give them permission to unleash their indignation and kill all the goblins, and do whatever they want, and if he commands everyone to move forward and kill those bastards. Meanwhile, David thinks that maybe the guards in the area are looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the goblins. Otherwise, there is no way they would be fighting with that expression on their faces, looking like a bunch of completely bloodthirsty psychopaths. And after one of the guards cuts off a goblin's head, he gets really excited, wondering what kind of strength this is that he has never seen before, while our boy, quite happy, thinks that in an instant this battle turned into a complete massacre. Just then, in an instant, a guard is injured and our boy goes over there, using his healing skills to heal both of them. But he says that divine power is not omnipotent, and he did not allow them to die, so they must stay focused so they do not get hurt. And anyone who gets hurt will have to work much harder than the others as soon as they return, and they need to keep that in mind, while they are even more excited. They say they won to disappoint their lord, and our boy is observing everything. He thinks that is how frantic Fury is, and he almost feels sorry for the goblins. And after finishing off all of them, they start celebrating, saying that they won and the goblins are dead, while our boy on top of the house watches. They all start to shout long life to their lord, and the general is with them, and the mini demon next to him says it looks like he can't control his expressions. And our boy just says he is shivering with embarrassment. Elio starts clapping for them, saying it is still too early to celebrate, and they need to save the residents who were kidnapped by the goblins. And while they walk, our boy thinks about how he used a carrot and a piece of branch. He planned to plant an appropriate amount of fear and dread in them, but apparently, he does not need to do that, as everyone is really taken with him, as if he were a god himself, and things are not going exactly as he planned. And in the battle the next day, they manage to kill more and more goblins, which is pretty obvious since the protagonist's powers are really up. And now the next day, with the sun blazing in front of the territory, two guards talk about how they hope their new lord would be a decent guy, but he went into battle with only 10 men, and they wonder if he will be okay. And the older guard says he is a 16-year-old kid who has not even reached adulthood yet. He is still savoring his first victory and does not understand how things work. But he just hopes not too many will die. But to the surprise of both, someone appears beside them and asks what Jimmy is doing. And he just tells him to clear the way already, and the one speaking is the guard back there saying that your lord has returned. Which shocks those two guards who are wondering if this is a joke. And he does not understand how he defeated the goblins with just 3 knights and 10 guards, while our boy watches everyone and realizes that he ended up hypnotizing them. And he acted ethically. But even so, they are scared. And the demon girl says that to be honest, what he did to them is no different than giving them drugs, and now he wants them to be quiet while thinking that if things keep going like this, they will create a cult or something similar for him. And he goes back to the platform and says there must still be goblin villages out there. So they hunted regularly and left necessary forces to defend the region and took some elite troops with them. He tells them that everyone is dismissed and they should rest. But looking at their faces, they seem quite eccentric. And he thinks that at least that is still good. But after 2 days, the rumors spread faster than he expected and hurried people to greet him. And he does not know what to say, if they are volunteer guards or missionaries who came to preach the word, and he feels very uncomfortable, thinking that for the first time since he woke up, he is starting to regret his choices. And after a few days, he realizes he has succeeded in gaining the trust of the residents. And although someone might wonder, the Kull offers to a noble, the conqueror of the Paladin empires, Astria located on the Boro continent, always tells him that he must never forget that no matter how small the land he governs, those he leads are people and not cattle, and a dictatorship cannot last. So he must make them follow their own will, and it is not like he learned politics deeply from him. But the things he occasionally talked about are quite relatable. And this demon goes up to him and says that these are the data left behind, and she asks how the situation is. And Nasora asks her how she thinks it is, and she just says it is doubtful. And if he could lift the curse and govern properly, it is likely that the region would return to normal in 5 years, and within 20 become as he imagines. And our boy says that her reading is quite accurate, as this is a land that is dying and won't recover immediately as soon as the curse can be lifted. She is very excited, asking him if he wants to hear her thoughts about this land. He says of course he wants to hear, which makes her very excited, and she says that the region does not have an underground water piping system, so the water supply system is horrible, and the harvests are bad and will bring down the food stock, as well as the loss of agricultural jobs, and the large amount of platinum coins he acquired, based on information, will be nothing more than a temporary measure. And the biggest problem is definitely the lack of funds. A story says that the profits in this region have always been close to zero. And anyway, he asks since when she has been able to use telekinesis, and she just says that it is nothing. And although lifting light objects seems to be her limit, and David says that if they are worried about money, there is a way. And she, being quite curious, asks what it is, and our boy looks at her, realizing that she really is not a normal demon, and he says that according to his expectations, the region has some capable young people, and the first way to use this to survive is by hunting monsters or animals. But that is the worst case scenario, and the second would be to produce specialties for their region. That is quite difficult to do, unless they first solve the problems of the earth, and the third and final way is negotiation. That is, to obtain diamonds from corn, and she says there is no reason for another city to choose to negotiate with them, and in that place, there are no particular specialties. But our hero says that their business partners do not necessarily have to be human, and out of caution, he is going to research the region first, thinking that he has to use everything at his disposal, and if he is going directly to an isolated location in the middle of a desert. He talks about how he has always wanted to have a building, and now he is about to own land, the lands that used to be agricultural land. Due to its original owners who lost rights to the land, it ended up like this. But he knows that hidden somewhere in this land is a ruin where the curse was placed. And if he could cast a sacred magic spell, it would not be a problem. The thing is, that is still not possible in his current state. What if he could recover that sacred sword? Maybe he could do that. And he wonders if maybe he should call Empress Helena. And she seems very proud of her hair fencing. And what if he borrowed the power of Cyrus? That could work. But the girl took her time by his side. She says she would never do that. And Our Lady knows she is right. He just says he thinks he has no choice but to raise it himself. And they have been complaining about wanting to be used lately, and he asks what he is talking about. And she just says that she will see. And they are kids wanting to show off. And this way he places his hand on the ground, and the magic cycle appears. And he starts activating the curse correction. And she looks at it and says she has never seen this magic before, and it is not thought that it is clear the creator of this spell is the royal one from a different continent, and is known as a sea language more of the curse spells. And curses are spells specifically programmed by numbers of equations and mana arrangements. And so the dark wizards must use various artifacts or spend a significant amount of time to cast a curse. And she says that this will help them find the conditions of the curse, as well as the ruin where it was cast. And one story says that this is exactly the case, and after activating the magic, a screen appears with various codes. And they ask what it is. And our Grotto just says they were going to start now, and this guy is very serious, telling Peruk to calm down and not to ask. But David is quite surprised. Staring at that screen, he asks if this really is a curse. And he is very surprised, asking what he means by that. And our Oler just says that this is not so much a curse as it is a heated electrical code. And now to the east of the region. Our guy says he admires how obvious the border of the territory is. And they made this ruin involve only the region of Rinus. And this research brought him to this place, which is the border of the region. And the Purr says he has a talent for keeping her anxious. And our boy explains that it was made so that all natural phenomena related to the weather are determined and defined by force. And she asks if the lack of rain and the death of the land are part of the curse. And our guy says more or less. And his analysis discovered that this curse only has one effect, which is the maintenance of specific conditions. And although he still does not know the purpose of this curse, it has completely destroyed the lands of the Rinus region. But if he could control it, reprogram and modify this curse, it would definitely be possible to turn this place into a tourist trap. And he gets really excited thinking about the money he could make. So he uses his magic to get past the barrier, and as they enter, they wonder what these ruins are, and he did not know that this place could exist in these rocky areas. And you can tell by the architecture that this place was built before the Great War. And the one who follows him says that she thinks this could be the base of the Dark Wizards. And our boy says it is possible they do not even know about this place. However, it is highly likely that the ancient subdued curse has been reactivated recently. He keeps watching everything and faces a guardian, while PK says it is a bad idea and things are going to go wrong. A guardian is moving toward our boy. And Perk realizes it is a golem and says it is probably a magical golem. He is using a mana stone as a core. And it is really impressive. He warns him to be careful, as they probably have some strange abilities. But our boy says he can smell it. And she asks what that smell is while that golem is already with our boy. But he jumps aside and says yes. And with that jump, he lands right on top of the golem and puts his hand on its magic stone and tries to rip it off. While he gets really excited and starts shouting, he can smell money, and honestly, it is going to be a lot of money. And now on another day, the resident Freeman says it would be nice to have a little peace and quiet at least. And a fat resident on one side says that apparently the Lord went out to patrol the lands, and they ask if he will be okay. And Friendo says he is sure he went with a plan, and he showed them several miracles not too long ago, and honestly, he guarantees that no one expected him to be this kind. While Gordon thinks it was obvious. As the nobles gained more power in the realm of each, they became more and more corrupt, and although no noble came there to cause trouble, some residents received letters from those who moved to nearby regions. And all Reno did for this decaying region was lower the taxes, since it had been neglected for so long. But out of nowhere, they sent a boy who supposedly would be their lord, and the town's adults concluded that he must have lost the political battle and was forced to come there. And this was common in such cases, for someone in that position to come and vent their anger on the residents. And they would be lying if they said they were not feeling anxious, but in reality, there was nothing they could do. And the goblin attacks were happening frequently at that time. And they could not afford to have other worries, and eventually, the goblins were even able to kidnap the townspeople. And with their power at that time, a rescue mission was simply impossible. But just when things were terrible, this boy arrived. The first prince of the kingdom and the new lord of the Rhinus territory, and no matter how wary he looked, they had no idea what to expect. And perhaps he would punish the captain of the civil forces after learning more about the region, and there were those who swore they would rebel against him if that were to happen. But to their surprise, Prince Dave looked kindly at the region's problems, and was even able to discover the goblin ambush while helping the townspeople take their revenge. And he called them family and showed a great miracle by rescuing the kidnapped townspeople. And everyone was saved by his words and actions, and no matter how much he protested that he was not a saint, they asked if he knew that, in just a few days, he had become something greater than a god to the townspeople. And no matter how much religious divergence is a punishable act, they doubt anyone there would try to change each other's minds. And the truth is that man created miracles right in front of them, and is much more reliable than a god who simply watches everything. And so Gordon tells him, Freeman, that he is happy that his lord has taken care of the goblins and all that. But he still wonders if there is hope for his region. And Freeman does not know what to say. While you think it has been a while since most of the region became the barren land known as the Land of Death. Even the area around the castle, the only place that still received rain, is starting to be affected. And several priests and mages along with alchemists came to investigate in the name of research. But everyone gave up and left. And this is not a problem that can be solved by humans, and that was the conclusion they reached. And so Fred says there is not much he can do about the lack of rain. They have been cursed by the heavens. And the fat man asks if it will really be their end once the place dries up completely. And this system goes back to Dave thinking that magical stones are naturally condensed pieces of high mana concentration. And compared to mana stones of the same size, they are hundreds of times more powerful. And after pulling out another mana stone, he is all dirty from the fight and says that was intense. While Perk says that he thinks he should reconsider the definition of intense for himself. Is the devil very happy? But anyway, they ask how much they can be sold for. And most of the spiritual stones within the continent were found in small quantities inside ancient ruins. And even they were worth hundreds of gold coins. And it looks like the 20 spiritual stones, with that incredible size. They ask how much money he can make. And Perk says that if he sells it without a plan, she has no idea what could happen as she leads him toward the altar with the gigantic stone, while he talks about how this is the core of the curse, and it would be a nightmare if something like that were to be released into the world. And countries would start a war over it. But it really has an incredible purity. And if he could use condensed magic there, he could easily cast ninth circle spells and activate another magic around that stone. And P says that the coding is nothing compared to what she saw out there. And they worked really hard creating it, especially just to dry out a religion. But David says that something must have happened in those lands. And that is very strange. And the character asks if he can work with it. And our guy says it won't be easy. But if he can find some rhythm, he could make modifications. And as soon as he starts analyzing the stone, they ask what that is, and as soon as he clicks, the whole space starts to change, turning red, and several magical circles begin to appear, and various codes start circulating around them. And the character gets very excited, saying it worked, but she asks him what changed, and our boy says that since they have had a drought all these years, he thinks it would be nice to give them a little rain too. And as he takes off his clothes and prepares to work on that stone, meanwhile, around the city, the clouds start to form and everyone looks quite surprised as the rain falls out of nowhere within the territory. And the rain gets stronger and stronger, completely changing the barren soil. And now we shift to another location with a noble saying that the situation was terrible, and this was the worst case scenario. And the Duke is among all the people. And another guy next to him says that the way things are going, it is only a matter of time before the nobles start to disappear. And the other old man asks if there is in any way to get rid of the evidence they have. And they affirm that the situation is terrible, and after they find the opportunity, the lower-class nobles will start to be punished. This will make those who are hidden come out to everyone. And the other one asks me what Her Highness the Queen plans to do about this, and he himself can't understand. And Prince David was able to manifest a stigma. But he is just a boy who can't handle the sacred power, and not only was his stigma materialized somewhere beyond his fists, but he also seems unstable. And if this is not defective, he does not know what is. And another one says that your sacred kingdom is in the same situation as theirs, and he wonders if they think they will accept him. And of course, they won't. And the queen is paying too much attention to that mixed prince, and they should be paying attention to the king and the Marquis Palators, not to that boy. And he is just saying what he thinks. But another guy says that given the circumstances, they won't be able to get rid of the nobles overnight, and this is Duke Varieta speaking, saying they need to fight them, even if it means blood will be shed. And he asks if that is how it is going to be, and the nobles, quite nervous, say he is right. But in the meantime, they need to find a way to regain the providential formations. And the old man says that in the worst case scenario, a conflict can be avoided, and he calls Marquis House. And the Marquis says he will prepare as soon as the Lord gives the order. And the old man tells him to act discreetly, and they can be discovered until everything is ready. And the old man thinks that seeing how he underestimated that boy, even though he still does not know all the senses he has acquired over time, they are saying something to him, because there is something about that boy. And it may not have been the case before, but he is sure now, and as soon as the prince gains power or any political support, he won't hesitate to show his claws. Even though he might not be able to do anything about the Rhinus territory, a land of death and hopelessness, which many mages from the continent have been unable to solve what is going on inside, and he keeps asking himself what he could do in a place like that, where it does not even rain. But what he does not know is that right at this moment it is raining heavily in the territory, with people wondering what is happening and where this rain came from. He found our boy inside the palace. He says it still took some time for him to reach those ruins, and it will take a few more days of rain before they can start planting small things again. And this ARP asks if he can figure out some things about those spiritual stones. And he says it is basically a statistics board, and it is connected to the spiritual stones scattered around the region, which allows him to visualize the condition of the environment throughout the area. And although it is still a bit unstable, he can control his mana arrangement and change the climate of the region. And the pursuer says that the powers of the spiritual stone are truly amazing. But it is also not normal to be able to do these things with his bag full of magical stones. While our guy decided that he would use them to increase the cargo compartment at least for now. And he tells Berserk that they just have to wait patiently until the earth recovers. And so a week passed. And all the residents left the castle and went to the fields. While in the story it says they seem like lunatics in some kind of cult. And there are a lot of them, and the old folks outside say they could not just stay home when there is so much work to do. And they start talking like they are old friends. And if our boy says what they are going to do now is pretty simple. Yesterday he asked the guards to mark the borders around the area, and they are going to completely clear this land. They will work for 4 days, and if any of them thinks they can't do it, they should feel free not to go. But he assures them that there will be breaks. But it will all depend on how you work, and at least they will get paid for the work, only when they interrupt him and say that with all due respect. He knows that the mood has changed, and it is back to normal, but he thinks it is impossible to clear all this land in 4 days, while Nasor says that the land there used to be farmland before the drought hit. So he is sure that she already has the basic preparation, and the residents say that they are putting their lives in his hands, and he will surely show another miracle, while the guard thinks it is nonsense. But he tells Dave that he won't forget his kindness in exterminating the goblins. But that is just too much. While Nora asks how come so much is happening, she opens her eyes wide and is very shocked as David asks if he really thinks that, throwing his blessing over everyone, making them all feel energized and vigorous. And if the excited Dev says they felt a different sensation just by holding a hoe, while he thinks that if he had the boilers, he would be able to use the marriage in the area just like he did before. And a guard asks for permission and questions what they are planning there to be more specific. And David asks what he thinks is necessary for a poor region to become rich. Well, he already knows the answer, thinking that there are only 2 ways to make money very quickly, which are too much supply and market scarcity, and they need to have something that satisfies both of these requirements. And without pay asks if he plans to have both, and our boy says yes and that they will plant lunar plants. And the old man says he understands. While our boy says he intends to plant lunar plants all over the territory, and so it is said that because of the peculiar climate, soil, and temperature conditions required for its growth, this lunar plant cannot grow on the eastern continent. And because of that, since they are used by alchemists from the magic tower and for potion making in the temples, the lunar plant is imported from the eastern continent at a high price and is sold at exorbitant prices in small quantities. With the intense market competition, the lunar plant basically becomes a gold mine in the agricultural sector. And so that very nervous guard says that with all due respect, the plant thrives in these climates. But our boy says it is fine because the heavens will bless them again. This place will have a blessed climate for now, while he thinks that all he needs to do is change the environmental settings, and is nothing too complicated. And he tells everyone that now they need to find the vegetables from the forest. And now in another location, a girl with pointed ears watches the window as the Vitania enters. And within her village, she wishes that the blessing of nature is with him, and that the spirits have accounted for their visits. And they are in the forest of the Rhinus region. And this is the chief elf, Yuria, facing the master Medi with that hooded guy, apologizing for showing up unannounced. But she says that their visits are always welcome and asks him to please come in. And these two have been talking while having tea. And Medi tells his good friend Yuria that he had a dream. And she asks what kind of dream it was for him to come to her in such a hurry. And he becomes very serious, thinking about what he is going to say, and he tells her that it was a dream where the spirits played a tune in the forest. And it was a very strange dream, which leaves her quite shaken, staring at him while she tells him that he mentioned this to her a long time ago, that the deeds of the spirits are works of the natural order, and something unchangeable, and completely natural. But Medid says that even so, the forest is drying up and it is happening all around her. And he wants to go back there, back to their home by the sacred tree. Only she calls him Master Medid and says that for them this is their home now and she is no longer welcome in that place. And he asks if he could please take the others who are there, so that they are not affected by the spirit's curse. But he gets quite annoyed asking if she really is going to stay there, and if she wants to die this way. Only she tells him that this would just be a part of the natural order, while she says nothing, and remains very calm about it and asks, who knows? Maybe there is someone who can save her from this place. And she says that this event is truly exuberant, and that this is a sign that luck is coming her way. And she asks Master Medit that aside from that, she wants to know how the tea is. And he starts drinking the tea, while she says that this time she prepared it with ole wings. And he immediately spits it out in shock, thinking that she is really very crazy. And for a moment he forgot why she is called a heretic among her own people, and that she is like a psychopath too. And she is telling him that she feels they have a very special guest today. And our boy is walking through that forest while the pea says to think that someone could live there, let alone the elves. And the records say that since the great incident, approximately 300 years ago, the elves have hidden themselves, and there are many who do not even know of their existence. And our boy says he should consider himself lucky, because while they were fighting the goblins, he discovered some spirits that came to watch them, and if there are spirits nearby, that means there are also elves, and the person asks if he will be okay, because it would be better to avoid them. But our boy says that if they find them, it would be even better. But she says she is not a big fan of them, because they are very stubborn and demanding. And our boy says that the archer god Apollon has already humiliated the entire elven race, and just looking at his memories made him want to stay away from those people. But he is walking through the forest and says that this is the elven forest. He goes making animals fall with the animals surrounding him, as if they were being drawn to him. And our boy tells Peruk that the spirits there are affected by his affinity with spirits, and they probably like him more than some elves. They could never be compared to him, who lived in a lava pit to increase his affinity with fire. And that was a training worthy of a hero, something that transcends races. And this master of spiritual magic, Empress Uriana, has contracts with 3 spirit kings. She was born human. And Pyrrha says so because it seems they are very close to him. And our little one asks if she is jealous, while she is quite disheartened. She wonders why they would choose him when he also has the death command, and she asks him how he plans to find a lunar plant, while David says he could find the seeds by himself. But when he says that, he notices something strange with a spirit coming to him, delivering a lunar plant, and Peck asks if that is what she is thinking, and our boy says yes, exactly that. This is a seed of a lunar plant, and he was led directly to the goddess's lunar garden, and he thanks the spirit for showing the way, and the piece is very lively, with many lunar plants inside, which is more than enough to plant all over the region. And she makes our boy very doubtful, asking what he is. But on the other hand, Dave thinks that because of the spirituality contained in the mana, in the divinity, and in the authoritative mana, anyone with enough power can call the spirits, although their abilities depend on their spiritual affinity. That said, it is safe to say there is no spirit in this world he can't call. Although the Spirit King is a bit difficult for him, and P asks if he is really using spiritual mana, and if he wants to make a contract with any spirit. While our boy says this is the goddess's lunar garden, and as the name says, it belongs to a spirit, so taking anything from there would obviously make the spirit angry, and she should just watch and do nothing, while our boy starts speaking in the spiritual language, asking if anyone is there and if she can hear him, and his voice will echo throughout the cave, and earth, wind, fire, and water. The spiritual elements guide him, while our boy communicates with the spirits in the language of the spirits. And our boy tells her that they let him pick the plants, and they will act quickly before any elf sees them. And Perk asks what happened to his courage from before, and if he is scared now. But our boy says it is always better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. But to their surprise, someone is watching them, saying it is incredible. And Med asks what she is talking about, and then thinks that being granted the blessing to enter the garden is already something incredible. But he faced and communicated with the spirits of nature, and gained their permission without any consequences. And this human, above all, is just a simple boy. And the moon goddess's garden is a sacred place for the elves, and the dude who communicated with the spirits to gather the flowers from such a place. She asks what she should do, and if she were to tell him the unbelievable situation, he certainly would not believe it, and she calls him Master Meditate, and he asks what happened and why she is so upset. While she bends down, she asks why he is not drinking his tea, while she thinks she worked hard to make tea for her master. And after finding plump grasshopper carcasses and removing their wings, she leaves his body drying for a week before fermenting them. And still, your master is ignoring your efforts, and she sadly asks if it is really that terrible. And he does not need to worry because she can make another one. But he asks her not to, thinking that is the problem. She eats anything as long as it is healthy and has good taste. And so she changes the subject and asks him what he thinks is more likely. A guy who tricked the elves and entered the moon goddess's garden to communicate with the spirits, or a great being waking up from its sleep. And people are asking what she is talking about. But seeing her face so serious, he asks what she means by that. But he says that, well, You all are just talking about probability. So he chooses the latter, no matter how much time has passed since the dragons disappeared. Currently, even if they are considered just legends of the past, they definitely exist. The most humans could never do that. And there have been some occasional peculiarities. But they never got to the point where they could see the spirits of nature, and it is much harder for those who have self-contact with the chaos nature. And she says that then it is settled, and he asks what she is talking about, while she says that soon she will have to leave the village for a while. While he asks her again what the heck this girl is talking about. And she tells him that she found a way to save her village. And now back in the territory, they start to plant the lunar plants, while our boy says that since the work was supposed to last 4 days, it was finished in just half a day. And the guard next to him says that everyone was very motivated to repay everything he has done for them, while David thinks it seems like they really did it and are looking to the future, and they are fully committed to producing the lunar plant. And when he asks the citizens to plant it, he hears the same thing all over the region, which was them wondering what they planted and if it would really bloom. While it takes quite a while for the lunar plants to bloom, it is about 4 to 5 months, and it requires the skills of a spirit to create the flowers. But it is the leaves that they sell, not the flowers, and assuming they have all the requirements, everything will go according to their plan. And if the guard asks if everything is okay with him, and they do not have much knowledge about planting these lunar plants, then they do not know much. And our boy asks what he wants to know, and he tells him that these plants are slowly drying up. But our boy tells him to just wait, as the heavens will soon bless them with rain, and a few days later, with the temperature very high, our boy says it will start to cool down tomorrow morning, as he knew they would all be worried about the rain. But then it started to rain the next day, just as he said, and without knowing how that whole situation would end. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, and in the middle of a noble party, they start to talk about a small nation in the east, in the kingdom of Hun, that apparently started to cultivate the lunar plant, and they ask what kind of crazy sovereign is allowing such absurd experiments. But a girl says that it was their own lord who started this experiment. And an old man approaches and says that the Renus region is the one that was frequented by academies 5 years ago, because of a game played there. They ask who he is, but it seems that news is traveling slowly and apparently leaves life in that cursed land. And the girl says that place is still barren land. It will take at least 10 years for it to be reborn. And the sovereign of that region is said to be none other than the first prince of the H kingdom, the one who must have gone mad from the shock of being banished to that place. And if a boy with glasses goes to his master and asks if the first prince of A's, that person, while he orders him to set everything aside. And this is the head of the Red Ruby Tower, the wise Harrison. As he says, it seems that something interesting happened in the Lest. This will help him too, calling him Eurus. And Eurus asks what he means, and his value is prepared for that. And after some time it did not take long for the barren desert to bloom, with the name Flowering Garden, although it barely reached what was necessary, since there were a small number of healthy seedlings. Still the demand for flowers in the market increased, and M says that they have about 20,000 lunar plants in stock. Igoto says he plans to take about 10,000 of them, and at the current market price, 4 sheets cost 100 gold coins, and 10,000 sheets would cost 250,000 gold coins, and that is equivalent to a revenue of 5,000 platinum coins. And putting that into perspective, a normal family can be fed for 2 weeks with a few gold coins, and if they cut down on expenses, they can live comfortably for an entire month with 4 to 5 gold coins. And Pes says it is amazing and will be a lot of fun once they sell all of this. And Nasa says yes, because unlike the spiritual stones, they will market the lunar plants as their business. And thanks to the rumors he spread intentionally, he was considered a fool for wanting to do the impossible. But it worked out very well, and in their eyes, he was just a simple idiot who was not worth anything. But thanks to that, his operation went smoothly, without any interruptions. And the chase speaks that he should know this trick won't work twice. While the story says that is why they were going to make the most of it, and the preparations were already complete. And now they will cause a stir across the continent. While he thinks this stinks, there is a lot of money. And he thinks that the lunar plants were sold in the market about twice a month. And the amount sold was not small, but still insufficient for the eastern and western continents to use. And the main ingredient is the catalyst used for magic and alchemy, and besides the necessary ingredient to create potions in the church. And so this is great news for them. And there is just one thing that along with this news he also spread another rumor, that lord who hindered the business of the lunar plant, Dave Wrong, got sick and is bedridden while the parager sleeps, so that he is blinded by money, and this is necessary sometimes. While the lady thinks it is not common for a product to decrease in demand, however, The high price is due to limited availability and even having its prices drop after the supply increased, so if they distribute without restrictions. Obviously the lunar plant will need to lower its price, and they do not want that to happen. He does not intend to starve in this world. And right at the door of his castle, a crowd gathers worried about his lot. While he tells me that everyone out there wants to meet him, while our boy thinks that for a few days the news spread and the region became a chaos. In many merchant groups, tower specialists, alchemist organizations, and even a small number of clerics from the region migrated, bringing more than 200 people. And these lands are almost overflowing with that amount. And then I wonder what they will do. While she tells us that he is in bed, and she should tell everyone that he is not well, they can leave, but she says she already told them that. But they said they only want to sell the products while the lady thinks they really are barbarians. And this way he announced a meeting with our grotto for the guards about how the guards are doing. And he says that they are working hard, but are lacking labor, and it is difficult to manage a large number of people who suddenly gathered. And the old butler says that in terms of paperwork, there is a lot of confusion and chaos because there is no clear manual or precedence. And our boy just tells him to kick out anyone who looks suspicious and asks him if he is sure, while David said he should do this before something big happens. And at the end of the day, he has the advantage, and there is no reason to be understanding with each of them. But of course, he needs to be properly educated to maintain good relations, and he asks if the housing issue has been addressed. And the butler says yes. They are modifying certain buildings. But they are not even close to enough, and Na says he understands. They can use the tents they bought some time ago and make small camps and sell to them, and he can change the prices, and the old man says he will do that immediately. But as they leave, our boy asks Miter to wait. And Miter asks what it is while our boy says he needs to have a word with him. And after a few hours, he returned to his post and everyone welcomed their boss, but they say he is the captain now and invite him for a drink. But he says it will be next time. As he goes to his room, he says he is very tired and has to train in the morning with the Sir Berna and manage the troops in the afternoon, and he still takes etiquette lessons with the Lord's godmother, and he is very busy. And he wonders if he has ever been this busy in his life. But at that moment, someone knocks on the door and says there is someone there to see the captain. And he asks who it is. A hooded guy asks for permission and says his name is Rallis. And he is a 4th-class specialist from the Green Tower. He apologizes for bothering him. He says that his management is impeccable. And although he is sure it must have been chaos to have so many people crowded in such a small area. And he saw that he protected the region long before the Lord arrived. And the captain says that is all thanks to him. And Alice says that the Lord, Prince Dave, must feel very happy among a brave and reliable man like him. While the captain says he is just humble and a knight. Well, he thinks this guy seems crazy talking like that. Then he asks what brings him there. And Alice says he wanted to meet with the Lord. But everything is closed and extremely secure. He asks if there is any way he can meet with him privately. And the captain says he does not think that is possible. He is currently in bed. Working process. And says that this is terrible, and the captain apologizes, saying he knows it could be an important matter. But the health of your lord comes first. And she says she understands that nothing is more important than the health of your leader. But they do not have much leisure time at the Green Tower, and he wonders if there is nothing they can do, showing him many gold coins and precious jewels. Which surprises the captain, who says he does not accept bribes. But Alice says that is not it. This is just a small gift, and he does not ask for anything in return. He just asks that he please accept it, as he only wants to build a relationship with him. And the captain says that he normally does not accept gifts like this, and Alice says he knows. But he could not ignore his efforts and hard work of such a remarkable knight, and it is not a large amount, so he asks that he please consider it just a gift from him. While the captain is wanting those coins and thinks it is exactly as your lord predicted. And from the beginning, he already knew everything, and so, a few hours earlier, our boy says they are facing several groups, and they are desperate to see him. And as his right-hand man, he will be their next target, since he is the easiest person to find. And the captain asks, "What do you mean?" And our boy says they might try to bribe him or pressure him in some way, and he should reach him being discreet, and keep anyone who tries to pressure him, and say their names well guarded, and he should accept the bribe they offer. And the amount will grow quite a bit, since they are all associated with a tower, an association of alchemists, and in return, as if he were conceding, he will give this to them. And he asks what it is, while our goof says that it has already been magically treated, and is 100 gold per unit, and he is not asking him to sell them. He just wants him to show it so the rumors can start spreading. And his goal is to maximize the value of his product, while they limit him to his region for as long as possible. And when he shows the product to him, That guy was very surprised while the captain explains that this is the complete product. It has already been harvested and packaged. And he believes it won't be a problem to show it, since it will soon be for sale. And Alispensa thinks that it is undoubtedly of good quality, and he has certainly never seen this before. Not even on the Western continent, in terms of effectiveness. It won't even compare to products from the West, and he needs to get one for himself. Even if he has to bribe him. And Alice says you can see the immense quality by the way it is shining. And the captain asks him not to be surprised, as his lord personally worked to produce it. And most of his products are also at this level of quality, and anything less than that is discarded, used as fertilizer, which surprises Alice a lot. While he says these products are very valuable, the captain says they have about 10,000 products for sale. And Alice thinks that if they choose from 10 to 20,000, you see, that means half the harvest is already gone. And a simple young lord of 17 acting with such determination, he needs to act now, and his captain says that from what he heard, his lord is going to put the products up for audition. He does not even know the details. But it seems he intends to continue their production too, and he asks if it is really going to be a live audition, in which he has to say he believes there are priorities for the consumers, and the captain says he does not think he can tell him those things. And he says it is fine. He won't insist, and after he leaves, he says the lush tower will ensure his compensation is very fat, and the captain says if he insists, that is fine, and after he leaves, the captain is very surprised, thinking it actually worked, and he went to Dave the other day asking how the Lord knew about this. While our boy says he must know that is how people are. And it is not like this place is free from the grips of mammonism. While he thinks that everything he did was just to show an attractive product, to seduce the financially well-off demographic, and it was not anything special. While the captain keeps saying how amazing he is, and there are the bribes he received, offered by other regions, as well as by the lush tower. And our boy says he claimed to be an expert. And it is not bad at all. He must keep bonuses for the guards. And the captain asks, "What do you mean?" While our hero says he did the heavy lifting and should distribute it among them to use, as they wish, and he just asks him not to be so sentimental, as he is just being properly rewarded for his hard work, while thinking that most of the profit from the lunar plant will go to him anyway, and it is not so bad to establish good connections with them. And the pursuit says it is just splendid, but asks if he is sure he will be okay facing a large group, and that the pressure will be immense. And our boy says that if the news spreads, they will be surrounded by people looking for a long-term deal, and there will be branches from various towers, alchemist groups, and high-ranking authorities established throughout the region, and the spacious area will be full and could thrive. And he will have his share of the profits too, as his capital increases with the growing population. And since the Pantaloner made all this possible, he is almost thankful that the old curse affected these lands, and now tonight, in an isolated cabin, the man says that with this he concludes his reports on the recent events in the Renes region, and the other magical towers are currently discussing the funds that will be invested in the area, and the person on the magical stone says that they understand. As the master of the Red Tower, a level 5 expert, Eula says that he is worried. You all should include the branch too. But his master says that he is still very cautious. Even though he has become a master and as he knows, it is okay to make some mistakes. He should do as he prefers. And Eula says that there is something bothering him, which is why the lord of the city insists on doing a live audition, and it will take a little more investment for the procedures, and selling directly will give him much more money. And his master says, "You are saying that he is practically devaluing his own product." And Eula says that is exactly it. And the master says that it may sell for a higher price at first, but he does not have a fixed price. The price could be lower than the products from the West. While he thinks that is why there are not many live auditions for lunar plants. But meanwhile, he tells Euless, that is what it seems to him. The first prince of the Etch Kingdom is extremely intelligent, and Euless asks, "What do you mean?" And the master asks, "What is your estimate of the population of Rinus?" And Eurus says that it does not seem to be more than a few hundred. But at that moment he realizes something, and the master says that purchases can only be made in the region, and he is optimizing its growth, while keeping as much investment money as possible, and is rare to see a city that has so many groups together in one place with magical and alchemical towers. And even countable trading groups. The only advantage of the region of Rinus is its entrances and convenient transport routes, which make it the largest commercial hub, and Yules says it will be. Surprising, but the trading groups went with Rev of the products, but his master interrupts, saying that is why they want to increase the production of their products, and they will gather as much money as they can as quickly as possible, and they have already set something aside for the future too. And there is another thing. The prince is acting as if he has nothing to lose, even if things go wrong, which means that the production of the lunar plant is just the beginning for him, and they ask what he is saying is that he has more things to show. And the old master says yes, and if he can unravel this, others with good eyes will see it too, and even if he is overstepping, there is not much to lose, and now he must understand that he should build a good relationship with this young man. And Yu says yes. He will meet him in person as soon as he can, and his master just tells him to try to get an hour with him, and he would also like to meet him. That brave, smart boy. Meanwhile, he remembers the princess telling the great sage if it is really possible for a young boy, whom she never felt a drop of mana for, to defeat a high-ranking vampire with just one strike using calderas. Even though he has not formed the contract with her, and the old master thinks that back then, he said they never know what can happen in life. But it is impossible unless he is a disciple of the sword deity, or that he himself is the one, and he gets very excited thinking that all of this is becoming clearer, piece by piece, and is really a magnificent thing. And after some time, just as David expected, there was a flood of housing requests, as well as for buying lands that were under his name, and various conflicts arose. And then I wonder what they should do, as two groups are fighting over the same land, and our grotto suggests they hold an auction, and tell them they will sell for the highest price possible. And the steward asks how they should define the limits for the auction, and our kid suggests they set it as high as possible, since he thinks that those who are truly wealthy are the ones rich in land, and real estate is something he needs to maximize profits from. And while he is pursuing it, he says he can't get used to that wicked smile of his, and this steward says that, by the way, a letter arrived for him and asks if it is important enough for him to take a look. And the old man says it came from the royal palace, which surprises Dave. And so the auction begins in the morning. What are you telling me? They are starting. The session is now starting with 90 gold. One of the rich pays 95, while that other one pays 100. And then another pays 110, and tells him to take it easy, as it is clear his bank account is getting lighter. While Alice says he should follow his advice and stop getting involved with him, saying he will lose. And he offers 130, and that guy says that he started meeting at the podium thinking things seem to be heating up. But even being confident, he says that they are at 130, and since no one will be sold for 130 gold in the next 3 rounds. Several guys start fighting over the land while I am very nervous banging the gavel. Only to everyone's surprise at the last minute he raised his hand. And after a few hours David heard the news and asked if they really paid 150 per box. And the butler says that is exactly what he does, and the merchant group Aliu bought 5,000 units with priority, while David thinks that, thanks to the butler, they managed to make a huge profit from the auction, and the empty houses were all bought in the blink of an eye. And the old butler says that the rest was sold for 130 each and 500,000 units were sold, just as he instructed. And they spread the products among each organization. And a story says that it is great, and this was a big victory and a huge success. And if things keep going like this, the revenue on the side of the region of Rhines will be around 1.05 million, and they will basically be the richest region in the kingdom. And this tells everyone that they will continue with the production of the lunar plant. But they won't increase the quantity produced. They need to set aside some land to plant other things, and hand over the other land to its current owners, while thinking that there is too much of anything, and that is not good, and they need to maintain a balance between supply and demand. And he tells Madame that he wants him to take a look at the region's infrastructure, and just fix the places they can't use. And they will do a complete renovation as soon as he returns. And my Captain C says he understands while in the story he thinks. And a few days before the edition, he received a royal invitation. And what was written was simple. They were praising him for his achievements, which the kingdom as well as the eastern continent failed to see. And they wanted to congratulate him properly. He was supposed to return to the kingdom for a brief visit. And as soon as he received the invitation, he was already burning with the question of how they dared to want to take something from him after expelling him, and he thinks they are probably having a fight with Marquis Paladers, and feels the urgency for support. And our guy asks if it is not funny. That guy over there stamped on the king's seal as if he himself were one. He was thinking about continuing with his next plan anyway. And he has to go there now because his fate is in the same direction as the kingdom. And it would not hurt to pay a little visit to that place. As he goes, he remembers that when he was still in a coma, the guy was saying he created a secret weapon in the basement of the last place he stayed, and there was a creation of his that he could not complete before dying. And if he finds it, he asks that he finish it. And he can do whatever he wants when he finishes it. He can even publish it as his own or sell it for a high price. While the boy asked him if it is okay to ask for something like that from him, and he could ruin everything. His friend said that he should listen to himself, and that he is more dedicated than anyone. And he should understand that as soon as he finds her, because as long as he finishes, he can do whatever he wants. And now the next day, when it is time to leave for the kingdom, The butler asks if he is sure he does not want anyone to accompany him. And our guy says yes, because he should know who he is, and Mama just asks him to be careful.
Yep.
While our boy sends, he takes care of Ami. And she might end up overdoing it from working too much, so he should make sure she gets a little rest too. And the butler says she is a very special child, and he knows she is royalty. But she is incredibly gifted for a baron's daughter. And it has been a lot of fun teaching her, as if he were teaching his own granddaughter, and our guy thinks it seems like he is enjoying her antics. And so he says he is leaving, and with her following at his side. She asks if it would not be faster to take another path to reach the royal road, but our boy says he needs to stop to ensure he continues the journey to the kingdom. And it is a famous tourist spot as well. And it is one of the few wonderful sights in the kingdom of R. And it is also a region that the entire Continental Alliance has worked together to preserve and conduct research. And this is the homeland of Surat the blacksmith, the region of Valachat, and it seems that many surprised ask, "What do you mean? Surat? Is this the same Surat she is thinking of?" And Our Lady says that Eris's daughter must have known her since she was friends with Harris. And his legacy is there. He even says it was made with the same materials as the sacred sword Calderas. So she must not know that much. And the legacy of the smith of the solar light, he can hardly wait to meet him. But he does not even know if he will be welcomed in that place. And he says that even the mountains and rivers change over the decades. And that place was Sarat's home over 1,000 years ago. But now it is Queen Linus's home. The territory of Verities, who are basically his enemies. And he walks up to the door, while Pyrrha says the atmosphere is frighteningly tense. While Dev says it seems the nobles are quite agitated, and he goes to the door and hands over his identification, and the knight reads it as an independent soldier. Dave. A defenseless Class F soldier, and he worked really hard to get this new identity. And it seems that in the end, everything worked out, but as soon as he enters, the guards stop him. And that guard tells him to turn around. And it seems he is there to explore the recently discovered labyrinth. And he should not be where he was not called, and should leave now, while Our Lady is facing two of those really cocky guards, and asking what the hell is going on in this place. And after he is stopped from entering that place, he calmly sits down and thinks that even the land of a noble, and Duke Varisha, this is very terrible, and at that moment, the old man approaches our boy and politely asks to speak, saying that he must not be from these regions to not understand what is happening, and our boy asks what happened. And the old man says that nothing is particular. But he should look over there. And he sees a person giving money to the guard. And our boy realizes they want tolls, and the old man says they are corrupt, and the old man says that this is the norm inside. And he thinks it has been years since this practice was abolished. And the old man says those eyes are terribly emotionless. And he will have our boy, and tells him to give this to them. And then he will be able to enter. And the old man says it may be little, but it should be enough for him to get in. He must give it to them and not get into any kind of trouble. And the old man says that Davy reminds him a lot of his grandson, and he can keep this. This leaves our boy quite surprised by the kindness of this old man. And without him saying, he feels happy for his generosity, but he asks him to please keep the money and buy something for his grandson. As he does not think he needs something like that, this shocks the old man with what he is about to do. And our boy goes up to him, while the guard says he has already told him to leave, but he tells us to go over there. And what does the guard ask? And our boy says that tolls can't be demanded from citizens unless it is necessary for some kind of event. And since what they are doing is illegal, they start to mess with our boy's head and wonder what Espero is talking about. But David, angry, says that if they do not want to die, this will be their last chance before he starts enforcing national law. They must hand over all the money they have got and admit their mistakes. While he thinks this seems a bit shameful, who cares? It is just the procedure, like Miranda writes. And this guy holds the tip of the sword to our boy and asks who the hell he is, and if he really thinks it is important that they can't kill him. And our boy says that then he has no intention of acting according to the law. And they say that there they only follow the laws of Duke Vereda. And our boy says that it seems that is exactly how it is. And the old man says that he is a damn fool. But the one next to him tells them to stop it, because he is just a kid. And the guard asks who the hell this old man is and tells him to get out of there, ready to attack him. But to the guard's surprise, our boy kicks his strike and the sword flies away. While he says he pointed the sword at a completely unarmed elderly man. He is a complete trash and forcefully takes money from a citizen of his own kingdom. It is the same as stealing the capital of the entire nation. And if the sword starts falling, he picks it up and says that the punishment for this is immediate execution, already cutting off their head. And he says that the punishment is divine for everyone who was part of the act. But they do not have to leave things this way. They should go call their boss immediately. But the guards do not care about him and start pointing their weapons, saying he is a lunatic. And he asks if they really want to add a few more sentences. And it was wrong to lie about his identity. But what they are doing there is enough to sentence them to 3 generations of their families. While the guards ask what he is talking about, and he is a bastard. But to his surprise, a cut happened and it was not our boy, but his hand flying away. And our hero says it will be his head next time. They should not make him speak again, and tell them to call their boss now. And at that moment, their boss appears asking what is going on. They say there is a safe hiding, and the Vico asks what is causing problems there while the story plays out for him. It warns him to act carefully and not be impulsive. Just because they do not see guards by his side does not mean he can't defend himself. Then they start shouting that this is a identifying pendant Demetrio. And this Viscount, very scared, kneels before Prince Dave, and our boy says it is good that he recognized him. And this guy pleads with him to please forgive him. And this region is in very bad financial shape, and our guy says that the market for 1,000 days and nights designated as treasure by the Continental Alliance. He asks if that is it. And the Viscount says that is not fair. He can't come here disguised. And there are no royal families here. And who would come here unannounced to process someone? And he saw without a warrant. And that is abuse of power. Well, he says then he wants him to bring the warrant. This Viscount says that Duke Veretta will never let this pass, while he thinks that is how he will want to act. And he thinks that when most of the region is like this, even the inspectors are afraid to do their jobs for fear of some kind of retaliation. And this Viscount says that please he will take him to his mansion. But our boy interrupts and says that then he is a Viscount. And he asks if he heard about the rumors. And the Viscount asks, what do you mean? While Natra asks if he did not hear. He is thirsty for blood, and simply Viscount asks what he is talking about. But he does not even notice when his head is ripped off. And the Persic says that then he chose to summarize his final words. And after David finishes that noble task, he continues on the carriage that the old man is guiding, where the old man says that it has been 10 years, everything was peaceful until the old Baron Alexat from the previous royal family passed away, and that is when the refugees from the Rhinus region began to explore this place. And it became a serious problem, and it was then that the people who stood by them were punished. And he sadly says he lost his son that way. Then David says that what he mentioned before is that looking at him, he remembered his son and not his grandson, and he will apologize for being rude. But our boy says he was not rude. And from what he can tell, his son was very kind too. And the old man says he can't stay silent seeing that. And David said it was something admirable. And if he reaches a sort of gravestone, the old man says they have arrived. And from there on are the ruins of Valharachat. And this is the historic site of the market of 1,000 days and 1,000 nights. And V asks if he is sure there won't be any problems with the Viscount. And our guy says that the Duke can't afford to pay attention to this place, while the old man happily says he thanks him for saving him and avenging his son. And he does not want to forget this debt, while Our Lady, being kind to him, says that for him to keep living like the just man he is. And then it is worth it if he leaves, while Perk says that this was a really sad story, and she does not say yes. But better things are happening from now on. And she feels that something big is going on. And she does not say yes. She will see for herself. And now in the ruins, our guy walks through them, climbing to the top and observing everything from above, while the pursuit tells him to get off there. But he is very surprised observing the extent of that place. And he starts noticing various things, while Peruk, right behind him, says they are a bit annoying to say. But he wants to know if it is not useless. They keep looking for things. Looking around, only that Our Lady says it really may seem like it. And from area 1 to 7. Then from area 23 to 11. And she goes up to him and asks, what are these notes? And David said it is a cryptography. He asks, what is this? He would not be excited to say that he finally understood. And he realizes that then this whole place was coded. And looking down from above, she can see various patterns. And he explains to her that the code was created recklessly by Surat. And despite seeing some people who knew about this in the past, he must be the only one who knows about it in the present. He points to a spot and says that the code points to just one thing. Then he hits that object and says there is an entrance through the anvil in the center. And to enter, they need a special key. And he puts our hand on that anvil. He thinks he is leaving a testament for the people of his race that would give a great fortune to whoever found his legacy. And as he opens the ground, it splits in the middle. And the lady thinks that honestly, this old man was very cruel and twisted for creating something like this. And now, inside that secret room, Dev says he worked hard to create a subterranean area. And Parasirk says there is a magic to withstand the pressure in this place, while Dev says that back then, the wizards must have hit their heads to create something like this. And if he had not met Surat, this place would probably remain buried forever. While Perk looks at our boy, quite surprised, and smiles at him, saying that it is really true. And after quite a while, he finally arrives somewhere, while Dev wonders what that is. And Parasirk Looking around, says it looks more like a residence than a dungeon. It is just that Terra thinks Surratt proclaimed himself to be a maniac and spent his whole life in the forge. And he went there right after Harris's death, and spent the rest of his life working on just one project until his last breath. And despite his physical body having died, everything that belongs to him remains there, just as he left it. And after observing everything, they go to the other room facing a chest, and Parurka says that this room has an altar, and our boy tells her that he used to worship the non-existent god of the forge, or something like that in the past. But as they take a step forward, they activate something and that chest starts to shine intensely, surprising both of them. And our character says that it is coming from that chest and chases it, saying he has never seen a person as consciousness materialize like this, while they stare at that chest with a warning to be careful. But still, Dav keeps moving forward, and she asks what he is doing while he thinks about the blacksmith of his days, a title given to him after forging for 1,000 days straight without any rest, and his own race. The dwarves called him something else, the devil's blacksmith, and unlike normal blacksmiths who simply took pride in hitting metal with great force, the Surratt used mana to surpass the limits of normal forging, breaking all boundaries to the point of being recognized as one of the heroes. And this must be his final work, the one he asked to complete. And as soon as he puts his hand on the chest, it starts to activate the mechanism, and once it finally opens, our excited character says he understands. So you must be his last creations. The nameless shirt sword that exterminates the living, and the blue sword that exterminates the dead. The so-called twin swords that even in the end he could not complete. And this dev observes those two swords and thinks that its title is none and its status is uncommon, and is 90% finished. But he notices its manifestation does exist, but it has not yet been awakened, and Lore wonders what that is and what it means while pursuing it. And the salty one says that now she understands the cries from before and tells him that yes, that was what he expected. But still, it is very much the face of the sword, and these are living swords just like calderas, and the calderas, the sacred sword, is the largest sword that Surratt created in his life, but it was made with the physical molds and fencing style of his master Harris, and is very different from those two swords, and this is the only work of the great blacksmith Surratt that did not take into account the sword masters. They were made solely by him and just for him, and they were created to find their masters by themselves, and are saying that they are great finds, while Perk says they already seem ready. But David says they are not. The finishing touches have not been completed yet, and need to be worked on, and he takes both and says he needs fire. And after he puts them away, he says it is not just any fire, and he needs one that can provide more heat than normal. For example, the fire from the dwarves' forge, and after a few hours, now at night, are saying that they have arrived, and a wizard right in front of him says if he follows the main road they will reach the square ahead, and he should enjoy his journey. And Nozel thanks him while wondering about the royal call, and what might happen inside. Even Perk says he has a strange habit of asking things he already knows the answer to. And anyway, they probably want to reward him, but that is already pretty obvious. And his business with the moongrass is a golden egg-laying hen, and in just a few months, he made more money than the kingdom does in a year, and the tax he paid to the kingdom was probably very large. They must want to convince him to nationalize his business, to make the kingdom richer. Or to be more specific, to make the nobles richer. And he must already know that. It is just that ours was only that. Being honest, it is a bit shocking that he received so much attention from the continent, and finally, he arrives at the palace and walks through it. Meanwhile, at that moment, the Mardumo says he is welcome, and Nor says it has been a while, calling him Vespos, and then Lardamo says yes. He got taller and mentions having heard the rumors, saying he really succeeded with his business in the province. And David Animato says the heavens must have blessed him. But he remarks that the weather in this place is still no joke, says yes. Some confidential reason books were stolen, and Nasa wonders, what do you mean? What are they? Playing dumb while the old man says it enraged the king. And all the nobles and related people had their titles revoked, and will be executed, and David, surprised, asks if the king really did all that, while the old man says he just went to bed, so he will have to greet him tomorrow, while our boy thinks it really is cruel. And it seems we have been holding back all this time. He just threw everything away now, and even though several pieces of information were gathered by Marquis Palladers, such great progress could not be possible without the king's help, and he thinks that things are really complicated now. Just then, something appears behind Dave saying that the noise was his. What surprises our boy is recognizing that voice. His brother's voice, with Lero saying that it is his brother Dave, and we call him Carlos. He tells the butler that it seems like his brother has something to say to him, and the old man can go. After he leaves, Carlos just smiles and confidently approaches our boy, saying that he got all cocky just because he landed a deal, and if a playboy like him could do it, Probably anyone could. It does not matter who he was. He should not be so proud of himself. That was a stroke of luck, while our boy says that was what he wanted to talk about. And he must be pretty envious about it. And he does not even know how significant what he did was, and that is why everyone calls him an idiot. Because he always needs to run into the Queen Lion's arms. What surprises Carlos is that he is already going to grab Dave. But Dave blocks the hit and asks if he is crazy, and he must have been deluded since everyone around him keeps inflating his ego. But he can't think of anyone as dumb as he is, and everything he has was given to him. And since he is not smart, he could at least have some sensitivity. And Carlos, completely pissed, asks how he dared to offend him. Meanwhile, our story thinks that, well, he thinks if he were such an idiot, he would not have taken that arrow 6 years ago, and now that he thinks about it, he gets really more annoyed and simply dodges the hit, grabbing Carlos by the arm and throwing him to the ground. And after he hits the ground face first, our replacement must be aware that the things he said could end up negatively affecting the king. He always keeps talking about plebeians this, plebeians that, but half the blood flowing in his body still belongs to the king of this kingdom. And he just steps on his throat, which makes Carlos lose his breath. And after he gets up, our boy asks if he got hurt or something like that. But he sees Carlos crying and says that he thinks he did not look good and just gives him a flick on the forehead, telling him to take that, making Carlos scream in pain. And what about a Carlos trembling with that pain? He asks what he did to him, and Quogoto asks, "What do you mean?" And if he is supposed to hit him again, making Carlos shake with fear. And he starts running, saying that he will see about that. He is going to take everything he is proud of, while our boy thinks he ran away with his tail between his legs, and Pertiga asks if he is going to let him go with just one flick. But David says of course not, and with a devilish smile says he played around with him a little, and she, seeing that smile, says she does not know what he did, but it must be something malicious, and she says if possible, it is better if he does not smile, because it is very scary, while our boy feels embarrassed, wondering if he really is that strange. And she says that either way she wants to know what he did to his brother, while he says he put a curse on him, the biggest in the whole country, one that can't even be cured by magic, and she asks what he did to make it that big. Just that he has to say one more thing. He gave him a gift, and while she asks what he means, he just says she will see at tomorrow's meeting. And now at the meeting, the young people are discussing various things, while one of them says they should take an amount from each province to finance the growth of the business. And when they talk, the king becomes very unhappy with everything, and Pirer, over there, says they are talking among themselves without even involving him, even though all the business is his, and she knows that Mark Speets is absent. But looking at them, the nobles really all seem the same, blinded by greed. And she is really worried about the future of this country, and our group says that maybe he should create a restaurant next, and says that the most profitable businesses are the ones with water and food, and she says he is really exceptional. Just then, the king orders everyone to stop, and says they should first reward Prince Dave, and it was he who brought this blessing to his land. So our boy stands up while the king says he created something incredible without any support, and tells us he was just doing his duty. And the king says what he achieved is greater than anything else done in the last 10 years. And he asks what he desires, that he will give him anything, while Our Lady thinks she is not sure, because she has the feeling that asking for anything, those idiots won't want to give it to him. And if he speaks, it is a huge honor, and he did not think about it beforehand, and he asks that please he be given some time while he speaks as king. Saying that of course, and the person says that he made a great decision, and his nobles keep saying that anyway, for the good of this nation they have to invest in moon grass, while the chase gets very nervous, because they really are going to keep talking about this. It is just that at this moment Duke Varieta, the leader of the nobles, appears saying that first they have something to check. He tells everyone that they seem very excited about the moon grass business, but they have not checked the most basic things. They ask what those are, and the old man says they should discuss how they will use the moon grass to help their nation. And they say yes, it really is a revolutionary business. And Varieta says then, why are they trying to tie this business to the nation without even consulting Lord Dave, who created it? Which surprises everyone. And he asks everyone if by chance they hold higher status than royalty in this nation. And he speaks directly to Duke Farandes if he would not complain if he said he would have to hand over all his properties to the nation, making everyone quite nervous. And so he says that all of this was decided by Lord Prince Dave, and the girl back there says that this guy is helping him, but she does not know why. And Dee says it just sounds like a play on words to him, while Varieta says that if they were to forcibly nationalize this business, there would be resistance, and no one would want to be the entrepreneur in such a case. And he asks if that is not the case for Lord Dave. While we are very confident, I asked the Duke if that is all he wants to say. And the Duke asks if that is how it seemed. And he is right. Is there anything more important than this? He just thought he would be the mediator to help in this case. And he asks everyone to please pay attention to him. And he takes a letter saying, this is a letter from the High Priest Falches of the Holy Kingdom. They ask, what do you mean a letter? While Veretta says he requests Prince Dave's visit to the Holy Kingdom to verify his stigma manifestation, and also to restart him with the title of saint, which surprises everyone. Banging on the table saying it is ridiculous, and that before being a lord, he was also the first prince of this nation, and how could they send him to the Holy Kingdom? And they start to argue saying that this is ridiculous, but one of them asks what the problem is, and the other retorts asking since, when has the kingdom been beneath the Holy Kingdom, and it is about the prince they are talking. And how would this be different from practically handing him over as tribute? It is just that at that moment our boy says they all think too much and they are saying that his stigma manifestation was recognized. And he asks if that is why he needs to go to the Holy Kingdom. And if he receives the title of saint, what happens next? The Sacred Kingdom was to protect the country or something like that. And Veretta says that you should see the whole forest, and not just the tree. And that is the responsibility he needs to carry as royalty. He must not forget this. As there is nothing to gain by angering the Sacred Kingdom, what really pisses David off, and everyone asks what will happen to the region of rains and the lunar grass business. And Duke Veredo says that, unfortunately, if the prince were to go to the Sacred Kingdom to become a saint by law, it would be impossible to manage the religion, which gets everyone very excited. So they start saying that they should appoint a new lord immediately and find someone suitable to be the new lord. And they start offering various people, while the pursuit says that they are really idiots. And the excited D says that it is getting more and more interesting, and that is why he did not want to nationalize the business. And then the Duke steps forward and says he wants to mention one more thing. At the current moment, the region of Rhines is the most important point than any other region of your nation. And that is why they can put just anyone in such a position, and if they can make a recommendation, only the right person for such a high position. Carlos, the second prince of the kingdom, and do not think he knew. Privatizing the business and handing it over to the Queen Line's son, his own grandson Carlos, and taking all the profits for himself. That was your plan, and he talked a lot. But what he said was not different from the nonsense of the nobles. And so Carlos takes a step forward towards the king, staring at our boy with a sadistic smile, while David calls him. This guy kneels in front of the king and acts very confident. And he, smiling excitedly, just says something weird, leaving everyone confused about what he just did in front of the king, and the whole meeting goes silent. Well, he gets really mad about it, and all the nobles and queens ask what he just did. And a person in the corner starts laughing while Carlos feels very embarrassed, wondering what is going on, and when he tries to talk, he starts imitating a chicken in front of everyone, and keeps mimicking how a chicken sounds, surprising everyone, and Pirar is really happy about it and starts laughing in his face, saying it is really funny, while David says he thinks it is too much to laugh like that. And if Salvo asks what he is doing, and if he is not joking too much, but with his hand over his mouth, he can't explain himself, and the more he talks, the more he imitates a chicken, which shocks the Duke, and he wonders how he is mocking the national conference. But the prince asks him to please believe him, he would never do that, but the more he talks, the more he imitates a different animal, and now he is barking like a dog, which makes the king even angrier, saying he does not want to hear anything anymore, and he orders him to get out of his face right now, and calls the guards to teach the second prince a lesson, putting him on probation until he changes his mind. But he starts yelling, begging him not to do that, while still barking like a dog, imitating a chicken, while he remains furious and starts to break free, telling the guards not to touch him. Just then, his hat starts to fly away, and to the surprise of all the nobles, they are shocked by that scene, and it causes a lot of surprise. They wonder how he got like that in just one day. Meanwhile, David excitedly says that this is the power of the greatest curse in the country, the bald head that makes the light appear as a bald spot on Carlos's head. Seeing that scene, the Duke is shocked, while Arcudo says he does not think Carlos is mature enough to govern a territory yet. And the Duke looks at David, surprised, while our boy just smiles at him, and he stands up and asks Duke Varieta since when the position of a count is greater than that of a king. And he asks what that is. What our boy says he will ask the same thing, but change the words. And he asks if this country belongs to him. And Veredo says of course not. And he thinks he is misunderstanding something, and all his actions were for the kingdom are. But our question then is, why is he the one with the Sacred Kingdom letter that not even the king has seen? And the Veredo stays quiet. And our guy says that besides that, he is talking the same nonsense they are. And the old man says he should watch his words, But David does not care and says there is an old saying, never put the cart before the boys, and he is going to say that they are at the national conference. And what does he mean by that? But he points to him and says here then at this important conference. What did he do in today's debate? Sell this country according to the request of the sacred kingdom, and take this chance to seize their territory. And no matter how he sees it, he is no different from the other nobles. And Valida asks what the prince's solution is then, and our guy says that the key to this is how to handle the request from the sacred kingdom. And the king asks if he has any idea how to do it, and our boy says that in the end, even the sacred kingdom is a place where humans reside. And if they take a crystal ball, it shows a transmission with someone saying they received a claim from Prince Dave. He is the second Father Van from the Sacred Kingdom's administration department, and our guy apologizes for the interruption and then asks with the Pope's decision, which shocks all the nobles. While our guy thinks that is exactly it. Even if the Holy Kingdom is in God's territory, in the end, it is just a place where humans live, and above that, they need to do business. And even though the high priest has a higher position than that of a king, from a small kingdom, the person he contacted was the highest authority of the Holy Kingdom, and this priest says that all of this was something the high priest did alone. He also made it clear that nothing like this will ever happen again, which surprises everyone. And at the end of the meeting, our boy is talking with Father Villia. He says he did a good job, while the priest says that anyway, he never thought the Round Kingdom would consider sending the second prince to their Holy Kingdom. And in the end, it would not be a bad thing for them, but looking at the long-term terms, it would not be very beneficial either. And D says he will continue to leave things in their hands, while thinking that there is a fact he told the Pope that if one of them, whether the Rennes region or he, is on one side or the other, the cultivation of lunar grass would be impossible. And naturally, someone in the Pope's position understood this immediately. And if a priest talks about the promised item, David says he has not forgotten about it, and will set aside a specific amount to send to the Holy Kingdom, and will also set aside a piece of land to cultivate specifically, and sell to the Holy Kingdom. And the priest says that this is really very good. He thanks for his effort. And the Pope asked him to continue selling them a large quantity, while David is happy. He thinks that in a way this exchange is quite materialistic, and seems to have ulterior motives. But in the end, it does not matter because if he wants special treatment, they must give something in return for him. After all, this business was created with that idea from the beginning. And if they are going to step into the rain to get wet, no one can point fingers at each other. And they will all mess up together, because this is the famous businessness of dragging others down with him. And after the call ends, they ask what might happen. And in the end, he got good results. And nothing else matters. And now, through the crystal ball, he makes another call, now with the girl, who is very much pleading for help for him, while she says that the prince's assistant should not say such things. And the butler behind apologizes for showing her something embarrassing. Then he asks how the conference went. And our conversation here is going very well. And the problem has been resolved quite easily. He asks how things are there and the guests. And the old man says they are staying in temporary tents. And according to their licenses for the constructions, the group work should start soon. However, regarding the problem of improving the infrastructure, even having checked your highness's requests, they do not think they can do it easily. And Div says that then time is the main problem. And that is how they thought. Ivali says yes. While he thinks that he revived this almost dead territory, and managed to prevent other people from having influence there. But this is just the beginning. And since the territory has been rotting all this time, it is technologically very difficult to improve it now. And the estimated time until they finish is 10 to 20 years. And that is not something they can solve just with money. And if Div says he has a lot of money, but nowhere to use it, but he thinks it is time to start his second business, and we'll ask him what he means by that. He did not say yes. He thinks the skills and technologies of the best engineers on the continent will be perfect for this, and even knowing they are a rather petty kind, he has an offer they can't refuse. And the old man asks which great engineers he is talking about if he means those, while our boy thinks, better put, they will trade corn for diamonds, and nothing is better than the trade item, which will yield a great return with low risk. And what if he heads towards the mountains, and his companion says they will soon reach the territory of the Yellow Rock, and he asks his highness to please be careful. And the Lord says yes, while thinking that the Yellow Rock tribe is the name of a village of dwarves located north of the kingdom region, and the dwarves are called little engineers. And because they are much stronger than humans and have great resistance to heat, they were simply born perfect to be master engineers. And in comparison to the elves, who were only seen in legends, the dwarves still have some contact with humans, as they live in tribes close to volcanoes and mines. However, when they are very interested in other races, they restrict and limit the influence of people like the king, and being promoted to the point of having power, of entering a tribe was the reward he received for the success of the moon grass business, and the others of royalty thought he wanted the position of the crown prince. However, since he has no interest in that high position, he chose to take a different path, but it is not like they have let him be. They get easily irritated and started to criticize him, saying that dwarves are picky, and if you end up annoying them, it will go badly. And the king told Dev that dwarves are not humans. He should just say not to worry about it. And he is confident that he could at least get through the gates. And he still remembers well the skeptical eyes of the nobles, and it follows his side and asks, "What the hell is this guy doing now?" And that is what she saw in them, and in fact, they put all the soldiers to watch over him. While Our Lady thinks she does not feel bad about them, but they are right. He is indeed planning to cause some trouble. And now in front of the gate, the guards say they are from the H Kingdom and ask that they please allow their entry into the Yellow Rock tribe. But the sentinel dwarf named Geralt says he has not heard anything like that. It is just that our boy gets down from the horse and says he brought a gift for them, and the dwarf asks what it would be, and our boy says it is Prince Dave, the first prince of the Hun Kingdom. He shows them a cart and excitedly says he thinks a promise is a promise. However, at the moment, there is a big problem within the tribe, so the two are in no position to agree on anything, which surprises our boy, but the dwarf says that still he will allow their entry and tells them they must leave their horses where they are and go on foot, and as soon as they enter, they are quite surprised by the size of this place, and our boy heads towards the elder's house, and this elder notices that the table is round, and who is there in the center is the 8th elder of the Yellow Rock tribe, Golda, and he thinks he can say that he finds all of this very tiring. He asks if he is really the only one there, but he is sure there are several other leaders in the Anone's tribes, so he thinks it is better for him to introduce himself first, and Gov says that the blessings of the Iron God be with him, and his name is Davi Runny, the Prince of Kingdom A, which surprises the dwarf, saying it is really a surprise he never thought a non-dwarf would know a dwarf greeting, and he says that is very rare, and he liked him and asks him to please sit down, and he says that the other elders are to blame. So he is representing them all, and our boy thanks him for being a question that a prince asks theirs. And E is certainly aware of most of the agreements that happen outside the village, and David says yes, and his normal exchanges with the kingdom are scheduled to happen a few months ago. But he is there to make some personal requests, and the things he brought are a small gift he prepared, and there is meat beer in there. And Anan is very happy, saying that he does not hate humans who know how to show respect, and above that he likes human beer. But he says that unfortunately the Yellow Rock tribe is in a complicated situation at the moment and can't understand their demands, and the lady asks what he means. But he will say that he can't speak to outsiders, and that is all he can say for now, since he saw from afar. He will allow him to stay for a few days. But meanwhile, if they cause any trouble, they will expel him immediately, and the angry guards will draw their swords. But our boy tells them to stop, and the dwarf passes by him and says he is leaving now, while Davel stares and starts checking Golda's information, where he is 180 years old and has no title, and his current state is tired, irritated, and doubtful. He is the youngest one in the Yellow Rock tribe, and in his information, it says that since it has been a while since he saw a human, he was quite intrigued and he liked the human who showed great respect to them. However, the human spoon is annoying, and he would like to participate in the creation of the Beginnings Laborata, which is known to be the sacred sword of the dwarves, surprising our boy as he reads this information. And now Dave remembers the past, talking with his friend, while he thinks he has an item he made with those guys a long time ago. And when they made it, it was not that good, honestly. The quality is not the best. But they felt very accomplished and celebrated for a few days after they finished. And the pursuit asks if this Beginnings Laborata is really that good. I can't say it might be if looked at from a common perspective. And honestly, he did not expect to see that name there. And it seems he knows something. And he called it a sword that does not cut. And she asked, "What is that?" And he says that the Beginnings Breedate is a sword created by Sarit and the dwarves. And he thinks it could be considered the first collaboration between humans and dwarves. While he remembers Sarit saying that those dwarves drank a lot. And Dev says that this is an item that carries the memories of Cert. And the most interesting thing is that this item is more of a prototype. He asks, "What do you mean a prototype?" And our guy says he thinks he can call it the first boiler work. And even though it was made differently from the other swords, the overall production is the same, and he thinks it is a special production method using mana. And it is a method that connects the material and non-material worlds, and with such a unique production method, it is a blacksmith who seeks something beyond what anyone already knows, and is very unlikely that the dwarves, who are so close-minded, will try to create something like this, and that is probably why they are racking their brains to figure out the production method. And not only that, He stretches and says it is time for a little stroll, since generally he is there to borrow the dwarves' skills to develop his territory. But he has other reasons to be there, which is their great forge. A forge created by the dwarves using intense techniques. But he says he does not think those stubborn dwarves will want to talk to him. But that is why he came up with a really good plan to handle it. And now at the dwarves' bar, that dwarf is drinking beer and asks our boy who brought him there. And David said he thought he was busy. But it seems he has some free time. And I can't say that it does not matter what work he has. He can't do it right if he does not rest well. He says that his brother Golgotha kicked all the elders out, and then sits down and asks why they do not drink together. And he heard that the dwarves' liquor is pretty strong. He asks if he can try it. What surprises the dwarves is them asking if he wants liquor, and if he really does not know what he is getting into. And at that moment, a dwarf grabs a cup and tells Malcolm that the human wants to try the liquor. He says yeah. He is quite responsible, and they start talking very loudly, which makes our boy think they are really noisy. And this Malcolm grabs 2 cups of liquor and says just so he knows, the dwarves' liquor is not the same as humans, and it is way too strong for humans. But our guy just drinks and says this is nothing, and that this is real liquor. And he starts laughing, which surprises the dwarves a lot, saying that he downed the mug all at once. Passer asks if the liquor is good, but our boy says that honestly, it is very strong, but the taste is disgusting, which surprises the pursuer a lot as he thinks that bets and liquors are what the dwarves like best. And he gets excited and asks if he is willing to see who can drink more. This surprises the dwarves around, and Mansinho says very well. They dwarves never disrespect people who drink well. And they start drinking a lot while our girl drinks a few cups. And this pursuer says that this part is not necessary, as this way he can guarantee whatever he wants. And in this way, the dwarf says that if he defeats him, he will give him something he wanted. However, if he wins, he must leave immediately, and it is nothing personal. He is happy that the human likes to see him there, but they have their own circumstances. And the devil says that of course he knows that it is just that you think he took the bait, and so they both toast and start drinking. And the next day the 8th elder lost, and our boy asks how he feels. He is very defeated. He says he never thought he would lose to a human, and it is really shameful. While David thinks there is no way he can get drunk since his sacred hangover was maximized. The person says he is very sneaky, but she says it was really tough, and even after the competition, he keeps drinking with the other dwarves. She asks how he started drinking so much. He says it is because of his 2 fencing masters, the hero who united the Moram world, Zong, the shadow dog Jun. And it seems he was someone feared in that world, and even Dave, the immoral saint who loved to drink, assured him that he should not get involved with Sogjun when it comes to drinks. But the problem is he was learning fencing with him, and drinking became a routine for him, since that guy drank a lot while serving that drink and ordered him to do 100 laps for 100 days straight. And he thinks that compared to those days, the dwarves are nothing. And he says that then he lost the bet and asks what he wants. And our boy asks if all this confusion is because of the flame beginnings. And the dwarf says it seems like he is the one who let this slip, and says it is nothing too serious. It is just that the sword has been protected by the dwarves, so time is broken. This surprises Dave, and the dwarf says yes, and it is a miracle how this happened. And the sword was passed from tribe to tribe for them to take care of it. And this promise is that the tribe responsible for guarding it must have it for a certain amount of time. And your father is responsible for the sword in your generation. But since he passed away earlier than expected, the duty was passed to his older brother, Golgotha. And our guy says that then such an important sword has broken. Well, I do not ask. That is all he wants to know. He is asking this because he can ask him more questions if he wants to. And we think it is like expected for a year, if someone treats him with courtesy. He returns with courtesy, and even if all he had to do was drink with him, it is something good that caught his attention. And if he says it is nothing too serious, it is just that he has some skills with forging, and this project of yours. He asks if he can participate as an assistant. And now in the central forge of the Yellow Rock tribe, all the dwarves are working, while our cave goes over there and P says it is incredible. She does not believe this is done with the dwarves' techniques. And at that moment, some dwarves start shouting, saying that Golda must have gone crazy, and how he could bring someone like that. But Golda says that this is the human who came for his candle, and he asks how dare he bring that human there. And he really has gone crazy. While our boy says he even feels bad for him. But at that moment another one shows up, demanding that Gold explain this now. And this is the first elder of the Yellow Rock, Golgotha. And if Golda says this was a bet, and that prince over there has been learning forging, and all he wants to do is show forging to him, and just a little will be enough. More than a year ago, he asks why he brought him to the main forge, and that he must still be drunk. But God says he is sober, and by the title of an ale, he begs him to trust that prince. While the first elder just stares at the two and says he does not care and asks what they are doing. and they have work to do. And when they come back now, they will complain to him. But the first elder says that Gold is also an elder, and if that is what he chose to do, they have to respect him. But he talks to Dave, calling him human. He does not say that his name is Dave, and he says that then it is Dave. And he, quite irritated, says he will allow him to stay there out of respect for his younger brother's decision. But if he does anything stupid, he will hammer his head immediately. And our boy says he will keep that in mind, while he thinks about being a giant sword 2 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide. And even though they call it a sword, it is not much different from a giant decoration, and its nickname is the sword that does not cut. And to be more precise, it can't cut instead of saying it does not cut. And this forge enemy is causing chaos with the dwarves yelling at each other, while one tells the other to hammer that crap right. Peruk looks at our boy, quite surprised, and wonders what he is so focused on while he just observes that giant sword and says it can't be fixed, thinking it was made using a similar process to when you make a holy sword. But it was never a complete item like a holy sword, so it did not last long. And even though it is a shame, that is just how things are, and Golgota keeps working on it. But Travalo does not go to him and asks why he does not take a break, and this way he is going to overload himself. But Golgota does not care, while our boy thinks that if they do this, it is definitely not going to work. Just then, another tribe appears, the Black Rock tribe, and this guy is Thor's saying they are going to destroy the sword, and they are doing well for someone who destroyed a sacred item. And he says he never liked the idea of leaving them in charge of the sword, and that it is not too late to hand it over to your tribe of the Black Rock, because they are better blacksmiths who will take good care of it. And the others start shouting, causing confusion. But Thor asks who gave them the right to say that, and you have been at this for a while now, and so far you have not made any progress. And he just tells them not to destroy this sacred item, and in fact, this has already been decided by the dwarves from the other tribes, and he can't let such an important item be destroyed by them. And he continues saying that things would be different if it were his father Gord. And at that moment, Golgota stops hammering and his hammer falls to the ground, while that arrogant turns away, saying there is nothing more to see there, and now everything has been prepared, and they will take the broken sacred item. And when they go to grab it, our boy picks up the hammer and asks if he can ask something, and if he is really a master blacksmith. And Golgota asks, "What do you mean?" And that asks if he made a little human friend now, and if he really thinks that the central forge is a place anyone can enter, which is ridiculous. And he tells him to stay away. That is not something he should get involved in. But at that moment, our boy says that a true master blacksmith feels the spirits in each of his works and respects each one of them. But he got rid of that mindset from the start, and he just starts hammering, which surprises everyone, saying that he has finished everything now and it can't be used anymore. They start to surround him, asking what he is doing and why he is getting involved with them. But our guy asks the elder if he really wants to resolve this, and the elder says yes, of course he wants to. And our guy then asks why he is acting this way, and if he really thinks his ego is going to solve the problem for him. He must have realized it already, and has been 3,000 years. And this sword has protected a small village for a long time, instead of getting rid of it, an item that fulfilled its duties until the end of its life. He is putting his own desires into this sword and trying to forcibly fix it, and he, quite irritated, asks if he really thinks it is right to treat the item that was the pillar of his village this way, and if he still dares to call himself a master blacksmith. He asks the dwarves if they are that shameless, while he thinks they are the greatest masters, and yet they still have not realized when the item can no longer be repaired. And if he takes part of the sword and throws it into the fire, it shocks all the dwarves, who scream at him. And back to Dave's memories, Surt tells him that in every work done by a master craftsman, there is a soul inside, and no one can call themselves a master artisan if they do not respect that soul. And if he finds someone who has the guts to disrespect those souls, he must crush his head. And after he threw part of the sword into the fire, they start yelling that it is over. They grab their weapons and say they are going to kill that damn human. But David says that seeing what they did with the sword, that is the right thing to do, and they should not insult a sacred item anymore, while thinking that by putting pride aside, this item was created by his master, which means it is related to him. And if he says it seems like no one understands the purpose of a sacred item, and this item died a long time ago, but they are not confident enough to make another one. And so they did not even try to forge another, and still disgrace this race of master craftsmen. But the pissed off dwarves ask who he is to say such a thing. But at that moment, Golgota slams the ground and tells them to shut up and asks how else they want to make them look miserable. And they start comforting Golgota. It is while our boy thinks that is exactly right. They probably already noticed this for themselves, that the life of the labor from the beginnings is already over, and trying to fix it would be useless. But it was practically impossible to recreate it with their skills. It is just that they do not want to admit it, and that was the worst thing that could have happened to the dwarves. And that is the twist from before. He says he is taking all of this as a joke since it has nothing to do with his race. Even the best craftsmen can recreate a legendary item. And he asks what they think they are. And he should not be arrogant, because even he could recreate the legendary item like that. And Pirikirk asks if everything's okay since she never sees these hard-headed ones. They are shaken, but to everyone's surprise, Dev asks who said he can tea, which shocks all the dwarves and even the elders. Especially Pirikirk. They start saying it is a lie. And even they, the dwarves, could not work with metal in such a strange way. And no human could do something like that. And this is the work of none other than the blacksmith of my days. And it is impossible to be recreated. But our guy is confident. Tells them to shut up and learn from him. Calling everyone old-timers. And he picks up the hammer and gives a big hit on the forge. And he thinks he has a skill that almost compares him to his master, among all the skills he learned in the Hall of Heroes. Be it magic, fencing, alchemy, sacred magic, and many others. Since Surat was naturally the talented teacher, his forging skills improved rapidly. So that means he created numerous items like the bare beginnings, which was basically a prototype. And as he starts to forge, what is surprising is that he does not twist asking what that is and what he is doing. And that is his Cadmol and Maitri alloys. And he really has no common sense. But our guy asks who said they need to learn with common sense, and if it was their ancestors, or the blacksmith of the Milas. And they are just getting stuck in their useless rules that they created themselves, while he thinks that there is no such thing as common sense. And the possibilities for change are infinite as long as he changes the way he deals with them. And even if the apostle was the way to call them. Dwarves can combine several different processes to create new items. The dwarves are shocked by that scene, wondering if he really used the regent in the alloy, and how that would be possible. They are very surprised, with our boy using the forge, and after a while, a sword is ready, and then he asks if it was not too easy. Since everyone saw him shocked asking how this is possible. And even though it seems a bit careless to call it a work of the beginnings, it is still very much like her, and the strength can be felt from a legendary item, and our boy thinks that it is clear, and that they think it is his master, and the person who speaks says that he never thought he could do something like that without mana crystals. But our boy says that the more you throw common sense out the window, you can easily do what he did. And our boy says that the most important thing is the texture. He asks what do you mean, and he says that this sword will absorb mana by itself, and to sum it up, it is a structure that makes the mana circulate through the sword. And then he tells a certain Galgu to show it. And the Asin says yes, and our kid says that there are only a few items, including the sacred items that can only heal with metal, without the help of crystals or mana. And the dwarf says yes, and he asks if he can feel the texture, and he asks what is this? While he thinks that no matter how tough he was back then, he managed to win everyone's heart. And so the DV says he can only create a sword up to that point, and even the blacksmith from 1,000 days completed that, and leaves the rest for the dwarves to finish. So the rest is up to them. But the Gagoda says they do not have the skills to give it the final touches, and Dav says then they should learn. What surprises everyone is whether he really knows how to teach them the skills of the blacksmith from 1,000 days, and of their ancestors. And in the Sun says of course, but not for free, and giving and receiving is a deal. And he shows them that item, while they ask what is this, and our kid says they won't start until his work is done. And now the dwarves are looking at that sword, and say it is really impressive, while he wonders why they are acting like this with everything he shows them. And if they keep this up he will be accused of blasphemy. And if a Gogo asks what sword that is, and our boy asks what he thought of it, and Gaguda says, is that a serious question? What is that thing? And do not tell me he made it. But he should say no, he did not. But he will be the one to finish it. And they do not wonder if he was the one who made that sword. But David interrupts saying he died a long time ago. He says, yeah, it has been a long time. Maybe a few millennia. What shocks everyone is hoping it is not really true. And what does he mean by that? While we think that is right, it has indeed been a few millennia, and this posthumous work aged while it was kept for so long. And the question is if he means that the sword aged like an egg. And he says that when using this type of mana processing, the sword needs time to be able to move again. And you can only start to handle the abilities of the beginnings after a few months. And the time varies from item to item, and that is why he was worried about this, and how he could determine an item like this. Only that Gaguda appears to have the materials needed to finish it. And David says, of course not. He was thinking about borrowing some alloys from Mithril to use as material. And Gaguda says he is right, and if it is for him, he might be able to help him and allow him to use his workshop. And even though his skills are not anywhere near his, He can assure that his workshop will be well taken care of, which surprises everyone, asking Master Gaguda what this means and if he is really serious. And he never let anyone at least see it, even when they begged, and Gaguda goes to him watering a chest, which surprises our hero, and when he opens it, Gaguda tells him to take it and asks what that bone is, while our hero is very surprised, thinking this is crazy and it is a bone from an ancient dragon, and Gaguda says he won't find anything better to refine the sword than this, and the family heirloom passing down from generation to generation since his first ancestor, and he keeps it because no one there is able to use it properly. But if it is him, maybe he can. While David is very excited. He thinks this is crazy, and he never imagined he would really see a dragon's boy inside there, and he thinks it might just work. Just then, the big guy calls him Master, which surprises David. He says if he takes everything Master Golda has, including the dwarfs and even his workshop, he wants to know if he does not think he would be causing problems for him, and he saw there to offer his workshop, and the other, not excited, says he should call him if he needs anything. They start to fight, wanting to get our boy's attention and offering various items, which surprises Dave a lot, just asking them to calm down about it. And after gathering several precious items, the one chasing him asks about what he had said a few moments ago. He said he did not have enough materials, but now he says he has too many, and those dwarves ask if that is to his liking, and our guy says yes, and Gagoda says he wishes he could help. But there are moral dilemmas among the blacksmiths that prevent us from doing that, and David thinks he should not just be staring, but he thanks him. And now just in the workshop, he says it is time to get to work and remembers the time when his master fought with Ben, asking her to return that, but she said no. And how dare he call her that on the board, but Suruti says no. He never called her that, but she tells him to be quiet, because she is going to burn Dave now, while Suru asks why she wants to burn an innocent child, as he remembers that the Sand of the Heroes was an almost paradisiacal place created from the aftermath of the heroes. He thought it was a place that served as a resting spot for the heroes after so much work, and thanks to Auden, who created the dragons, he was able to touch the bones of an ancient dragon. And Sir had a tough time with that goddess of mages, while later he fell on her head, while saying he doubted he would find something like that. And David thinks that back then he was annoyed and had to learn to use something he knew would exist in the world. But he was wrong, because now he has it. He realizes that the forge is getting hotter, and he wanted to be able to cast some fire resistance magic on himself. But if he makes even the slightest mistake in controlling the temperature, everything will fail. And so the forge starts to glow in various different colors. What surprises many who are watching it is realizing that the sword is shining more and more. And if she says that it is very beautiful, while our girl thinks that it used to have a red color, but now it changed to a transparent ruby, and the blue blade reminds him of a supernova at night. And she is very happy watching David work so hard, and she thinks that he really has a surreal talent, while he, very excited, keeps forging his swords and hammering them more and more, and that power resonates throughout the place. And after a long time, the twin swords are finally ready and his work is complete. And after the two are ready, he gets really excited, saying that he thinks he should master them, and Perk asks what name he has in mind, while David says that to tell the truth he has already thought about it. What surprises her a lot is when he looks up names he thought of as soon as he saw the two swords. What if he faces them and says that from now on their names will be Karmazin and Azuri? And the Karmazin sword has the power to kill living beings, and the Azuri sword has the power to kill the undead, while Perk says it is really a drug and the names he has in mind are always horrible. He grabs the Karmazin sword and strikes with it. This surprises Perk with that sword movement, and he simply activates the cut, slicing that machine, and Perk is in shock, asking what that is, and there was no mana force when he swung the sword. But I think it could cut a mitri sharpening stone. And Nasora gets pretty excited holding the Zor. He starts striking it several times towards an anvil, and this magic resonates and begins to shine through the forge, while our boy says it cuts mana. And the Persic says that then he did not just swing the sword, and he replies that yes, it seems everything is ready, so that is what it does. It cuts things that do not exist in the physical world, and he realizes it is really very powerful. And he thinks he did something pretty ridiculous. And that click from the forge is already at night, and all the dwarves wake up at once, staring at our boy, calling him master, and our boy asks what they are doing there. And the dwarves say they have been keeping an eye out so no one bothers him, and he says they did a good job and asks how long he was inside. The three say it was 4 days, which really surprises Dave. He says they were worried since he did not eat anything, and did not respond when they knocked on the door. The Chase says it seemed like he was obsessed like a crazy guy, but it was quite interesting to observe. He asks her what she observed, but she says it is not the time for that while he grabs her and tells her to say it now. After a while, The elders appear staring at the swords and say that the swords are indeed emitting an aura on their own. He thinks the materials they provided would create something that good. Our boy thinks the dwarves seemed faithful and devoted and met a god as soon as they saw the full blue karmazin. They say they can now die without regrets, while it seems like I told him to let them go. Since they are excited after a week in the life of the dwarves. The year asks Master Dave if the intensity of this part is not too low. But David says it is fine, and this is the time he needs to lower the temperature of the flames. And it is basically a metal with more mana affinity than Metrio. He becomes stronger if they adjust the flames according to the situation. They call it a hold and tell him not to try to force the metal to bend just by hammering. He needs to do it naturally like the flow of a river. He asks if that is how it is. And our boy says just a little more. And he says he understands and thanks Master Dave, while our girl thinks that when they let go of their pride, they filled themselves with passion, and it was like they were holding a hammer for the first time, full of enthusiasm and after several days. Nor says that it is not too bad and it was worth it. Meanwhile, Goguda is back there getting a drink and tells him to have a little, and he heard it is a drink that his brother loves and values a lot. And our boy thanks him, saying the aroma is nice and not too strong, and I do not say it is a relief. And just because they are dwarves does not mean they like strong liquor. But he says to tell the truth he heard about something else. And Our Lady asks what it is. And Goguda says that actually, when he thinks about what he is doing, it excites him. And so quickly he apologizes to the whetstone while Goguda asked what he meant. And David, feeling nervous, says it does not matter. But the dwarf disco he heard about said he saw him there not only to complete the last job of the blacksmith of my days, but also because he needed his strength to build things in his territory. And he must say that is right. And Goguda says that is why he saw him. And the dwarves will never forget his favor. And despite their skills not being compared to his, as long as he asks, they can do anything. And Nasa asks if everything is really okay, and it might take a while. But Anand says they are very grateful to him, and the whole Yellow Rock tribe will follow him. He swears by the god of iron that they will be by his side, which surprises our boy a lot. Just then, one of the dwarfs goes over to the elder and asks what happened. And the dwarf says they have a big problem, and there is an intruder hiding in the village. This surprises Goguda, who asks, "What do you mean?" Just then, to the elder's surprise, an attack suddenly comes in his direction, and he does not even notice the attack. But to save Goguda, our boy is quicker and blocks the attack. While facing that weapon, he asks if it is a red knife. And now you do not wake up to the castle with the prince smashing everything, saying that David is a jerk and it is all his fault. And he starts to go crazy with anger while saying it is a pain. And he thinks that Dave is definitely his fault. And he did something to him with all those annoying noises he makes when he walks. And all his hair loss is all his fault since he saw him that day. And he tells the maids that they must find this funny. But the three of them say they do not. And he starts dragging them and calling them filthy, while he starts to strangle them, saying that even they are mocking him, asking if it is true while he dies strangled. He says that this view is truly wonderful. But at that moment, while he strangles the maid, a man appears at his window and the prince asks who he is, and this man with red eyes approaches him and apologizes, saying that it seems he has not introduced himself yet, and says his name is Face. And he hopes he remembers that. The maids start to run, while he says that from what he heard, they brought him grief. And the prince asks if it is true, while this Face snaps his fingers and makes a rift appear from which several bats emerge, while he shows that woman, staring at it. The surprised prince asks who the hell he is while still in the rich crap, and this Face says it looks like someone did something to him, so he will lift his curse and freeze with a snap of his fingers. He says that this will be because of the house, and the prince asks who he is and wonders if it really matters. Getting straight to the point, he asks why he does not form a contract with him, and they take care of the human he hates. What really surprises Carlos is him saying that Dave has a stigma marked on his body, and besides that, there is someone protecting him, and it is not just any guy. But this Face says that Len is still a mere human, and Carlos says that it is like talking as if he were not human. But Face says that he will find out soon enough. He sent his minions to take care of him, which really surprises Carlos Confes, saying that they must have finished the job, and now he turns to our boy who quickly defended against the blow, and faces this red blade. And Peric says it is not a normal weapon used by assassins. It is made of blood. And our Colota remembers that it is a skill that allows things like this. And then he looks at the top of the hill, and sees a lion-like monster staring at him, while he thinks about using multiple blood skills, which are the abilities of vampires. What about blood? While you do not wonder if he is okay, they point to that place and are surprised by the magical beast. It is the person who says that this beast is quite strong. And our boy says yes. It is a magical beast with a blood kit. And the beast stares at our boy and then starts howling, which surprises the three of them a lot. And that howl is really strong and goes towards our boy, destroying part of the mountain. But to the dwarves' surprise, our ear uses magic to protect the two from the fall. And that beast goes towards Dave and starts to smile. And after the monster leaves the two dwarves conscious, it heads towards our boy while linking to Dave. David gets really pissed off about this and asks if he is really that excited and thinks it is a real predator. And that vampire lion starts to go for our boy while David says this is the aura of blood. And even among vampires, only those who are extremely skilled can use this ability. He must be really strong. And even though he should be careful, he must be at a totally different level than a typical magical creature. And David says yes. But it does not matter how strong he is. With a big leap, he appears in front of the monster and says he is still just an animal acting on instinct. And it quickly punches him, sending him flying. This surprises the beast a lot while our hero says this is a perfect opportunity as the beast stares at our boy, making a strange movement. And he grabs his sword and thinks he needed someone to test them. And so he starts with the 24th style, the Demon Blade Spiritual Extraction, already cutting the beast. And then with the 8th entity, the Annihilation Strike, attacking it again, while our boy remembers that during the peak of the central plains of Miram, the high-ranking officials from that faction were all corrupt, limiting the martial artists and leading people to hunger. And that is what his master told him, while wondering how this drunk managed to unite everyone in Miram using just a sword, and the 88 styles he created and left behind. Each style he created was very powerful, even against other supreme swordsmen. And putting all this together, and the training he got from the god of the sword was all perfect for him. But it was very painful. And after cutting the monster, our boy says how great it is and swings his sword, throwing the blood on the ground, while saying it should be enough for Little Red. And the Persik says that the creature is still not dead, and David says he knows that the blood starts to gather in front of our boy. And David thinks it is like an all hiding its source of immortality nearby. They are able to regenerate infinitely, as long as their source is not destroyed. And of course, if you cut it to the point where there is no more regeneration, or expose it to sacred magic, they will surely die. However, it is harder to do than to talk. And he asks Berserk if she knows that a magical beast can achieve a type of immortality similar to that of a noble vampire. And she says that to begin with, the very fact that it uses blood is already unnatural. And he says that then there is nothing more. He is reviving after the last attack. And the level of mortality like this must have been granted to a vampire lord. But they wonder why he would give this to a creature like that. And the current situation does not allow him to investigate further. Then he grabs his other sword, Azuri, and strikes it, cutting the monster again. And the blood spreads across the ground. While they ask if maybe he managed to destroy the source with that blow, the person says it looks a bit different, and she believes he has distorted reality. And he asks, "What do you mean? And is that true?" And she says it seems so, while Nozora wonders if she could be capable of killing a god, or something like that. And he wants to know what his master put on that blade. But he does not want to think about it now, and with a cheerful little smile, he says it seems they have a little mouse hiding around there. And after the leaf passes by him, he delivers a tremendous sword strike. What surprises that vampire with our boy saying, "Not to make it so obvious next time." What shocks that vampire a lot, facing our boy right in front of him, ready to kill him. And after the devil against that vampire, he starts running after him while the vampire is very scared, thinking he is going to die, as he is being chased by a lunatic. And our boy with his swords tells him not to hide, because as he said, he can find him. And with the sword strike, he charges at him, destroying all the ground. But the vampire manages to save himself and escape from that destruction. Only that the devil is still right behind him, while our boy starts talking to someone and asks why he can't play a little with him since he came here to kill him. And he says that way it makes him look like a bad guy. While the vampire wonders if he has gone crazy and is talking to himself. So now he wants to take this opportunity to escape from there. But to the vampire's surprise, our boy grabs his arm, asking what he is doing. While he, very scared, wonders when he appeared behind him. And at that moment he lets go of his arm and takes a few steps back. And David, smiling, calls him a prized customer and says he needs to pay before leaving. And he asks why he is trying to have dinner and run away afterward. And at that moment the vampire is hit and feels very afraid of our boy, thinking that he must be crazy. And even among his kind, they are a very honorable nobility and, in other words, they are by far much superior to humans in various ways. And normally this human should be terrified after encountering the magical beast. But he not only pulled him to the bridge of the gorge, but was also planning to play with him until he got tired. And so he thinks about his superior face, and wonders if he wanted to be saved. And apparently they judged this boy very wrong. And when Dev is well above him, ready to attack, The vampire thinks that he is definitely not normal, already being struck by Dave, and after he gets pinned down, our boy sits on top of him and says that he finally became docile. This makes him stay still and not resist, while the vampire starts screaming, asking what he did to him and how he dares to sit on him. He is just an inferior kind, but our boy says he should be grateful he did not cut his body in half. And he needs to confirm one thing. Meanwhile, very pissed off, he says he regrets to say, but he is the quietest person among his kind. He can't pass any information to him. But David apologizes and says he never intended to hear that from his mouth. And actually, it turns out he has the perfect magic for that. And he can hardly wait to look inside his mind. And the vampire says there is no way something like that can exist. But David says yes. And he knows very well how to do it. And so, with his hand on the vampire's head, he activates the ignition of Samade with bright flames appearing on the vampire's head. And then he activates black magic, the cursed stigma, and the integration. And then the flames of interrogation start burning the vampire's body and his mind together. As he starts screaming that it is hot, he begs him to please put it out. But David says he is fine and tells him not to make a scene. And Perk back there says that even if he is his enemy, this is a bit much. But David says no, he is not going to die like that, and she says that he knows she is not worried about that, and it is about something else. But he calls her Miss Lord Demon and asks if he really needs to have mercy on someone who tried to take his life. And there, looking down, she says he is right. But still, he does not need to be so cruel. And this is the first time I see a demon talking about mercy. And after he burns the vampire's body, he deactivates the magic and the vampire starts breathing again while our boy says he does not need to find out much about him. So they are going to do this quickly, and he first asks who he is, and the vampire, grinding his teeth, asks who he thinks he is, while our guy casts magic once more and asks if he wants to try a little more. And the vampire, trembling with fear, says he is the request, and he is a viscount. And D says he is of middle rank, and he is sure he was his target, asking if it is because of that vampire maid from last time, and he says yes, he is right. And David thinks he speaks quite easily for someone who said he was very quiet. So now the next question. Including him, the magical beast. Now he wants to know why you have the authority of immortality, which surprises the vampire a lot. The vampire, trembling with fear, does not want to answer, and David thinks that he is still not speaking, and maybe he should provoke him a bit more. And after the vampire loses a little composure, he starts getting very angry and foaming with rage. What surprises David is the purser. And the vampire says he prefers death. And his body starts to glow while Perk screams for him to protect himself. And in this way, the body of the Viscount vampire begins to swell while David says this is a taboo. And this little vampire says he did not want this, and he apologizes to Mere Face, which surprises our boy hearing the last phrase. And after he says that, his whole body explodes, causing a massive explosion at the site. And after the explosion, David said that a taboo, and the punishment for that is death, which is a very cruel thing. And it seems that this was not voluntary. And that was a bummer because they almost did not discover anything. And she apologizes saying it was her fault. But he says she does not need to apologize, because he imagined something like this would happen. And when the curse is broken, the person who cast it is able to feel it. What it means is that this gentleman did what he said, and must already know this. And David said that the curse he placed on Carlos has already been broken. And to be more precise, someone made it fall asleep, and it would be hard to find him. They still managed to. And the authority of immortality. The person behind this is quite formidable. And now, back in the dwarves' village, the dwarves continue to rebuild their candle while our boy is helping them, and she chases him back there saying that the only magical kiss attacked there, and even destroyed the place to that extent, and that was unimaginable. And while our boy walks through the dwarves' village, he sees the dwarves running to the north, and at that moment he goes towards the elders, while everyone calls him master, and Gaguda apologizes for him having seen something unpleasant. But he must say that it is no problem and asks if he got hurt. But he says that, as you can see, he is quite strong. But many buildings were burned and countless people were injured, and this elder feels Dave's gaze and says that maybe he wants to talk about something. And David says yes. And so the two head towards his house, and upon arriving in the dwarves' room, our boy says that he saw the others running to the north and asks what happened. And the two get quite nervous not knowing what to say, but in that way, Gogoda says it is nothing serious and a child from the orphanage has gone missing, and the sentinels are looking for her, but still have not found her. And speaking of which, he does not think it is safe for him there. But David says that, actually, he wants to show them something and asks him to please read that, and they ask what it is. And David says he explains how to restore the sacred item, and how it will take a long time until they finish. He plans to return to his land soon, which surprises the two elders, and both say they did not know how to thank him. But David said he does not want anything in return, and actually wants to be grateful to them. He has already been well rewarded for that. Pointing to the two swords, but the most important thing is that that beast came to his house because of him. When he hid in the village, so when he leaves there, the problems will disappear, and thus this guy was apologized to for everything he caused. But the two say no, that is absurd. And how could he be to blame? David thinks that different people would have reacted differently. And if they had any resentment against him, this would be the time to express it. And now that he has cleared things up, he explained that it was because of his stigma, and that magical beast came after him. But still, there is one thing that worries him, which is that the vampires might use this place to vent their anger later. But his situation does not allow him to worry about those things. And that is all he can do for them. Finding the lost little boy and saving him and bringing him back to the dwarves. And the more he leaves there, the safer they will be. And now back to Ryan's territory. The guards arrive in a caravan with some dwarves and are quite surprised, immediately ordering them to stop and asking for their identification, while our girl shows up saying he is her lot. While everyone kneels calling him a saint. But he says no. He is not a saint, and it seems he really has come home this time. And after returning to the territory, he became extremely busy. And even while in a village, he was receiving reports. And now there are even more people wanting to migrate to his territory, and in the second semester, they will receive 4,000 people. That is 20 times more than the largest number of residents. And that may cause some problems, because of the number of residents. But he no longer has to worry about that, as now he has great helpers. And this big guy next to him says that there is this territory he was talking about. And David says yes, that is right. And even this mansion is a bit old. And the dwarf starts laughing and says that this will be the chance to thank him. And then he leaves all of this in his hands, and he will let this place be known, because they are called the masters of the entire continent, and he should not refuse their offer, no matter how good he is. If he does not take care of himself, no one will obey him. And David says yes, he won't stop him. He actually wanted to ask for a few things, and I think the other dwarves will like it a lot. And the guard back there is wondering what he had to do to get the dwarves, known for being rough, to come to his territory. And because of that, the reconstruction of Rennes will happen without any problems. And now the knight is back in his room. He is very tired from working so much, and the one who follows him says he did a good job today, while our boy says that now he knows why the kings of the Joseon dynasty did not live for long. While the person says that being a leader is not an easy job. He feels very happy to be resting now, saying that this bed is really nice. But while he enjoys the bed, he feels something strange, touching a certain spot. And he becomes very surprised by that volume, because he does not know who it is. And from that volume, small hands appear and a scary look is staring at the two, and they both just start to scream in shock. And after the scare, they stare at that volume. It is when our boy wonders if he came to the wrong room. But he thinks that is impossible. So he thinks that means they did again. And the mess does not always happen with money, and as the area is developing, he has started to have more and more cases of people invading his room with illegal requests. And it is not rare for this to happen in a medieval hierarchy world. But for him, it is different, since his holy mistress forbade him from using his boy as he wished. Because if he did, she would come after him and castrate him, even if she had to leave. And he must know that a saint always blames her word. So he must understand that if he messes up, she will cut his boy off. And he thinks that the wrath of a depraved saint like her is heavier than one can imagine. And he was receiving all kinds of bribes they could have. So he did not go after who sent it. But it got to the point of invading his room every day, so he gave a warning that if they did it again, he would tear up the contract and wipe out their kind. While the girls running from his room called him a loser. And anyway, he managed to enjoy his nights peacefully since then. And if he reads until the sheet and taking it off, he is very surprised by the cute little girl with red hair appearing and staring at our boy, while he is very worried, wondering what this is, and if they are really trying to bring out his generous side, using the innocent little girl. And if he calls him a girl and asks who she is while she is very excited, she responds to him in a non-human way, and the two immediately clash with her cuteness and with her shining. Persek said this is not good for his heart. And our boy gets even angrier seeing that they are using an innocent girl to try to manipulate him, and he bangs on the table and calls for Em. And Amy starts running to his room asking what happened. He sees a cute little girl on his bed, and she is already in shock at what he did. But he tells her not to talk nonsense and asks if he did not tell her not to let anyone into his room. But she says she did not let anyone in and asks if His Highness did not bring her. And David says no and thinks that if Amy does not know, it must have been another being that put her in secret. And he asks Amy if he seems like a crybaby lately, and she, quite nervous apologizes and says she should have watched over his room better, and says she will take responsibility for this child and take her right now. But to both of their surprise, the little girl with red hair points at our boy calling him daddy, which shocks a lot looking at him, and especially our boy not understanding what that is, and quickly the girl gets out of bed and runs towards him, hugging his leg and calling him daddy, while he must be wondering, "What do you mean, daddy?" And she must be confusing him. But at that moment he notices the sleepiness in his closet, and when he looks, he is very shocked to see another cute little girl staring at our boy, while he does not understand what the hell is going on there and where these two came from. And now the next day, the little girl runs through the garden, while he runs after her, asking her to be careful. And this girl is called Karmazin, who is basically the spirit of the red sword of Dave, who became human and now follows him around, saying that he could have seen her states from the beginning, and he is very dumb. And besides that, she expects his sense of morality to be hurt. But he tells her how he can change their names if he has already given them, and who would have thought those swords would become human, Karmazin and Azuri, and he thinks that is concerning. They are very cute, and so Karmazin runs through the garden while asking him to calm down and eat some cookies. And our boy is very thoughtful, wondering if swords can really eat, denying that they are literally human. And so Zuri goes to our boy and jumps on his leg, waiting for her daddy's affection, and he starts petting her, and she is very happy about it, and with that very cute little face, she calls him daddy. What shocks the two again is that it chases them and Dave, while he thinks this is definitely not good for their hearts. And yes, back in his room, he tells the two that he wants to confirm something first, and he tells Kamsenha and Azuri to return to their original forms, and the two look at each other and say yes, and their bodies start to glow, and they turn back into two swords, and David gets really excited. But it seems like their essence is still that of swords, and the person says that they do not hesitate to return to those original forms. And David says yes, and the transformations are very quick and seem to be part of their instincts. And from what he can see, the density of the sword's power seems to have increased, because they are conscious now, and he tells the two that they can go back. And they transform into humans again while Carmel is asking for cookies and Azu is asking for cookies. And he wonders if maybe he should announce that he will be their guardian. And the person says that technically they are his daughters, or at least adopted daughters in this case, while Dev asks if she wants him to get married or something. But she asks if that was not the original plan. And he just says no, and tells the two that eating too many cookies will make their teeth rotten, and he calls me and asks me what happened. Just before that, she says that a guest has arrived, which surprises Dav a lot, asking what guest, and she says that she came without saying anything, and the princess arrived. Your sister. And at the moment when Island sees Azul and Karmazin, she gets very happy, saying that they are really very cute and adorable, and asks, "Who are these kids?" While our boy says they are the kids he is taking care of, and they are like his daughters. This shocks Willen a lot, asking if it is true, and saying that every time she sees him something new happens, and he asks if it is really true. And she excitedly says she was very worried when he said he was going to a place that was basically just wilderness, and he does not know how surprised she was when she saw his moon grass business succeed, and she also saw them using it in the village, while he says yes, they are his friends, and she says she did not think they would leave home and end up in her territory, and David just says they are helping, and she says it is just amazing, and he tells his sister he would like to welcome her better. But as she can see, the territory is not doing very well, but she asks him not to worry about that, because she feels relieved to see him having fun, and he asks if it is really true, while the partner on that side says that Dev did not notice because he has been busy these days. But he wonders if he is really having fun while facing the two girls, and says she is right and why do not they come in now. But while she runs after the two, she loves there on the other side talking to some people, asking them to come over, while a tall man walks alongside some other guys. And our boy stares and wonders who he is. And now in his office, our boy asks how her brother is, and how she managed to find time to come here, while being busy with her own territory. But she told him that there has been a decrease in the number of attacks by bandits at night, and the territory has become much more peaceful. And she asks if he does not seem a bit disinterested, and he apologizes to her, while she says that actually the real reason for her coming here is because she has a request, and she asks her brother if he knows how to use the power of the stigma. He asks, "What do you mean? The power of the stigma?" And she says she does not know if he should be asking that with him being so busy like this. But there is one thing she has not told him, and the only person she can tell this to is her brother. But he just tells her to get on with it because he can help her, and he looks at Willem crying and asks what happened, and she just apologizes very sadly. And after she falls asleep, the butler says she looks exhausted. That must have bothered her for quite some time. And Div just says she will be better soon. And he thinks about the considerable distance between the Warden territory, where William and her brother live, and his territory, and she must have traveled without resting, so he thinks she acts quite a bit with this person, and he remembers what she told him. She has a friend who is currently on the brink of death, and even the doctors and parents have given up on her, and Tina is Will's best friend and guardian, and she was hit by a poisoned arrow shot by bandits. And since Willin fell into this trap after getting exhausted from the chase, if Putna had not crossed her path, Willin would not have survived, and the priest removed the poison from her body using a spell. But after that, blue marks began to appear on her body. So that is the problem. And after the poison from the arrow was detoxified, she started showing abnormal symptoms. She has been suffering from huge fevers and blue marks appearing all over her body. And after coughing up blood, the bridge began to lose its vitality, and the doctors and priests are not sure how to treat this unidentified illness. And she saw the conversation among the priests, that maybe the high priest could save her with his stigma. And after she heard that, she ran to Rena's territory, hoping to have some luck, and she tells her brother that because of her friend is on the brink of death and she wants to save her. And after she fell asleep from crying so much, Dav went to her room to check on his sister. While she is on the other side of the bed, Karmas asks if she is sick, while Zura looks really sad for her, and our boy says that she will get better after resting a bit. And he tells both of them to let her sleep, while Karmazin says she can't get sick, and that she will stay with her. And she simply lies down next to Willy while it seems like she says they are very cute, and Asri, really nervous, says that she is going to stay there too. And they start to sleep with Winley while he covers all three of them and lets them rest, and after he leaves, he thinks about those blue marks and the coughing up blood, and P asks him what is the problem. While he says it is nothing, he just thought that these symptoms seemed familiar, and maybe it is his intuition. And there are times he feels that something is going to happen, even without any evidence or sign, and so he asks the butler if there are intelligence guides in his territory. And he asks him to please find the best and most reliable ones while he comments to Berserk that things are going to get complicated. But she says she doubts it will be a problem for him. He always manages to turn problems into opportunities. And he says very seriously that he knows. But he does not want the number of patients to increase. And also from the symptoms his sister mentioned, there is only one disease that comes to his mind, and Perk says blue marks, coughing up blood, and loss of vitality. She asks if that disease really exists, and he just says yes. The problem is that this disease should not exist on this continent. That is what makes him even more confused. And now in the morning, Will is playing with her two adopted nieces, while the shirt starts to run around the place, and our guy thinks that the principle is action and reaction. For every action, there is a reaction. He wants to take a closer look at this situation, and the patient received a heart spell right after being hit by a poisoned flash, but is showing abnormal symptoms and is now dying, and this disease is unknown to the priests and doctors. That does not make any sense, and Perk says he does not look good while David says he has a lot on his mind right now, and she says it makes sense. There are many doubts about his sister's situation, and where the savages living along the kingdom's borders got such a poison. And David says he has some suspicions, but it is too early to jump to conclusions, so he needs more information about this, and she asks if that is not why he called in the intelligence guy, and he says of course. And to see the situation as a whole, he needs formations, and whatever the cure is for this disease is in what caused it. That is what he learned from his mentor when he was studying medicine, and this is also the perfect time. And at that moment he says to the nothing that if he is there, he can come in, and the chase asks what he is talking about. Well, he just tells him to stop wasting time and come in now, pointing to the corner of the room, and from the corner of the room, a shadow appears, and this shadow says it heard he needed something, and David says that is right, and Leo thanks him for coming even though he is busy. He asks to sit down, but he does not sit, and Dav just thinks it seems like he can see what is hidden, and he is very cautious. And if he says he is going to be direct and wants to buy information, he can offer whatever he wants up to a certain price, and the masked man says every shady meeting has a price. And he agrees since nothing is free in this world. And this guy says if he pays him well, he can find personal information even in the neighboring kingdom, and if he wants, he can even bring the royal family's underwear. While Dev wonders what kind of marketing this is, he says he understands and asks if it is the princess of the Fahrenheit realm, while the chase tells him not to do something like that, and he is glowing, looking at this man while the nervous masked man says he values his life too, so he is not going to do that. And after playing around, Dev says this is his payment, a bag full of gold coins, and he says there is a knight named Patna who serves his sister and one of Winley's guards. He wants him to find out where she has been lately. And this guy is Jack, or actually Yenna Helishashana. He is 124 years old, a Darf, and in this case, his gender seems male. But actually, she is a woman, which surprises Dave, and Svager asks if he wants to check this woman's past, while DV tells him to think of it as her medical activity. So he asks what he thinks, and if he will be able to do it, and after thinking for a bit, he says he won't accept the money, and D asks what he means by that, and if it will be free. But the dark elf says no. He will receive payment after the job is done. And Dave asks what he will do if he ends up not paying, while the dark elf says that contrary to what he knows. He is quite sarcastic, but he is not the type of person to break agreements, and David thinks that then he wants to form a connection with him, and he is very brave. But still, it is not bad. He asks if this is the guild's opinion, and the dark elf says it is a personal proposal, and David says fine. He will do it as he prefers. And the dark elf says that then he will start, and the smoke bomb explodes inside his office, filling the place with smoke, while David thinks that he did not need to do something like that. He hid the fact that his dark elf is also a woman, and not only that, but he is quite famous across the continent, and Bag says it seems the merchants are not the only ones sniffing out money, and she asks if he knows anything about this hell Shanna, and he asks, "What do you mean?" "Rally Shanna." And she says she is not sure and mentions that was the last name of that elf and asks if something's wrong, and the person who says no, she thinks it is nothing and to forget about it, and now 2 days later, her sister says she wants to go along. But David says he knows about her serious condition, and does not think she is well after resting for a few days. But she is very nervous and insists she still wants to go, while he thinks he has finished his preparations to go to his sister's territory. She is acting like this right when he leaves. He tells her not to be stubborn, and that they will need to ride horses to get there in a few days. And taking a carriage will only slow them down even more, and as he said, he needs to check on the patient as quickly as possible. So there is no time to waste. And she will be accommodating him while she is feeling pretty overwhelmed. But he thinks she will manage to get on the horse and endure this trip in her current state. And not only that, he has a bad feeling about what is happening there, and P asks if that is part of his intuition. And he says yes. And so Will gets really nervous and says she also wanted to, calling Will silly and saying she is not weak. But in that moment, a man appears saying that it seems like the situation is difficult, and the princess calls him Sir Euless, and while he shines, our boy does not say anything, and this guy asks Willen what the problem is while she goes to him explaining the situation. And our boy gets even angrier watching that scene while P-Jack asks if this is really his intuition. And this guy is pretty lively. He will have our boy saying it is a pleasure to meet him, and his name is Ulysses. He is a tier 5 mage. And even though he might not be the right fit, he is an associate of the Red Tower and our orphan, whose name is Dave Alrani. He heard a bit about him, and Liz says it is an honor. While David thinks he does not actually know this guy, and has no interest in him. And there is really no reason for them to meet, and no matter how famous he is across the continent. He is from the Central Magic Tower. From the Central Continent. And only annoying things will come up related to him. And Lacer says this region is not humble, and is actually the brightest territory in the Eastern Continent. And besides that, Princess Willen always talked a lot about this place, so he wanted to visit it while he feels very embarrassed by Ulysses's words, making our boy even angrier, thinking he must be really dangerous, and it would be better to kill him now, but it is for him to take a step back, telling him not to be hasty, and there is no reason to be hostile just because he is close to your sister. But he says yes. That is quite a reason. And he does not know who he is messing with, and from what he heard, he was called a prodigy of the Magic Tower and had a good personality, so he is a master even though he is young. And is not like you can deny his skills. And his background is not bad either, and his background, personality, appearance, and competence. Basically the IO guy who has no flaws. But the problem is why a guy like that is so close to Willing. So he asks him how he met his sister. While he thinks he understands, and that he would act the same way if someone were close to his sister. And he says that while he was walking around the Rhinus area, he ended up meeting Princess Willen and accompanied her. And our guy says he does not know how to thank him for accompanying his sister, while he hides his anger by clenching his fists. But he says he does not need to. And it is not true that he helped him a lot. And when he was running away from the mountain bandits, Princess Will saved him with her magic, and our guy was weak, so it would be like that. And this Ulysses says he was famous for spatial magic and he can create a small mana portal to transport items. Which really surprises Willen, who says a mana portal is amazing. While David asks if that is something surprising, and she says of course it is much smaller than the big portals that need to be installed to be used, and it is a super high-level artifact. It is the people in the Magic Tower who can use it, and she talks about many other uninteresting things, and she ends by saying she never knew the Red Tower would have something like that, while he says it is just a coincidence, and he was just waiting to make sure it was not damaged. While he says it is amazing that he can use 2 different types of magic, making our boy even angrier. And the person asks if that is not good since long-distance teleportation is even hard for him. You should not be so angry anymore. And if he tells Louis that it is in his hands and Louis says of course. At that moment he uses his magic and they are teleported. Meanwhile, Liz back there notices his hand is very red and swollen from our boy's hand and he feels something strange and asks, "What is that smell?" While David says it is the smell of burning protein, and it seems to be coming from burning bodies, and he asks if there was another invasion. Well, he says that is impossible, and it has not been long since they expelled the bandits. But to their surprise, someone appears in front of the princess and says that she has returned. The princess asks who he is, and the old man says he was sent by the Disease Treatment Corporation and he is Count Linton. Even more handsome in person. And the rumors were true, and then he, somewhat suspicious, apologizes. But they are in a hurry. He thinks it would be better to continue their conversation later, but in this way, some guards stop them and the old man says he would like to do that. But unfortunately, his current situation does not allow it, and she asks what that is, when he asks them to please turn with him. And the castle that William needs has already been separated using a sacred kingdom artifact, which surprises the three of them as he asks them to please follow him. And now in a room, V says that first he would like to apologize for having moved his knights without permission. But he asks her to take the situation into account, and William says that the lord of the territory is Barris. But if he is not there, his authority passes to her, and he will mention that he is aware and also ask for something like that after seeing the notice is horrible. But before that, this is a comparison that deals with diseases. And he tells her that he is sure someone of her status knows about her authority, and she gets quite nervous about it. While it is said that the Disease Treatment Corporation is an organization that has the approval of the emperors of the three kingdoms of the continent, the Western Accounts, the Eastern Beauties, and the God of Sword Empire, the Pallid, and involving these three kingdoms, they have special authorities, and its main purpose is to provide medical help to the entire continent. And that old man says he is sure she is aware of the terrible disease in her territory, and her organization calls it demon's blood, and she asks, "What do you mean demon's blood?" And he says it is dark blue marks that appear on the patient's body, and in the end, it starts to twist blood, and eventually the patients die, and it is very contagious. And at that moment, the princess remembers something and says it is not the time for that, and she tells Dave that they have to go now and need to head to the boat. But the old man says he apologizes and sends his belated regards to Prince Dave. He always wanted to meet him and keeps saying he has a stigma that successfully cultivated the moon's grass. Our buddy says it was just a coincidence. But the old man says nothing in this world happens without reason. And all of this is possible because he was amazing. And now that he thinks about it, all his people are famous. While he looks at Alyssa's, the princess hits the table and apologizes to Count Linton, saying she needs to go now because she has something urgent to do. She calls the butler, but he does not appear while she apologizes again, saying that everyone in this place, even the knights, are in quarantine, and very nervously, he asks what that means. While she says they had no choice and the demon's blood disease is highly contagious, they can avoid the worst-case scenario by keeping the others under control. But even if a small number of people get infected, things can spiral out of control. Meanwhile, our buddy thinks that he is actually not wrong, but will keep saying this is beyond his authority, and he says that is right. But as far as he knows, it is an agreement of the alliance of the kingdoms. And even the queen of his kingdom approved it, which surprises Willen a lot. And he says fortunately this disease is impossible to cure, and divine power won't work, and he, with that wicked little smile, says that is why they are here and asks them to please leave it to him. And they will find the cure and bring him good news. Ike does not say anything, just staring at the old man. And now in the treatment room with several infected people screaming for help. Astop asked what this is. And Prince David says it looks more like a quarantine to avoid the worst than a treatment. And even though it seems like a disaster, in a way it is something plausible for you to do. And she says that this is very horrible. And she has never seen anything like it in her whole life. While she wonders what that strange smell is, this leads her to a patient, and she recognizes her by the name Tina. And he says it seems they found her, and is feeling that strange smell. Our boy says it is the rhinitis flower. And she asks what that is, and our boy says if he remembers correctly, she calls it the twisted flower in this world. And Pess says she has never heard of it while he says it is a rare flower that only grows in extreme environments. And this flower contains lethal poison. He starts checking the patient, and she has a fever of 39.7 degrees. And her brain cells are about to fry, and her body is in a very unstable condition. And her skin is very cold, almost like a corpse. But her organs are still warm. These symptoms are horrible. And the way they die is too. And he already knew this would be the case when he heard about Willen. But now that he is seeing it, it seems much more complicated. and he really does not understand why this disease exists in this world. And Pak asks, "What do you mean?" Well, he calls this disease the acceleration melting virus. And she asks what it is, and he says it is a lethal virus that prevailed in another world, and she was created with a specific purpose. It is very different from colds, cancer, or even the Black Plague. It is a much stronger and much more contagious disease, and when the only infected person, millions of people quickly die. And it took 10 years to develop a cure, and 280 million people died during the disease period. And after the cure was developed, 18 million lives were saved, and they need to make antibiotics before it is too late. And at that moment he grabs a blade and moves towards the potion, and activating his power, he will stop hitting her. Only this way he holds her arm, asking what he is doing. And this place is off limits. And he asks, "Who are you to be here?" And this is Baron Gornio, official of the Disease Control Center. While our boy says his name is Dave Ron, the first prince of the H Kingdom, he gets serious, staring at him and says he received the report that he was there. But this place has limits even for a prince. And he apologizes, but he will have to leave. It is just that I brought another question because he can't be there. And the old man says that how he should know a pandemic is happening in this territory. And from what they have discovered, the disease spreads through the respiratory system. And he is covering his nose and mouth right now. And this count says he is aware that he has a stigma on his body. But that did not work against this disease. And the high priest who has divine powers has already been there. And that way, they hear horrible screams coming from another patient, while everyone tries to calm him down. And that one goes to him while the doctors, trembling with fear, try to inject the medicine. But in this way, our boy says that the patient will die if he uses that now, while they wonder how so. And he just tells him to give him the tube, while that count tells him to stop that, and asks what he is doing. And at that moment, our boy tears the patient's clothes and realizes that blood is clogging his lungs because of the virus. He is going to have a cardiac arrest. You won't get rid of this now. And it is 8 from the back and 3 from the right. And this will pass close and activate the divine coding, and then activate pain relief magic. And at that moment, with his tube, he hits the patient's body well, and thinks that just a little more is needed. While he is really pissed, he asks why he took someone's life and grabs our boy, telling him to stop that, and asks what he thinks he is doing, and if he really thinks a person is a toy. But to the count's surprise, something is coming out of the tube, and the doctors say the patient's well has returned to normal, while asking how that is possible, and our boy just stares at him and tells him to pay attention to him. And he takes that sample and says that they need to stop the bleeding and treat the wounds. And if they inject a painkiller into the patient in this state, they will die from shock. So he asks them to please keep that in mind. And since the work ended there, he is leaving. And before going out, he turns to Baron Gornell and says that people with a stigma have been blessed with immunity to most diseases. Then he asks him not to compare him to someone like a high priest, which shocks Baron Gornell a lot with our boy's confidence. And now back from Willen's castle, our boy says he is back while his little sister asks if he returned. And he gets really mad, wanting her to be very embarrassed, while he says that she is his sister and not his daughter. And so he asks her if she could not get in touch with Barris. And she says yes. The situation there is not the best. And she asks how the treatment center is, while our boy says it was much better than it could be. And so, Alyssa says he checked a few things, and currently 2 officials from the disease treatment center came there. Conlin and Baron Gornell, by the way. Their titles of nobility are something from the past, and their current titles are officials of the disease treatment center. And Willem asks if they are officials, and Will says that is exactly it. And he is showing the ranking of the disease treatment center, which has a president, 3 directors, and 15 officials. And below them are numerous people who are knights or medical groups. And our boy says that these 3 directors are the 3 emperors. El says yes, and the president is the Pope of the Sacred Kingdom, Falchaz. And if our boy thinks that external wounds can be treated easily, this world is quite weak against diseases. And that is why the reason for establishing this group is very transparent and constructive. But Al says that the 15 officials are people who have incredible medical skills, but to avoid personal issues regarding this group, the details about the officials are kept secret. And the problem is that they received authority from the 3 emperors and the alliance of the kingdoms. So what Conlington said makes sense. And the Edge Kingdom is also part of the alliance. And if they oppose this, they can make the empire their enemy and will be considered traitors by the alliance. But Willen says the residents are scared. But Lysis says that it has not been long since they arrived. And now all they can do is sit and wait. But the knights sent are knights of destruction, and the captain is Count Cole. And she asks who he is. This is from the kingdom of Randis. And he says yes. He is one of the royal knights. And in the video, it says that he retired a few years ago. But it seems he was there. And this Willen says that if she had known it would be so dangerous, she would not have brought the two of them with her. But David goes to his sister and asks her not to worry because everything will be fine. And he is worried that this is interfering with Alyssa's. But he says it is no problem, and in fact, the woman named Poten is a sorceress from the Red Tower, so he is just there doing his job as an elder. And our boy is yelling out that he thinks he is also an elder of the Red Tower. And now at night in her room, the Persian asks why she did not stay at the treatment center to help. The telepath there would not bring any help because what he has is the key, and now that the treatment center is asking for the cure to spread, he needs to make the antidotes while he still has time. In other words, he has to find a vaccine, and Perurka says that this is kind of hard to understand. Well, he says it is quite common in the medical field. And the treatment center must have tried many times to create an antibiotic. But making an antibiotic for this disease goes far beyond traditional means. So they are not succeeding, and Persig asks how he is going to do this using only blood. Well, he says that now that he is here, he thinks he will ask them for a favor, and he asks what he is doing and he should approach. And that dark elf appears saying he found him again, and our guy says it is, because he can see him while he knows tricks like that do not work on him. And this dark elf says he brought the information he asked, for and our guy says he did a good job and asks if he still wants the payment. But the elf says not yet, and this dark elf tells him to take that, and our boy asks what it is, and he says he brought it because he thought he would need it, and David says he will end up fired if he does things the way he wants. But he stares at it and is sure that it is not from the guild, and as he starts to read the parchment after a while, he asks if this information is reliable, and the Dark One says yes, and he is picking up informants. Reliability is basically their life. So he would not be lying about that. So he apologizes and says he has one more request, and the Dark Elf tells him to say it, and our boy asks him to please bring a large quantity of those items written there. At least a full cart of them. He thinks it would be better to ask him for that instead of mercenaries, and he should put the name of that over the disease treatment center. And I ask if he can really do that while our boy says it is no problem and he is going to speak and the fat baron that bought it. But the elf tries to stop him. But D moves forward and says that even being part of the underworld, he considers human lives equal to those of insects, and he does not think he is a psychopath for being able to just stand there, watching people die for no reason. So he asks him to please hurry and consider this soon, as it is something good for humanity, and that is his request. And now the next day, with the three in the office, that baron says this is unacceptable, and he is overriding the authority of the treatment center, asking if he thinks this is a joke and that patients need treatment as soon as possible, and they do not have the luxury of wasting time there, leaving it for someone else. While our boy says that the patient from yesterday would die if he took 2 more minutes, and he is very grateful to them for preventing the worst from happening, but he wants to ask something. What if they are really afraid of curing this disease? While Ligon says it seems that your highness has a way to treat it, while our screamer says that if there is the slightest chance, he needs to take the risk, and he is not there to steal their work, and this place is territory of his kingdom. Just like the territory of his younger sister, he thinks he is qualified to ask about this. And when he stands up very angry, while Lindo says it is fine, and he should think about the territory of the Chan kingdom of accounts, and the residents all ended up dead. Dozens of members and knights from the treatment center sacrificed themselves as well, and he was there. Baron Gornian, and he asks him what he thinks, while the Baron remains silent, still very pissed off, and Lincoln says they might as well take at least one chance. While the Baron says he is a damn arrogant jerk and David keeps drinking without minding him. And now at night in the office, a guard asks Lincoln if everything will be okay, while Lincoln asks what he is talking about, calling him Count Call, and Call says he is talking about the first prince if he really does something, but the old man interrupts, saying that the center would be embarrassed, and some people might even question their qualifications for their roles, and the Count says he could have refused just like Baron Gornell. And Lore says he is right. But would not it be good if they could find out how the disease grows one way or another, and now that it has come to this point, he hopes the prince can truly find the cure, which would be beneficial for both, especially for them, and the Count says he understands. And now, back at Winling's house, our guy told her, and when she found out he would officially participate in the search for the cure, she was very happy, and he thinks Willie trusts him more than the disease center. That is quite plausible, since he is her reliable older brother, and our boy is at the research center. While that Baron continues to say that, as Count Lincoln said, the disease control center will follow his orders in developing the cure, but he should keep in mind that he will always be watching him. It is our boy, who says that a rolling stone can push another stone to take its place. And to them, he seems like a speck of dust instead of being a stone, so he does not expect them to like him. And some of them even said they would not follow his orders. which is really tiring, and he takes a patient and says that this disease is caused by a virus that causes uncontrollable changes in body temperature and melts the inside of the body, and he thinks that when this virus enters someone's body, the symptoms are not very specific and are similar to other viral diseases, and the disease starts to become active after a period of hibernation, and first, it starts melting the muscles and then continues on to the joints, cartilage, and then the whole body, and it would be a relief if that were all, and when the bones melt, the internal organs begin to melt, from the rectum to the testicles, kidneys, large intestine, and small intestine, and when that happens, the liquid from the melted parts starts to seep through all the pores of the body, and that is how the blue marks appear. And the cod is very surprised that it could be possible at the beginning. He understands perfectly the process of the disease's development, and the disease he calls the devil's blood is one that the center considers incurable. And to think that the prince who just arrived knows so much is really surprising, and he wonders if he really knows the cure for it. While our boy stares and asks if he understands why he is explaining all this. Meanwhile, C asks if he really does. And our boy interrupts, saying that yes, in that place, this disease has another name, and C asks what place. And our boy says that this is the important part. Normally, when doctors see this disease, they try all kinds of things before reaching the conclusion that it cannot be cured, just with medication, and in the worst cases, they need to find the root of the problem and remove the rest of the body, and the Baron says that it is true, and our boy asks where that led. And by their calculations, 9 out of 10 patients die during this process, and the only one who did not die in the process passed away thanks to the virus, which surprises the old man a lot, wondering how he knew so much about it. And his patient says he feels a little better now, and Prince Dev says that he knows it is painful, but he must endure a little longer, and if he has the will to live, he will save him. At that moment, behind the Baron, a person appears while our boy asks about the items he requested, and his informant says he prepared them in the place he mentioned, while our boy says he did a good job and should charge it to his account, and they will finish this in 4 days. And 4 days later, that patient starts to improve and says it is incredible, and her skin is recovering, and even Will, very happy, went to hug her, saying he was very happy and relieved, while the Baron asks how this is possible and how he did it. But our boy tells him he said it would be done in 4 days, while the Baron says he does not believe it, and that the medicine they used did not work against the virus and those antibiotics. Anyone who tried to develop a cure tried that, but soon after they gave up. But David says it was not that easy. But the Baron starts to say that 3 years was the time they spent trying to find a cure for this disease. And who would have thought it would be cured so easily? And our boy asks Baron Gornian if he wants to hear something interesting. And this is the blood of the patient he collected. And now he will inject the developed cure into the blood. And this is the medicine he used in the vaccine. And after a few days, William went to his brother and said he was amazing. And people outside are calling him a saint because he saved everyone. And even Euless says that he is really amazing, and he never noticed that he was familiar with the field of medicine. While David says he knows a thing or two, but nothing much. But he really does not want him to call him a saint. While Perk says it must take a miracle for them. And it was said that the treatment went smoothly, and he developed the cure in 4 days as promised. And the condition of the patients began to improve, and even though no one on the medical team continued to doubt him, he decided to leave most of the treatment to Baron Gornell, and he says it is hard to find a good faith person like that while he pursues and says it really is. And on the outside, Count Lington seems like a very tolerant person. But he had a strange feeling that something was hidden in his face. And it was just his intuition. And as for Peck, he says he should not judge people that way. But on the other hand, he says that even if Baron Gord is not stubborn, his dedication to treating patients is something to be respected. And maybe that is why he was so nice to him, even though he had. And so Will says that anyway. He asks if there is anything he can help him with, and Willie also says he wants to help him do his job. And while they shine, DV thinks they are really very ambitious. So he asks them to please monitor the temperature of the solutions that are being heated. And since both of them know, the magic of the Red Tower won't be difficult for them, they need to maintain the current temperature with fire magic. Because he will see Baron Gornell in the treatment room, and both say yes and can leave that to them. And now with the two alone, Yules asks Willen if she really likes his brother. And she says of course she does, he has always been an incredible person, and he asks if it has always been that way. And she says yes. They always had different mothers. But he was always by her side and treated her like family, and even though he is a bit hot-headed, she and her brother never forgot the kindness he showed them, and she still remembers the moonlight stories he told them when they were kids. And Yules looks at her, very satisfied with her answer, and is happy that she is happy, and so he speaks to Her Highness. And as he does, she looks at him, and he stops talking. Then he apologizes because something on his clothes just got snagged, and he asks for a moment's leave. And she says yes while he gets pretty nervous and walks away. And she continues excitedly saying that later she will bring some cookies for her brother when things get better. And now outside, Euless starts talking to his master while the master asks how things are going. And he says that Prince Dave is an incredible person and thinks he could solve the body illness dilemma in just 4 days. The old man asks if it is true. And Yi says that the most notable thing about him is his confidence. And it is a confidence that can only come from someone with a lot of experience. And having built so much confidence since he was young might mean there is something they do not know about him. And his master says that if that is what he felt, then he must be right. And Euless says there is a lot to learn from him. And just like he said, he is starting to get greedy. Meanwhile, the master asks, "What do you mean greedy?" And Yura says, "Yep. And what if it is that person? Then maybe they can become true friends without caring about age or interests." And is worth starting to laugh, saying he must have really met an amazing person. And there are many things in this world where age does not matter. And there are things that can be learned even from someone who is 3 years old. And he should keep that in mind. And he also thought about the things he said. And Yiz asks if he discovered anything. He says yes. And he knows about the people responsible for the special disease project. And most of the information was lost. But he managed to see some things, and he gets straight to the point. And just as he thought, he is a rare talent in the current generation. However, the person he is with is a bit different, and he starts to share various things, which surprises Euless a lot. But at that moment, something happens. And when he looks, he becomes very scared because a big explosion occurred near the mansion. And that is where William was. He is very shocked and starts running to that location, entering the research center while shouting for the princess, and he begins to activate his magic. Sympathize. And then communicate. Then the water cyclone magic is activated, and he looks around and realizes that she is not there. And he wonders how this happened, and if it really was as his master said. He runs, thinking that even though his precedents are not normal, he never imagined he would cause problems there. And only he can do something like that. And even though Prince Dave has incredible medical knowledge and a stigma, he cannot fight. So he cannot involve him in this. So he asks that the princess please be okay. But elsewhere, in the treatment center, our boy and the others are surrounded by several guards. While still confident, he asks Baron Gornell what is happening there and if he has any problems. And now in another location, in the middle of the forest, a big explosion occurs. And this same fireball was caused by Yols, who is taking down several guards while activating this magic with his wand. And he wonders if he has ever used high-level magic to fight against someone. And that magic can easily take another person's life. And that is why the caster must be very careful. And that is what he was taught. But now is not the time for that. And he learned magic to study mana and protect people. So what would be the use if he could not use it when he needed to? And if he starts blowing up the whole place, and says thinking that they did all this in their territory, that is more than what your master said. And he says this directly to Count Cole. He asks where the princess and Winnie are. And now in another location with our boy surrounded. That Baron asks what they are doing, while the guards say it is nothing personal, and they are just following orders. And the order is that Baron Gornell needs to die, and Prince Dave needs to come with them. Then the guards ask them not to try anything and move in on Baron Gornell, saying that this is just to make it more painful for him, as the Baron sees that man attacking him. Quickly our boy defends him, cuts the sword in half, and asks if it is really true while the Baron is surprised by Prince Dave, and our boy asks if he got hurt anywhere while the Baron says no. And with the knight trembling, our boy says they should be the Knights of Destruction. And that guy is really nervous. But he is more of an idiot than he thought, and he never thought he would do something like this, and he is really pathetic and activates his magic, and throws it at that knight. She takes him out, and after he falls to the ground, the knights are very surprised, and our boy says that when you are trying to kill someone, you have to accept the risk of being killed, and that is the least you should know when you try to take someone else's life. And this is P who says he should not spill blood in a place like this, and David says that is why he is not using his sword. So he is just going to electrocute them. And after finishing everyone, he calls for Jack. And Jack asks what happened. And our Cyros loves that he takes care of the bodies and kills anyone who comes there, while Jack asks if this will be included in his bill. He says yes and tells him that he should come now. And he goes to Baron Gornell and asks him to please stay there and focus on treating the patients. But the Baron asks about him. But our boy says he needs to take care of these heartless people, while the Baron asks what he is going to do and what he means by that. But quickly our boy disappears from there and blows up the place along with the guards, while chasing him when he stops this. But he keeps going quickly, and he restrains his sister using the magic he left in her. So that means William was kidnapped, and he used tracking magic, because the defense magic was not very effective. But in the end, it happened the same way. And Perk says these guys are at least swordmaster level, or even higher, and David says yes. They worked for the Empire before, and he thinks that even if he used a defense spell on her, it would still be useless against the swordmaster, and in the end, it is still your fault, and if he shows up on the Knight's Day. While everyone says he does not have a weapon, they should eliminate the target, but asks, what do you mean he does not have a weapon? As the twin swords appear, while he says that now they will have a workshop on how to use a sword. And like that, quickly with their swords, David goes after a knight, slicing through each one of them, and after 2 are killed, the one in the center wonders what is happening, how can he kill them so easily? Since they are swordmasters, and the one that is left wonders if the sword is really alive, or something like that, but our boy says it moves by itself. And that is exactly it, he got it right, he is very smart. And it is because this technique, the air sword, makes them fly to take advantage of their souls, and so, with his double blades, he cuts the body of that knight, and says there are still a few more to go, already activating the sword dance ability of the constellation. While all of them are being killed by those 2 little kids, and David asks if she did not say that they were all experts and very strong. He really can't laugh at that. And how would they be any different from the assassins he encountered on the way to the kingdom of Pilist? All of whom are pathetic, and so he runs while the swords follow him. And P says she does not understand why they would go after a girl like Willen. And David says he is not sure. And maybe it is an excuse. He asks, what do you mean? Excuse? And he says yes. They can't get rid of them so easily because they have titles. And Euless is a Red Ensign and William, and he are of royalty in this country. And if something happens to them, they will have to open an investigation. And the best excuse they would have is that they were attacked by bandits or monsters. And if it is within the ordered territory, there won't be any problem. But then Persic asks what that has to do with the Will incident. And he says he does not know the details. But if he were to create a story there, it would be something like a knight coming to attack him. But he manages to dodge the blow, and the armor goes through his head, while Argrado says, they could say they discovered that Will disappeared, and that there was an attack in a territory where the knights were not present. And when he falls in Azori, Karmazin gets on his head while he says that if they do this, they could avoid taking responsibility. And if he keeps chasing them using tracking magic, Perk is still in doubt and he asks about it. And she says that if that is the case, why would they take Willen? And finally, they arrive at an underground cave. And when they see it, there are several skeletons and dead people in various capsules. And Pesica is very shocked, wondering what this is while our girl asks if she remembers the knights, and they just asked him to come along because of the execution of Baron Gornell. Since they were doing this, they could not have been in their way to get their hands on high-level mages with a stigma. So they got pretty greedy. And this way inside the cave, Eula starts with blood well injured, while that Count Cole says he is holding up more than he expected, and he should not have come here in the first place. While he says he came here to protect someone, Cole asks protect whom, and if it is for the Kingdom of F or citizens of this territory who are about to die or if the prince must be dragged there, and Willis asks what he is talking about. And he starts laughing, asking if F really thinks they came here without a plan. And the knights must have already killed everyone in the territory, while Euless is shocked. And then Cole grabs his sword and charges at him, stabbing him right in the stomach, saying it is too late. And with the mage fallen on the ground, the Count says that if he wanted to protect someone, he should have run away, so at least he could get someone out of this place as fast as he could. Well, I face this with a lot of hatred, and at that moment, another voice appears asking if he really thought he could save everyone if he tried, which shocks the wizard, and people keep asking if maybe he has feelings for that princess. And if that is the case, he is very foolish, and as soon as Euless recognizes that voice, he is shocked, because the one speaking is Count Lington, saying that from what he sees, he thinks this is the last option. And smiling, he looks at her and touches the princess's face. Nuno says she is really quite beautiful, making Euless even angrier. He charges at him with his magic, but the Count drags him to the ground, making him pass out, while Lington tells him not to worry, because they will keep them as subjects for their future experiments. And now it is stated that his real name is Lincoln Born Chat, and he was born in the Kingdom of Hiltos, a medical kingdom that was in the eastern continent before becoming a vassal kingdom of the Lindes Empire, and he was a genius who showed great potential in the field of medicine from a young age. However, because of his horrible personality, he was punished by the Kingdom of Rayos, which prohibited him from conducting any medical activities. And that is how things ended up, and to develop a cure for a rare disease. He kidnapped 200 people in a small territory to conduct numerous experiments. This happened when he was only 15 years old, and despite having really developed the heart, only 10 out of 200 survived, and they went to the hospital in horrible condition, and all 10 could not survive for more than 3 months. In other words, he is a man who does whatever it takes to achieve the goal. And a man who kills another person is a murderer. And a murderer who kills 10 people is a serial killer. And a murderer who kills 100 people is a psychopath. But a murderer who kills 1,000 people is called a hero. But what Nington did to develop the heart can only be seen as a demonic act that killed 1,000 people. And this Enton says he never thought he would bite Isk so easily. While they ask if he can see what he is doing. And the old man says they won't stress over it, and these things will benefit both of them. And what is good, and the prince will die, and medicine will progress. And he will take his achievements and gain more fame. And he will become a guinea pig and contribute to humanity. He asks how this would not be the best. While his very little pod calls him a psychopath, and Vale just thanks him for the compliment and says that now they will finish this and tells Baron Cole to finish the job, while Cole says he will be fine without his 2 arms. As long as he does not die. And the Baron goes up to him and says he can handle it, while a CR thinks that this is all a mess, and he thinks about Willing, and also about his master, and finally about Prince David. And this is a link. So he starts laughing, saying that in this world there are disasters that lonely people can do anything about, and this is your mistake. Realizing this too late, and this Count Cole heads towards Euless, ready to finish him off, but to everyone's surprise, he says that he is wrong and that this is really disgusting. He punches Count Cole with David Cofiant, saying that they are not in the class of disasters, and that this is unacceptable, and so he activates the style of the Demon King Yuk, the Fist of Destruction, delivering several consecutive punches to Count Cole's stomach, and after beating him up, Count Cole falls to the ground, and now in another location. Baron Gorno wonders what is happening, and why more and more knights are entering there, and he asks what he is doing, and if he is not fulfilling his agreements halfway, then he must do what is necessary. And the Baron asks if he really does not see that the situation is wrong. But Jack asks what he is going to do, and if he will abandon his patients, because the soldiers are causing problems, and the Baron says that it is not that. Then Jack asks why he stopped, and David already told him to keep doing his job, so he must do that while he advances, killing the knights. And the Baron says that these are the Knights of Destruction, and if Count Cole finds out about this, the prince will be in danger, and he asks if he should not help him. But Jack says no, and wonders if he is really that worried about that guy. And of course, all the knights are high-ranking, and their captain is a sword master who used to be very famous. But he can relax. Worrying about that guy is the most useless thing in the world. And back to our boy. He breaks the villain's nap, and after he defeats him, he says it is really a beautiful view with Dington. While he thinks he did not even realize he was that strong, and if he found out how that technique was created, he might just go crazy. And if someone calls for Dave and looks back, and when the prince looks, Eula stares at him. While our boy says he keeps calling him prince even at a time like this, and he gets up and thanks him and starts casting his magic, a tier 7 sacred magic, healing the elder. While he says that this is incredible and very surprising, and our David says he always returns favors while he asks, "What do you mean?" And David said he always remembers his enemies, while Vel stares at our boy, and that explosion happens right behind him. And at that moment our boy goes to that guy with glasses, cutting his arm. He starts screaming in pain, while David kicks him down, telling him to disappear, because his blood is getting on Willing. And at that moment his little sister wakes up and realizes she is in her brother's arms, and asks what happened, and if he asks her if she is hurt anywhere. And she says yes, but she gets very nervous and asks, "Where's that person?" At that moment, she is very surprised, because a knight appears right behind Dave while she calls for her brother. And the knight tries to attack quickly, but is blocked by the shirt, while the knight says he is a bastard and asks when he got a magic sword. While our smiling hero says a sword master is attacking from behind. That is rookie stuff. He asks if he does not find that embarrassing, while the old man starts fighting Zin, and our Sapple heads towards a wizard. While he looks quite worried, he asks if Prince Dave is okay and asks what that sword is. But David tells him to take care of Winley and asks him to please stay by her side, so she does not get hurt. But the wizard asks what he is talking about. They need to stick together. But David says no and asks him not to worry, because he is not as weak as he thinks. And so with both swords, he stands in front of that sword master. It is when he says that this sword is too dangerous for a rookie like him to use, and that is why he is going to take it away from him. But our confident boy says that he needs to hear what the swords think first. So he is going to start now, looking right in front of that old man, and with a powerful punch, he punches the knight's chest. making him spit blood and get thrown back while David says he is quite tough, and if he wants to be beaten up by his punches, that is fine with him. And at that moment he starts to beat that knight with several punches to his stomach, while the knight gets even more hurt, but is still taking his hits. But the more hits he takes, obviously, the more hurt he gets, and he is literally drooling with rage, saying that he is a little cheating jerk and tells him to stop hitting his stomach. But David tells him that there is no cheating in fights, and he just needs to win. The means do not matter, and he realizes that he is quite tough, taking his punches. And considering that he is a sword master, it is still a bit disappointing, and he realized as soon as he looked at him that this guy is a bit different. And his side says he must have tried to become stronger forcefully but failed. But he tells her that there are no things like the K-load in this world. But he says he is sure he has gone through something similar, and he is someone who has reached the limits of his fencing. And so he tells the knight that he assumes not to ask why he is working with someone like Lingdon, and he saw on the way there them transplanting monster cells into human bodies, and he asks if they did this to recover the ruin of his body. And the knight gets really angry, telling him to shut his mouth, while David says, this is absurd, and the person who gave the virus to the thugs to spread throughout the territory. He asks if it was not the Count Lington, who was a really old substitute. Meanwhile, David realizes he was very meticulous, and he got this information from Jack, and the person who says he hit the nail on the head, while our boy says they are trash. And if this fact is discovered by others, the dissolution of the organization would not be enough, and the reputation of the disease control center will be shaken, and would be looked down upon by many nobles. And maybe he is a prodigy of this era who will be marked in history. And this individual tells the knight to stop attacking his stomach, because if that is the case, he must eliminate him before he gets stronger. And so, quickly, the knight channels his sword power, and at a monstrous speed he charges at David, ready to attack him. What our boy says that this, as expected from a master swordsman, a diamond full of mud is still a diamond, and that very angry old man attacks David, thinking there is no chance he can block this, but to the old man's surprise, our boy manages to dodge his strike with a simple movement, and when he starts laughing at his face, saying he tricked him again, he powers up a strong punch, the Demon King style, the double punch, landing 2 hits at the same time on that old man's stomach, sending him flying and destroying part of the area, and he gets really excited about this move. While back there, someone looks very scared, saying that was just mean, and now the knight starts coughing up blood while saying he is a damned. But our boy does not care and asks if it is not his fault for falling for his trick, as the knight stares at our hero, panting, and he grits his teeth, thinking that he is above him even in basic skills, even though he was a captain of the Imperial Knights. This is very shocking, and he asks the devil what the hell he is and just falls to the ground defeated, while our girl says he should be surprised, and that last attack was supposed to leave him in pieces. But he is quite resilient, and at that moment his sister calls him, and when he looks, he approaches her and asks if she is okay, and she says she is, but the wizard next to her says that he really caused trouble, and never thought he would be so strong. He is really embarrassed about that, and about the cure he entrusted to him, but our boy interrupts him, asking him not to worry because it was his fault for being careless, while the princess asks what he means. David says that if he died, they would not be able to produce anything else, so there was no way Luddo could allow that to happen, and he tells both of them to go ahead and asks him to please take care of Willen. And he follows right after them after taking care of the leftover guy, and she is quite surprised, saying that now that she thinks about it, them fled. And he says they should move on since he is going to fetch him, and if the wizard apologizes, he does not think he could chase him with his current mana, and he just tells them to stay put. And the giant magic cycle appears right at their feet. While they wonder what that is, David says he will let the Red Tower decide what to do with him, while the two are very shocked, asking if he can really use magic. And Nasora just thinks that the human portal Euless had was small enough for someone at his level to control and use. He knew would be useful, so he had worked on this before. And he just snaps his fingers and waves goodbye to them as the 3 disappear from the spot. And our boy goes up to Carmison and holds her, saying that he really fled after being so disrespectful to his kids. And he gets really pissed about it and wonders how he dares to involve Willie in this mess. And he should not expect a painless death, because he will destroy him, and after running quite a bit, that guy is really tired. But our boy shows up right behind him while Elle says he is a complete monster. Dance. What do you mean monster? And between the two of them, who should be the monster in this situation? And with a sword strike, he tries to kill Lingdon, but a protective barrier appears, surprising Dave a lot, and he goes to that place and wonders what that is, who was really nervous, At that moment gives a confident smile and says that is why he always had a plan B. He thinks that barrier is pretty sturdy, and it is a barrier created by gathering a large amount of mana, completely focused in one place. And he must have paid a lot for it. And this old man says that this was good for him. His monster. And presses a button while the pursuit says he is trying to escape. And at that moment Lincoln breaks the control and says he has won. This is a mana control portal among the various relics. And even though it is slow, he can send it to another dimension when activated. He then asks why he does not try to cut it with his damn magic sword. He does not let people who get in the way of his research go so easily like that. And he can wait. He will capture him alive and put him in a testing chain. He just has to stay waiting. Because he has all the drugs he made, and everything he did will be thrown in the trash. He won't be able to save anyone. Not now and not when he is gone. And the Joker asks how he feels. And he barely hears his last words. And David asks if he is done yet. But it is getting really annoying, and at that moment he grabs Zori and waves goodbye to him, while the old confident man asks what he means. He notices something strange. His barrier is completely destroyed, and his body is being cut in half, while our hero, with a serious face, says that whether it is a mana barrier or a portal, none of that matters because Azuri can cut everything that does not exist in the physical plane, which is extremely overpowered. And after the old man is killed, the girl says that she ended up being just another body, but David says it is a pretty obvious end, considering his inhumane actions. And he was not going to let her die so easily, but he asked for it. Just then, the whole cave starts to shake, and the girl asks what that is while she looks at the dead Lincoln, and says that old man is a disgrace, trying to erase the evidence. And he is a pain in the ass until the end. And at that moment, the girl breaks through to the surface with a group of knights on horseback, going to capture Count Linkdon and Captain Callel, and there in front of the knights is their captain, who is none other than Dave's brother. He says that his goal is not to risk their lives, but to ensure the safety and protection of the civilians. They have to save as much as they can, and as soon as they enter the city. The prince says that this area is horrible, and it was not that bad when he left, a few days after he left the Rhinus area. Count Linkdon came there as the head of the disease control squad, and according to the agreement, he should have been waiting for the response he would receive from the authorities about the area or not, but he received news of a suspicious situation regarding Baron Gornal, after he met with him that someone might have spread the disease, and so, in the middle of the city, everyone is very surprised by several bodies lying on the ground, while the prince wonders what these dead knights are, and what the hell happened there, while he was away. And he starts running toward his mansion and bursts in shouting for Baron Gornal, while the Baron recognizes him, calling him Prince Barris and says that he has returned. He is very relieved that he is okay. Only Barris says he was worried about him, wanting to know exactly what happened there. And the Baron says that Prince Devia, the young lady, and Will were also there, and he asks if his brother is really there, and he will say yes, and it was he who developed the cure 3 days ago, which surprises Barris a lot, and Gorno says that honestly, he was very surprised. And even the disease control team gave up. The prince managed to make her do it easily, and the Baron wonders what the bodies outside are, and the Baron just says that they are probably subordinates of Count Cole. And it seems they tried to get rid of them as soon as the cure was developed, which surprises Barris a lot, and he asks what happened to his brother and sister. But the Baron tells him to calm down and not to worry. But he asks how he should not worry, and the color is important. But his brother and sister are much more important to him. He gets very nervous about it, and he just wants to know if they are okay because he is very worried about them, and Willem is an idiot who easily checks on others. And if something happens to that fool, he does not know what to do, but to his surprise, he hears Willie's voice right behind him asking who the fool is there, while Yiz in the back says it seems that Prince Barris likes her more than they told. And she gets really embarrassed by that and starts talking nonsense. And at that moment, to everyone's surprise, an earthquake occurs in the city, and they ask, what the hell is this, and what is this earthquake? And now it goes back to our boy as he escapes from the earthquake, coming out of that underground hideout. And he starts laughing, saying it was just in time. That was actually pretty easy. He is going to destroy everything soon. But she notices that when he looks to that corner, there are several monsters escaping from there, and he says they are chimeras, and he asks where they are running to. But he realizes that side is the Order region, and he thinks that capturing them in the forest is going to be really difficult. And she then asks them to come back soon and set up the defenses. And he says yes. That sounds good. And he starts running through the forest while she appears in front of the monsters and says that the humidity there is perfect with a little lightning on her finger. He calls her Karmazin and apologizes to her. But he is going to need a little of her mana, while he thinks that if there is no way, he just needs to make it a way. And the surprised, asks what he is doing, while it is said that by common sense, A mere tier 5 mage can't use magic from there that scales. But with what he has now, he should be able to manage with the little Karmasena, and he raises his sword to the sky and big magical circles appear, while he explains to the pursuer that he will use lightning. And he starts to determine the range, level expansion, and reorganization in constitution, and the pursuer is shocked, wondering what language this is. And it is the first time she sees it, and she wants to know if it is runic language. But our boy does not respond and thinks the range will be the whole area behind him, and he does not need to chase those who took a different path. He just needs to deal with those who passed by him, and he just realized something he wanted to test. And she asks what it would be, and he tells her that it is not fire, but thunder, and this sword activates magic and commands all your miserable monsters to die, unleashing huge lightning bolts toward each of the monsters. And now it cuts to another place with a carriage being followed by knights riding very fast. While one of the knights is killing suspicious people, while he says it is crap and others call it bullshit, and say they can't take it anymore. And they will reach them like this. And they say they are damned murderers, and they are after them, and never get tired. But at that moment, to everyone's surprise, those huge lightning bolts appear while everyone is shocked. And the old man wonders what the hell is that, and if he tells everyone to head towards the forest. The forest is electric, and the people getting out of the carriage wonder what that is, and why this storm won't stop. But the knight says it is not time to lie down. They must come now, while the person in the carriage apologizes, and says they are very sorry. And they already start running towards the forest. Meanwhile, up in the sky, our boy is getting very tired and not exaggerating, as his brain will be affected this way, and this is not something that Campson can easily control. And he must know that his face is pale and he is very tired. But he says he is fine. And if he were to die from something like this, he would never reach the 9th circle. But he thinks that the mana consumption is not bad, and he is just wearing out his mindset. He says it is a mess. He thinks he is going to go crazy. He just wants to rest soon. But at that moment, to his surprise, he sees a carriage heading towards the forest, and he wonders what that is, and why the hell there is a carriage there. And the pursuer says that it is the symbol of the royal family. And since it is silver, it must be the empire. And he notices several guys following the carriage, but he says it can't be the accounts of Lesson, and it must be the Empire of Leeds from the eastern continent. But she just forgets that, because they are going after the royal family, and they can't be ordinary people, and if he gets involved for no reason, he will end up facing an even greater danger. But Dee starts to stare at the carriage, and the person inside begins to look up at the sky, and sees our boy flying, and is quite surprised by that. While Dev himself is shocked staring at that person, and thinks that now he feels a sense of refreshment, and his mind is cleared. And it is a feeling of spirituality, and so, he just stares at the carriage and points his fingers at it, aiming at the assassins, while P asks what Dev is doing, and a huge lightning bolt forms and strikes right above the assassins' heads. Then as he says, "Ooh, your hand slipped," and the person is doing, while he says he did not see or hear anything. But at that moment he feels the fatigue in his body, and just collapses unconscious. Meanwhile, at this moment the sky brightens, and now back at the carriage, a knight opens it calling for the princess. While he happily says that they survived, and this is the Empire. They crossed the border, and the knights of the Empire came to greet them. While she gets out of the carriage, and says she does not see Halos, and also does not see Luxa, or Ravina, and she apologizes to them and says she is very sorry, because they all suffered for her being a hybrid. But they get really nervous, asking her not to say something like that. That is ridiculous. And he says that she came from a humble cradle, and so a beautiful being bows down, and says that because of her lack of skill, they made her suffer, and he asks for forgiveness. But she just tells them to stop that, and she just does not want any of them to get hurt because of her, and she says that is exactly it. She at least has to be strong for Her Majesty the Emperor. But she is still very nervous, and one knight says that Jay, by his name as the Master Swordsman of the Belios imperial family, will investigate and correct the grievances of Her Highness's people, and the princess, being very sincere, thanks the rebellious beings. But another knight behind him asks the captain what that lightning was. But he says that no matter how much he thinks, it could not have been a natural phenomenon, and the knight asks if that is really possible. But Bus says that the most important thing is that they are alive, and they could understand the reason. But if that lightning had fallen by someone's will, that person will one day be the greatest mage on the continent, although he doubts that this could happen. And if someone caused something like this, then it would not be a person. It would be a dragon master of magic. But the princess up ahead is lost in thoughts, remembering that man with black hair, very pale and white, with a sense of confidence among blooming flowers. While our boy is passed out in the middle of the forest, and after a few hours, our boy finally wakes up, and the girl above him is very worried. And after he gets up, she tells him to take a sip of water first. While he mentions that it has been a while since he rested so well, and he asks her how long he has been asleep. She says about 2 hours, and she is sure that is enough to make the territory go crazy. And he says he is sure of it, while he lies back down and just wants to sleep a little more, and she, very worried, asks what he means, and that he needs to think about the people who are worried about him, and after a few interactions, our girl and her brother meet while he asks Bariso when he returned, and he says he arrived recently. But Barris says he wants to see if he is hurt somewhere first. Unfortunately, he does not seem to have any injuries, and he has no idea how worried he was about him. He was left alone in that damned Count's facilities, while David thinks he is overly protective, and so Barris says they did their best to send a rescue team for him and Euless. But they could not come, and entering a forest with hundreds of traps would be no different than suicide. And considering how Barris is, it is a miracle he was lost for 5 hours. At that moment, Will finally sees his brother and starts running towards him, asking if he is hurt anywhere and pleading that he is okay, but he says he is fine, while Barrand is yelling at her, asking about a patient who came here, and he told her to stay in bed. But she just tells him to be quiet, and how can she wait and relax in bed when her brother is missing? And so Eula says that he is really very loved, and that feels nice, while he asks if he really thinks so. And he asks Euless what happened to him when he first came back. And Will says it was not much, but it seems like it completely destroyed them. They would be in trouble if it were not for him and Prince Dave, with the magic tower. This situation is quite embarrassing, and the medicine is really concerning as well. But at that moment, Dave shows a vial and says that bastard Dinton was hiding this among his clothes, and he took it before running away, so he should not worry about it and go inside, as they took care of the first aid. But just to be safe, he needs proper treatment. And after a few hours in the mansion, David learned everything that happened from Barris, and there was nothing surprising about it, and the Connecto was behind this whole scheme, and the disease started when he used bandits to spread it. And Barris says that this is the pants, and would not it be saying that this is the corporation's disease control symbol? And Barris says that everything was found after searching the bandits' base a few days ago, and they basically invaded and acted like the place was theirs. And our guy thinks that Barris has been using this disease as an excuse to leave the territory and look for evidence. And Baron Gornell was not in favor of him doing anything in the prince's territory, and maybe he acted that way because he did not want to cause trouble. It is strange how he feels a bit sorry for him. But Barris says that now it is his turn, and he asks his brother if he can ask a question, and our guy says yes. While our boy realizes they seem to have a lot of questions, and is understanding considering he clearly has not told them anything until now. And it would be one thing if he usually participated in this kind of thing, but what he has done so far is unbelievable to them. And sword art using aura combat techniques that are good enough to defeat a Jin swordmaster, carry a stigma, and have medical knowledge with no apparent origin. Class 5 magic that he used to send William Uris back to the territory. And he even wonders if these are the skills of a boy who has not even turned 20 yet. Even Alina, the prodigy who raised the sword before the pen, still has to reach the level of a Shin sword master. And even Yules, the greatest prodigy of the continent, currently shows the level of a master, and he thinks that the mere 17-year-old boy who has been like this for a third of his life could easily surpass them. Even he may consider this something impossible for most, but he has already gone through it in a period of 1,000 years, and at that moment, Will starts shouting, I command him to stop this, and they should interrogate him. But Barris says that she must be curious too, but Will interrupts him and says that, actually, he can't believe that he can use magic without reciting, and besides that, the amount of mana he feels in him is that of a normal human being. He asks how that is possible, and our boy thinks that she must be curious about this, and he should be grateful that they think he is not occupied by the forest storm. And the pursuit only says that it is because that would be too impossible, and he tells everyone that the reason for this is that he worked very hard, which pisses everyone off at the moment, asking what he means by that, and our boy just said exactly what he said. He worked very hard in a short period of time, and Persica says that technically he is not lying, and it was a very short amount of time. Not even 1,000 years would be enough to learn all this, and from dawn until sunrise. He woke up in the middle of the throne to reflect on his training techniques and achievements. And the heroes made him work until he got tired of them, and still, he worked really hard at it. Even a goblin passing by would have laughed out loud, and so the bar says he must be joking. And it does not matter how hard he worked. There is no way he could have accomplished that in just 1 year. And it must be said that there are many things in the world that still need to be proven, and he also never says he only needed one buddy, which surprises Barris. And just like Yuli said, you can only feel a normal amount of mana coming from him. So how is he able to create such a dense aura blade? And that is probably what he is thinking. And Bar says that is right and asks how it is possible. And our guy will say that one day when the time comes, he will tell all of them. This surprises Barris a lot, staring at his brother. And our boy just smiles at him, while he thinks he can't tell them about the hero's grind yet. And even if they refuse to believe and demand the truth, all he can say now is that he worked hard to get there. And there is only one person who knows the truth, which is Persek. While she asks for his niece to take a nap, and he thinks that this is enough for him. And maybe it is because they believe he will provide everything for them one day, but the important thing is that they accepted his irrational explanations. And that concluded today's conversation. But as they say, when one problem is solved, another one comes up. And now it is nighttime. Time for bed. He asks if the shirt is still bothering her. And now she is really mad at him. While he just asks her not to be like that. She hides under the sheets, not wanting to talk to her daddy, and he starts to laugh, thinking she is so cute. But he realizes it is not the time for that now, and he begins to play with Karmazin, trying to calm her down. But she is still very upset, and after he starts playing with her, she becomes very happy and lowers her guard, while he thinks that Karmazin is still under a month old. And the amount of mana used during the series of disasters must have been significantly large for her. And he starts to play with her again, and she becomes very happy. But then she gets upset again. But at that moment, Zuri appears, asking her to please stop now. And at that moment, he picks up a very nice cookie and shows it to both of them, while he asks if that is not their favorite cookie, and it is delicious. He asks if she wants one now. But she, very angrily, says she does not want it. He knows that deep down she really wants that cookie. And she just keeps staring at the cookie while she thinks that she really wants it, but does not want to take it because she is very mad. And so he says that if she does not want it, he will eat it himself. He starts saying how tasty it is while the two just keep staring at him, while the other thinks he is the Demon King. Seeing this, the other gets very angry and asks what he is doing with a child. At that moment, our character is very shocked, watching the other's hair pass by him, and she calls the two to come to the screen. While he is completely stunned by that scene and asks if she could really have grown her body this whole time while she is there petting the two, and she asks why it is so hard to grow her body using her demonic powers. She can change the earth in her clothes if she wants to, while our boy thinks that there might be a special connection between the two energetic bodies and the other, who pets her and says she is a good girl. While the two are crying at that moment, the two call her mommy, which shocks the other, and they both run to her calling her mommy. While our boy says that she made her cry, they start saying they hate daddy. But Persik, thinking that is really cute, just asks them not to worry because mom is right there. While David thinks that, as expected from an ancient demon king, she understands things very quickly. And currently on the continent, demons are known as evil creatures that only seem like old books. But looking at Persik, he thinks it must have all been a misunderstanding because she does not seem that evil. So he goes up to them and says he has cookies and asks if Karmazin wants some. But she just turns her face away saying she does not want any. While he starts to eat, they think the cookie is very bitter. And after a few days, the case was officially concluded, and they began distributing the treatment throughout the territory. But of course, they did not stop there. They even established a vaccination system to prevent future outbreaks. And even though there is treatment available, they can't do anything about the virus that is already in the territory. But the rest depends on how Lord Barris will handle all of this. And back at the office, that dark elf starts saying that with this incident, more than 300 people died in the Order's territory, while he asks us if that is all. And he thinks it is less than expected, but the dark mage asks if he does not feel uncomfortable. But our boy says that he is grateful that things were not worse with such a lethal disease. And he asks how many people he thinks live in that territory, while he knows that this disease killed tens of thousands of people on the continent. And if he had not gone to that place, and it had spread to other territories, with Order as its origin, half of the eastern continent would have been affected, and it could have been much worse. And because of that, what Lincoln did was ridiculous. And that is why he can't help but feel relieved that they managed to stop this damn disease, with only a few hundred deaths. And this dark mage says that the prince should know about this disease. And David says yes. He wants to know how much he knows. While they ask if I was part of the payment, and Karin just says he is an informant, and he is taking everything into account as payment, and in points of course. While our boy asks if he won't need to give up his organs to him, and really he can't figure out what he is thinking, and he asks if it is not time, say what he really wants from him. But the guy says no. He still needs to accumulate more points, and he says he is sure he won't be able to fulfill his request. While David is pretty scared, wondering what this crazy guy is going to ask, and since he does not want to leave, because he started working for him soon, And the dark mage asks if he would accept, while our hero laughs to transfer. Really, I think she would mention someone like Ren. But he thinks he could not care less about his past or his associates. But if he wants him to accept, he must take off the cloak first. And this D goes to the drawer and takes out a communication crystal ball and wonders who it could be. He can't even think that he would be in contact with him at this hour. But he realizes in the crystal ball that it is his maid M. By her expression, something bad happened. And now the next day, Willen is saying goodbye to his brother, while he thinks that all the preparations have been made. And after that, a week has passed. And after eradicating the virus, most patients were able to return to their normal lives. And of course, some did not make it and ended up dying. But generally, the region returned to its normal state, and everyone started to greet the saint. And after a while, he finally managed to return home. While his sister asked if it was not too fast, he should be able to get home in 4 days easily. While he says it is great, she tells him there are beautiful things along the way. While he thinks it is not so bad, he drives back home, and he ended up diving headfirst into a huge project to live a carefree life. And he never wanted a life where he would have to work hard, like what has been happening recently. And besides that, it would be great to enjoy all this laziness, even if it takes a while to arrive. That if the carriage keeps moving, they will return to our boy's territory. While his sister brings up the conversation and asks if something is wrong with him, but he says no. She does not need to worry. She just says that anyway. She asks if everything is really okay, leaving Barris alone there, and because she sent him to the Rhinish region too. But Euless asks him to imagine the reason. Maybe because he wanted her to rest a bit in another place. And she asked, "What do you mean?" But of course, our boy knows it is for another reason, which was when they talked earlier with his brother asking for Winnie to stay with him. And it is safer for her to stay there instead of with him. But David said he does not seem very well and asks what he is seeing. And Barris says there have been some disappearances recently, and some kids took over the orphanage run by the territory, and the news has not spread. But if Will finds out, he does not know what she would do, while he thinks it is normal for the barista to worry. And he heard from him a few days ago. But this is also happening in the Rhinus territory. And after a few days of traveling, William says it looks totally different from outside, and it seems like they are almost in the Rhinus region, while R, with his head down, says he did not want to arrive this early. And Euless asks if something happened, and he says, well, he saw that a really annoying person is there. And Bago asks who that person is. But at that moment their carriage stops, and Will inside wonders who it is, and who they think they are to block their carriage. But a knight approaches saying, "Excuse me," and if the wizard can step aside and recognizes that big guy. And the knight goes to the window and asks him to please forgive his lack of manners, and that they came to escort him. And this is the captain of the Red Dragon Knights, Dilluck. While our boy remembers that a week ago he heard some very concerning news from M about the state of the territory, and that is because she is a really hasty girl. And Pew says that if she remembers correctly, the contractor of Calderas is her age. The precious daughter of the Pala Empire was on a trip, and is now waking up in another place in a sort of greenhouse with someone using a bow and arrow to hit a target. While a knight says that his highness is very impressive and asks him if he would like to try. But he wonders how he could defeat the archery master with just his skills. And this guy is a prince, Albus the Lindas. And in front of him is the old emperor of the Lindas Empire. Dear Lindas. While the old man says that the future of this empire is definitely a crybaby, and if he continues like this, he will lose the throne to his brothers. While the prince says that is only if they have the courage to try something, and the emperor starts to say that he sees the crown prince is doing very well. And the prince says that yes, he has lived well thanks to him. And the old man says that, of course, if he is a real man, before spreading his wings in a bigger world, he must know how to value his family. And even if those idiots focus only on status and fame, completely ignoring him, but changing the subject. He says that he doubts he came here to hear complaints and asks why he came here. And the prince says that he received information from the Miri Guild. And the old man says that then he has made progress. And the prince says that he has good news and some bad news as well. He asks which one he would like to see first. And the emperor tells him not to provoke him. The prince says very well. He will start with the bad news. Count Lincoln has passed away, and Count Call has been arrested. And their inhuman actions have been revealed. The appropriate punishment will be applied, and the emperor says he heard the situation. And the prince continues speaking, saying it seems like he was conducting unauthorized experiments in the region borders of the kingdom of H. And the prince says it seems he has really gone mad. He is very greedy, and he then asks who took care of him. And the prince says it was the first prince of the kingdom of Han, while the emperor asks if he is talking about that young man, who is being talked about everywhere. But the prince interrupts him, telling his highness that he does not need to feel guilty about it. And again the emperor changes the subject, wanting to hear the good news now, and the prince says, "All right. This news is about Count Lington and Baron Gornell, who researched the demon's blood along with him, and according to the report, a cure has been developed for the demon's blood, which surprises the emperor, and besides that, it was not by Baron Gornell or Count Lington, but by the first prince of the kingdom of F. The emperor is shocked, saying that this situation is quite unusual, and he asks if the cure has proven effective. And the prince says that is exactly it, and with the end of the tests, the people from the region return to their normal lives. And the old operator says that this boy is quite interesting, and there will definitely be people trying to get their hands on him, and that is the main question he should ask. And Ador says they can't pretend they do not know this. He can do as he pleases, while he asks if he should formally invite him to the imperial domains. And the emperor says that something like that would not be bad, and if he has achieved such effects, it would not be a bad idea to propose a marriage with a member of the royal family. Just then, interrupting the two, a girl arrives and she is quite nervous and stammers, "O twin dragon of the empire," while the emperor says it is fine and looks at her seriously and tells her to just stop. And it is said that Alinus, even being a princess, was one of the few hybrid beastman races in the empire of Lindas, and beast men are oppressed in the Lindas empire. This was just minimized for her to be part of the royalty, but Disdan's eyes against her forced her to isolate herself. And it reached the point where there were rumors that she was not of royal birth, and the emperor stares at her and asks why she does not call him father, while she gets quite nervous and says there are people around, and they will start explaining rumors about him for being close to an inferior beast like her. But the praetor gets really mad asking how they could be inferior, and he calls Albos, while Albos asks, they must execute them, and the whole point is to find out who they are. They really had the nerve to say something like that about the imperial family. He should crush them, torture them until they can never recover. And the prince says yes, he can take care of it, while the girl gets really nervous and says he does not need to do that for her, and he can't do that to the others for her. But the emperor gets really mad, and the prince in the back does too. But then they look at her happily, as if she were a little doll, and the emperor calls her his dear daughter, and says that if anyone dares to speak so cruelly about her, he will destroy them until nothing is left. But she says it is okay, and if they do that for her, their dignity will be affected, and she would like them to pretend they have never heard anything like that, and she asks if they can promise her. And the praetor says yes, she should not worry. But he calls Albus, and Albus, who is very smart, says of course he will take care of it without suspicion. And finally back in the Rhinus region, our boy was being worn out by several nights and now back home. He thinks that actually when he left the kingdom of Pilist, he ended up leaving all the problematic things in that girl's hands and disappeared. And if it were him, he would have chased them to the ends of the earth and torn them to pieces. And taking that into account, it must have taken a long time, but in the end, things turned out this way. And so he goes to your office and tells your highness that Princess Helena of the Paul Empire asked to meet you. While he asks how did she lose, and the nervous M asks if she should guide to the reception room. And our boy thinks that even though the Rhines region is developing, even if it is the new star of the territory, on the other side is the empire. And it is too early for the precious daughter of Pala, the most powerful nation on the continent, to come here. But of course, considering Eurus as an exception, in terms of influence, the strength of that other side is absolute. And if he just sends her away, it surprises the girl, and he asks what is wrong and why that face. He just says he will let her know, and after he leaves, Azuria Karmazin closes in with our boy, while Perk asks if he is not afraid that something might happen. But he says he is not acting thoughtlessly, and after that, after refusing him once, not because they were bothered, they kept coming and asked for the meeting, and in the same way, he refused again and again and again and again. And he who started it, but in a childish way, they kept playing. And during all of this, Anna ended up caught in the crossfire, taking the responsibility for it, and he heard that the order of that girl, the Knights of the Red Dragon, were furious, and it was as if he was underestimating them, because he simply refused. They must have at least some notion, since they did not cause any real problems. And walking through the house, our boy thinks that is great, and they could not get the good value while they are at it. And Pari wonders how this is, and if this is what he calls buzz marketing. But he tells her that it is that princess, and she should know there is nothing better for publicity than this. Especially now, while the Guild of Performers and the Great Echelon are focused on this. He can even hear talk that the stocks in his territory will be rising. But P says that life is not a game and asks if there is no reason for them to continue moving according to their plans, and why he keeps being so arrogant. But he says it is fine. It is because she is a princess and she should wait and see. While they are doing this, the name of the Rhines region will spread everywhere. But to our boy's shock, a person appears right in front of him, passing quickly by, while she stares and says that she finally found him. and it is Prince Dave, while our girl asks if today's princesses have learned to do Parker. She walks over to him and asks if he does not think they need to discuss something. But he just tells her to get real, and she starts grabbing at him asking if he does not think so. And she becomes very persistent and asks where he is looking now. What our boy says, she seems pretty temperamental since they have not seen each other, and now turns to the emperor asking his daughter if there is anything she would like to talk about. And she, quite nervous, says she has something to say, and the smiling emperor just tells her she can speak. And she, quite nervously, starts talking about the promise from some time ago, and if her illness is ever cured, he promised that he would marry her to whoever she wanted, and she, quite nervous, asks if that promise still stands, making the emperor very angry, while she continues saying that the person who saved him in the forest on the way back to the empire, and she does not even know his name, but she would like to see that man again, which really surprises both of them. And the emperor speaks to Albos and asks what the most important motto of the Lindes family is, and Albos says that those who cannot protect their people cannot achieve anything, and I believe that is it, and Praedor says that is right, and it seems that the insect got stuck in this flower, and Albos says yes, he can handle this, leaving the princess very confused, asking what they are talking about, while Albos says he will find out the truth about this plague, and that he needs to find him now and kill that man, while the princess just tells them to calm down, and he can't do that. But obviously they did not know that the person who saved the princess was the same one who healed the demon's blood. And now in the training arena inside Dave's mansion with a golem attacking the princess. But she manages to defend and fight against that golem, and then she charges with the heavy sword, the multidirectional slash, landing several consecutive hits directly on the golem, and for the final blow, she tries to destroy its head, but to the princess's shock, the golem makes a certain move, shooting a beam up at her. But she managed to dodge, while she gets pretty burned and says this is the last one, and it is much stronger than she expected, and it is definitely not a normal golem. Over on the other side, our guy is just watching her and really excited, and just then, a golem right behind the princess starts moving again and locks its aim on her face, saying that the Megatron prototype is switching to sniper mode and the target is locked. And it starts launching balls at the princess while she gets really nervous, wondering if he can actually use long-range attacks, and she says that this prince is crazy, and what the hell did he create? I found it to say that, of course, it is just a normal golem, and after being caught by the golem, the princess gets really mad, saying it is cheating, while he asks if he is not a nice guy. She says that nice guys do not mess around, and it is an automatic barrier. What the hell did he do to that golem? But he says no, it is just a hard shield. But she keeps saying that this is cheating, and what kind of golem uses level 3 magic, or higher? But he gives the golem a pat on the back and says it did a good job. He should let her go now, while she asks, well, does he really want to use that weapon to destroy the continent? But he says of course not. He put magical crystals in it, so he can't do that, while she gets really annoyed, saying that it is really impossible to talk to him. And this Willy tries to help her, saying she did really well, while there is a spiritual being right next to Dave saying that his master is very weak, and he would not have lost, no matter what. But David said that it would still be a good test, and thanks to him he got good training. But it seems they need a lot of repairs, and this is the place of his personal work, and I am new underground, and it really is very bright. And he thinks that until now the mansion he lived in was one that Baron Aliast and his mother lived in for generations, and when he came through the territory, he decided to build a new one, because he had already been neglected for a long time, so it would be difficult to repair it, to add more floors, and now this is his new home, a very new and completely designed mansion, and inside it, the precious princess of the Paul Empire is fighting against the golem he built, as she starts to vomit, saying she is feeling really sick, and it all started with her visit that night, face to face with him, saying that even though she does not seem very welcome there, not even the kings of the realms would be that hard to see, he told her that I would see her complaints. And she asks if he knows that it is a rumor spreading in his territory about her and him, and he says that is what he wanted, while she is getting quite irritated with him. She asks if he is really using her to increase the value of his territory, while he says of course. She is very clever, and she tells him he has guts. Really? And he says yes. He is a bit bold, he thinks, and the person sitting right next to him says that Lena is really quite hot-headed just like her, from time to time, and he should not be so surprised. She is really kind deep down. He wonders if it is serious. And even though Princess Helena does not know about Berserk's existence, she was raised in calderas and saw her grow up, and she needs to say that she would like to start by thanking him, as she owes her life to him for what happened before, and thought she should make that clear. But he says she does not need to, while he thinks it was just a coincidence, as he wanted to save Willen. But she says there is another thing, And that is she awakened the caldera thanks to him, and if she puts her hand on her amulet, the sword calderas appears. Looking back in history, she thinks that even if Helena is the contractor, she just became the mistress of calderas, and she could not awaken her sword form. And there were probably some reasons for the sudden awakening. For example, she got a lot stronger after that incident, or maybe something else could have happened. And from that sword, the spirit forms and grabs Dave, saying he is a bastard. It is because of him that she has suffered so much. Because of him, she became temporarily weaker, while she just sends him to take responsibility for her. And that guy in Caldenas starts shouting that he should at least say something before trying to use her, while David says people are dying, so he did not have time to talk to her. And she gets irritated with that and asks, "Where is Peruk?" And do not tell me she does not know. But our boy looks at Perukirk and thinks that apparently she can see her. But he just tells her not to worry because she is doing just fine. And our boy says she came to his side because of the stigma that appeared, while Kudalis says she is a bastard and her friend is persisting. He did not do anything to her. Right, and she just tells him to answer now. But he says he is not that kind of person, and she starts shouting for the Persik while our girl points at her. And Persik asks if she can borrow a little mana. And he says as much as she wants, and if she touches Dave's head, she starts pulling a bit of his mana and finally materializes, surprising Calderas a lot, and she feels a bit sad meeting her old friend. While Calderas says it has been a while, and she splashes and grabs Persik. Meanwhile, Peruk is really happy about their reunion, and then he even asks what Calderas is, and what she is doing alone in the air. And our boy said she is doing something important right now, so she should leave her be. And Alina says that to tell the truth she has a lot of questions, but she knows he is not a good enough friend to answer them like that. And he says that, well, since he feels bad, he will answer as best as he can. She can ask anything, so she says that in that case she wants to know who the hell he is. While he mentions that she is really direct, he says that as she knows, he is the Prince of Rani, the legitimate son of the last Empress, Dave of Rani. But she gets really irritated, banging on the table, saying that is not what she is asking, and while he just makes that clueless face, it only frustrates her more, and he says that it is fine. They have plenty of time, surprising our girl, wondering what he means, while she glares at him, says she will slowly get everything out of him, and then she gets up from the table and grabs one of her things, which is a sword. While he asks what that is, he touches the sword and realizes it is pretty heavy, and it would be difficult and useless for normal people to use a heavy sword like that. And Selena says that this is the sword she usually used, while our boy thinks that if the quality increased a bit, he believes the weight would not matter much. And she says it will be straightforward like her request. She asks him to please teach her the sword technique of the sword god. While she looks at him very seriously, he asks if he can refuse, but she says he will lose again, while he asks if he refuses again. But she says there is a way to stop him from running away, and he asks what it is while she shows him a marriage certificate. He may not care, but that is not the case for the imperial family, and she has already thrown away all her pride to come here. So she asks what he thinks, and she is confident she can be spoiled until the end. And she then asks if he wants to test her, while the piece on the side asks if he won't give in for her. But he just says that she misunderstood. And even Calderas on the side says he is not fooling anyone, and if he gives the document to her, while she says that if he continues to avoid, she will officially send it to the kingdom of H, and her father will let her marry whoever she wants, even if it is a slave, so he does not need to worry about that. Not to mention they are talking about the great lord of the region of Rhines in the eastern continent. But he then asks, what if their side really accepts? And she asks if he does not think he loves her too much, and she really would not mind marrying someone as smart as him. While he thinks yes, she is super crazy. He just tells her to go away and says they will talk about it later, and he pats her on the head like she is a little kid and says that they will have a more productive conversation next time. While she says no, she is not going to give up, and she really does have a bad temper. She is quite stubborn, and she does not do things like hide behind others or hold back her feelings. And he says of course, he knows very well. But she immediately grabs him and says they will wait to see who is more stubborn there. And now, back in her room, the princess is dyeing her hair, while she says she did not think he would send the marriage document back to her. Cyros beside her asks what she will do with her current fiancé, but she says if it is him, she will be fine, since they are childhood friends. And the problem is the other side. While Calderas asks if she has not heard from her partner yet, Helena says she has, and now that it has come to this point, she has no choice but to try to convince him, no matter how. And she will definitely succeed. And now in the princess's office, she starts making various notes, which is her daily work, but in reality, this is Davy's office, and our boy asks if she is not supposed to be busy, while she says she is very busy, and that is why she is there. It is because people's hearts can only get close when they are physically near. She has an electric charm. Even though there are many adjectives to describe her, none can perfectly describe how determined the princess is. It is when she keeps working, saying she needs to focus. So she should hold off on the complaints for later, while he thinks that after the declaration of war the other day, she has been coming to see him every day and even brought her work there. And even Willie got pretty nervous saying this is serious. She is at a loss for words, and does she really think this makes sense? And who the hell would bring their work to another man's office? While Helena says she needs Willin. But the man she is talking about is not just any man. And they told her that close friends often do things like this. Just like the Empire's Chancellor, Duke Orba, who always visits his friend, Count Ferdin, and several others. But she asks if since then she has been so close to your brother like that. Only Prisa asks if that is the case, so she can stop doing all her work while she just says she can't talk to her. And Persik over there says that she is completely in Helena's hands, and Nasa says yes. But Princess Lena says that the most important thing is that she is very curious about why Yols is there. Wallis himself says that he does not know, since he is really a close friend of Dave. There is no problem with him being there. He needs to ask since when, and he says he does not know since when. And the old Grotto back there says that they really do ask each other. And then he asks David why he does not want him around even accepting him. And she then asks what she did wrong. While our boy says that he feels if he stays close to her without being careful, he might end up becoming an enemy to many people, while she says it is okay. They are friends now, and he can speak casually. But he asks Euless if he and she must be very close and asks if they already knew each other. And even Willin says that their relationship is quite famous, and many people talk about a marriage between their families. And even though it does not seem like it, Jay has had some social meetings, so she knows a little about it. But Helena says they are just old friends, and Eurus says that is right. He thinks that for someone who is a big deal, he is just being lazy, and he is worried about the fate of the Red Tower. And Eula says that I do not think that is something she can talk about. And so, David asks that it is not like he dislikes him being there, but he wants to know if he should not, given that he is tied to the Red Tower. But he says that actually he does not need to do anything, and instead, he has some matters to discuss with David. For example, things related to magic. While he should turn his face away so he does not look at him, and even though it seems a bit strange, among the other magics he showed him, he can understand, so he thinks that Eurus is very interested in magic without enchantment. And even though he gave him a small hint, it is not something he can learn so easily. And he then says that Eurus has not given up yet. And Eurus says that this is a huge compliment for magicians obsessed with studies. And our boy thinks that yes. He thinks he should be happy, that he understands his position and helps him keep this fact a secret from the magic tower. And he is grateful for that. And at that moment, Amy walks in and tells His Highness that the things he asked for earlier have just arrived and have been placed in the basement storage. And so Alina looks at Amy and asks if she is an employee or not. And Winnie says that this is Amy, your brother's personal maid, and she is helping her brother manage the territory, and she even received the title of Baroness, which surprises the princess, and she gets really nervous about it and says she is leaving. And Alina in the back says it is impressive, while our boy says that the kingdom is not a mess, so he can pay attention to everything going on around him. And it is said that currently it has turned into a political war in the imperial palace of Hun between two opposing factions, one led by Marquis Palace and the other by Duke Burieta. And besides that, he received reports that Duke Baird is doing things secretly in his territory, so he is trying to anticipate what will happen in the near future. He intends to observe a little longer, and as he walks outside, they ask where he is going while our boy asks if he wants to come along. And even though it is something the alchemists would be excited about, he is sure he will be interested in it too. And Alina gets really curious and says she wants to come along too, and he says sure, she can come, while she starts to follow our boy. And now outside the castle, his dwarf friends say good morning to our boy, while David says this place has gotten much bigger, and the dwarf says yes. But comparing their skills, theirs are much better, and he was quite surprised recognizing the dwarves. While Alina says she has never seen them in person until now, and David says they are your guests. And he talks to the dwarves and mentions Brother Willin, and the elder goes up to her and says that she is the person he is so proud of, and he takes Willie's hand and says that he has heard a lot about her, and she looks very elegant while Willie does not know what to say. This thanks him, and he tells the dwarves that these are the elder from the Red Tower, Euless, and Princess Helena from the Paul Empire, and the dwarf says that they are two people of great states. But they are not interesting, and the princess says that this is the first time she feels so pathetic, and Eula says that yes, he feels the same, and this dwarf says that his elder wants to see him again too, and our boy asks if he is talking about Golgotha. And he says that is right, and he said the divine item is close to being complete. While Aster says that it is great. And it is a new divine item linked to the bare beginnings, and he did the basic work on it, and left the rest to the dwarves. And it seems like it will be complete like flames of light, without any problem, but the elder says that now he wants to show something else. And our boy will say that it is fine. He is there because he heard that the materials arrived. And he asks if he is talking about the giant soldiers, and he says that it was right to take them there, while the three ask what this giant soldier is. At the moment they enter the warehouse, there is a gigantic golem right in front of them, while they ask Dev what the hell that is. Yura just says it is a guardian or also a golem, and this is its creation, and it is said that a giant, usually made of hardened clay or steel, is an excellent weapon for wizards or paraquists, and to tell the truth, there are even countries that use small units of golems in combat, and Euless, quite curious, says that by its height, it is a top-tier golem, and the maintenance costs will be huge. It is while our guy asks if it was really that expensive, and the materials for Megatron came from ancient magical golems. He was the guardian that protected the one who caused the curse that brought drought to the region of Rhines, and it did not cost that much because it was recycled and reused, and on top of that, he got the workshop along with it, so it does not matter how much it cost, and the pursuer says that to simplify this, it is basically taking credit for others' work, while David says it is every boy's dream to have his own workshop. And he tells the golem to pay attention, and starts giving it several instructions. While Yus gets really excited, wondering what the hell this is. And it is the first time he sees these movements. Plus, he has the ability to recharge spells. And he asks if there is really anything that David can't do, while our boy says that once he started, it was better to do it right. Even the princess is enchanted, while he asks her what she thinks. And since they are there, he asks if she would like a demonstration, and wants to know if she would like to fight him. And then he will grant the wish she wanted. She gets really excited and says sure. But then she sadly mentions that it could be destroyed, while Dev confidently says that if it is, then it means it was not that great after all, and it is all good. She can destroy as much as she wants. While she touches the golem and says it looks pretty expensive, he tells her it won't be that easy. While she stares, he is quite suspicious. And the scene is dressed in training clothes, saying that is fine. But he should not come crying to her later, and after a few hours, she is dead tired, saying that thinking she would be defeated was a bunch of metal, and our boy says that thanks to her, he got a lot of information. And it is the limit of what he can do alone, but she gets really irritated, saying she was used again, but she says that then, as promised, he will have to do her a favor. He says sure, anything but fencing. And she says that then she will have to think a bit about it. Meanwhile, in the back, very excited, called David, but David quickly says no as he goes to Willen, asking how he knew what he was going to ask. And obviously our guy knew he was going to ask for a golem. And so Alina asks if he is going to make more of those later, and one story says yes. This is just a prototype, and he is thinking of making 5 more after he finishes his prototype. And she then asks if he can give one to her later. And he asks her if she knows how much it costs. It is while she just says she did not ask for one for free, and he then asks if she means she can buy it. And she just tells him she has plenty of money. He thinks it is really annoying, and this princess is very difficult. While the two back there are laughing at him, he just says it is not for sale as she tells him he does not need to shout. And now at night, our guy in his lab thinks that the guardian golem of the region was a success, and Megatron, the prototype, is the result of gradual development in the region. And even though he ends up becoming the focus of endless greed, the day it will be complete is not so far away, and what the problem is now are the combat formations. And he was pretty lucky because he is strong enough for Princess Helena's. But he can leave this guy rough and out in the world like this. And it is a bit problematic. But just then, Alina appears right in front of him and says that he was there. And our boy asks why she is being so friendly again. And she just sits down and says she decided that they will be friends, while he talks about their proposal to become friends. Even if it sounds rude. He wants to know if he really has to accept, and she asks if there is any reason to refuse. While he says no, there is not, but he thinks that lately he has been taking on her personality a lot. And even though the princess approaches in a rough way, he appreciates the nature of her intentions, while she says she thinks Caldiras wants to be friends with him too. But David says that anyway he wants to know what is behind that late pig. And she says she just came to talk. But P says she is lying. And she can't even hide her nervousness. And he starts reading her window and realizes that her current feelings are confusion and worry. And she is a member of the last breath. And he says he has the last breath. And Pass asks what he means. And he just gets a bit excited about it. And Helena says it seems like he was in the middle of developing the golem. And he says yes. He was thinking of using ancestral magic. And Helena says he tried so hard. And still, She could not defeat his golem, and Dav just says he is a monster. And the princess is not weak. Wally thinks that being honest. If all the magical golems were gathered in one place, it would be more efficient than a master level or higher, and even if Megatron is good enough for that, enduring a fight against Helena, who is still not a master level, is not a bad thing, even if it does not seem to be the case with Princess Helena. And it is not just Megatron. He only tells her that what matters is the experience, and now is not the time for them to be standing there. They should get moving because the weather is perfect for a night walk. And he just calls her to go outside for a walk. And now outside, the two are wielding swords, while he still asks if he did not tell her about the fencing. He says that she will be taking a look. And he just wants to say that they will change the atmosphere a bit. And he asks if she does not want to. But she says of course she wants to. She wants this very much, while it seems that he says he has a friendly side. And while he just mentions that he is giving her a little boost, he is a bit in debt with the girl, and there is a bit of that too. And so Alina breathes and prepares to attack, and you think it is a practice between a wooden sword and a divine sword. And right off the bat that is unfair, but in reality, that is the difference between his skills and hers, and she can't be arrogant, so he tells her to start this time. And if she says let us go, she won't hold back and will charge at him with her sacred sword, while asking him politely. He shows off his techniques, and they both start to fight, while the sacred one only defends his sword with a simple wooden sword. He charges at him with everything as David thinks she is quick, attacking and making her moves, and on top of that, the weight of the divine sword is enormous. He is getting dizzy just looking at it, and he makes a strike with his wooden sword. A somewhat awkward strike, blocking her sword, leaving her very surprised, being thrown away and getting a bit hurt from the attack. While she wonders when he made that attack, our boy says, considering the divine sword, it is actually pretty light. While she realizes that none of her attacks hit him, and how the hell did he do that? He's too fast. But she is sure he is easily dodging all her attacks. But she does not care. She is just going to keep attacking, and while she keeps attacking him, he keeps defending against her attacks, and at that moment, he continues to block her, but reaches a part with broken ground, and thinks those are tremendous attacks. And if it were at this level, even Megatron would not hold up, and he is sure that now Alina is much stronger when using the divine sword. And Megatron only won because she was using a normal sword. And if the situation were different, Megatron would have been torn to pieces, and so he activates the first heavy sword, the Rock Crusher, blocking her attack while he asks if she wants to give up. She starts screaming because if she were to give up like that, she would not have bothered him so much. And he keeps blocking her. Meanwhile, she gets really frustrated saying it is useless. Nothing can hit him. She gets more and more irritated about it, while he thinks that her anxiety is clear. Since that is the case, she goes all out against him, activating the first heavy sword, which surprises Dave a lot. And she attacks with the Mountain Destroyer skill, tearing up part of the lawn, but Dev managed to dodge the attack, while saying that she is really very strong. And the other side says that this is the same technique she used against that vampire named Sherry, while he says she is very talented, and that it is crazy and took him 10 years just to mimic that. And there in the center of the explosion, the princess is pretty exhausted, while Our Lady comes back to her and says that alright, they will stop there, and he thinks they have already made enough mess. But she keeps asking how come and that she is not done yet, while he just waits for her rib. She starts screaming in pain, and lying on the ground. She begins to cry and say that she does not want this. She worked hard for this chance, and she does not want it to end like this, without having done anything, and she starts crying out of nowhere, surprising our boy. And after she starts crying, Persik starts complaining to Dave, saying he made the girl cry. But he says that is a lie to her and asks if she is saying it is his fault. But she says of course it is his fault, and why could not he speak a little more sweetly? But he just sighs, not wanting to hear her complaints. So he goes to the girl and tells her it is okay, and a big light appears right in front of her, and he tells her to pay close attention. And as he starts to show her the movement with the sword, and then the ability to use the heavy sword, the great decapitation, causing immense damage to the ground, which leaves the princess very surprised. And our girl asks what she learned from that, and starts to say that fencing is like a current of water, and you can't defend yourself completely in the same place every time. And then she asks him if he does not want to say that the ability of the heavy sword has several flaws in fencing. So does that mean the heavy sword is an old useless art nowadays? But he goes to her, seeing her cry, and gives her a little pat on the head and tells her he told her to pay close attention to his movements and how he reached that conclusion, and there is no fencing that can perfectly attack all its opponents. He asks, "What do you mean?" And David says the same applies to the fencing of the god of the sword, and he is going to slowly show her what she did wrong and tell her to focus on her movements, which gets her all excited staring at him. And this surprising movement is shown sinking deeper into the ground. and he is moving on to the next movement while observing each movement he makes very slowly. But these slow movements create a big impact with their power. And with that, she is shocked, and our guy asks her if she sees the difference between the two strikes, and she asks, "What do you mean?" The difference, but she starts to think that the heavy sword is a fencing style that focuses on strength and demonstrates its destructive power with simple movements, and that is why it is common sense that strength varies, depending on the weight of the sword, and it is not possible for the result to be achievable like that, and he starts saying that is impossible, and how the destructive power was the same, and how the amount of damage from the divine sword comes from such a slow and relaxed movement, and our boy thinks this destructive power can easily be unleashed without strong movements. And that is why the heavy sword from the divine sword is structured in a way of fluid movements that can happen. And he tells her that he calls this 0 to 100, and firstly, it is very similar to the time it takes for speed to reach its limit, and he wants her to think about how long it takes for a horse to reach its maximum speed, as an example, and it is a limit of strength depending on weight, and it can be similar to the style of the heavy sword, and she says that is right, and that is why her sword is several times heavier than a regular sword. And then he asks her if he can control the speed and strength to reach their maximum, which creates a new world in the girl's mind, and she asks what he is talking about, and he starts to say that it might seem like the strength of the heavy sword follows the laws of physics. However, they will use mana in this principle, and she should just imagine being able to adjust the weight of her sword, or increase its speed with her mana, leaving her very surprised by that, and then she realizes that what he means is that depending on her strength proficiency with mana, you can adjust the acceleration speed of the heavy sword, and Diane Carr thinks that is right and starts to explain that the benefits of the heavy sword are its destructive power and simplicity, but also its obvious weaknesses, and it can be an extremely unstable sword and only has destructive power. And now he wants to ask her a question. The sword god Harris is an ignorant old man who can freely change the direction of his sword, no matter what external pressure he suffers, and what he means is that he is an exception. But then why does she think that this grandma disappeared almost, as if it had vanished? And she starts to think about it while looking at Dav. While our thick guy knows the answer and thinks it is obvious, they just followed the imitation of the sword god's fencing as they saw, and besides that, generations have come to perceive the fundamentals of the form. But she is still considered to be better at this grandma, even though it is currently lost, and it will be hard for Alina to fully understand everything at once. But if she grasps at least some part, then she will break the barrier of being a master. And then he starts to say that the fundamentals he mentioned, and she thinks she managed to understand something. So Dev says he feels relieved, and she bows and thanks him while our boy asks how come he did not do anything. But he looks at Lena and says that anyway it seems like she is scared, as if she were chasing something. And she gets pretty nervous about it and says he is seeing things. But David says they have come a long way, and if she really needs to hide something from him, and it is not like he would help with something he does not know about, and he thinks it is a silly conversation about it when she has a chance. But she gets really nervous not knowing what to say, and says that in the end he really is a very kind person. And our thick guy says that just because she said that, she still should not expect too much, because he will listen first, and if she looks at Dave and asks if he wants to become her partner, it shocks our boy a lot, making him drop his sword, but she gets really embarrassed about it, and says she needs your strength, but he asks what kind of strength the most powerful nation would need. And she has master numbers of the sword that act as she wants. The thing is, Helena says she can't use their strength, and you need to be under 20 to meet the requirements, so they can act against the rules. And Davis asks what the hell this girl is talking about now. And now it goes back to the past, with the archer talking to our boy in the land of heroes, and telling him to think about something, and who he thought was protecting the servers.